Chapter 3680. Within the Ingtian sect's 36 courtyards, the Primogenitor mountain range was the last of the 36 courtyards. All the youths and young cultivators within tens of thousands of miles had gathered here. The Ingtian courtyard's entrance trial was about to begin. Countless young cultivators had arrived at the courtyard's mountain gate and stayed in the pavilions within the mountain gate. Gufei was also one of the tens of thousands of young cultivators. However, he had offended many people. Whether it was the Thunder Clan or the Wind Clan, they both had a certain amount of influence in the courtyard. At this time, Wang Long and the others were sighing. After offending the Thunder and Wind clans, they no longer had any hope of passing the Ingtian sect's entrance trial. In fact, Wang Long, Ling Feng, and Yang Zhan all wanted to give up. However, they were already here, and they were unwilling to give up now. Gu Fei didn't care about what these guys were thinking. The Ingtian sect's entrance trial was nothing to him. Brother Gu, sigh. Wang Long wanted to say something to Gu Fei, but he didn't say it in the end. Gu Fei also didn't say anything. He felt that there was a gap between him and Wang Long, especially between Wang Long and Ling Feng. On the other hand, Yang Zhan was a passionate and hot-blooded person. Yang Zhan was a sword cultivator, and it seemed that sword cultivators liked to be straightforward and didn't need to beat around the bush. Sword cultivators were born with a cold and arrogant temperament, and they disdained to engage in crafty schemes. Gu Fei had a very good impression of Yang Zhan. At this moment, Gu Fei's divine sense had enveloped the entire Ingtian sect courtyard. No one could sense the existence of his divine sense. It should be known that his cultivation was even higher than the courtyard master of Ingtian sect, so these people could not sense his existence at all. So many people actually came. Gu Fei sensed that there were no less than 100,000 young cultivators gathered in the Ingtian side courtyard's mountain gate. This number shocked even him. Outside the Primogenitor mountain range was a boundless mountain range. There were not many places where humans lived. However, there were hundreds of thousands of young cultivators in such a place. This was unbelievable to him. And among these young cultivators, there were bound to be many who could pass the Ingtian courtyard's entrance trial and become a disciple of the Ingtian sect. The reason why the Ingtian sect was able to prosper for so long was not without reason. This method of accepting disciples was definitely worth learning. Of course, this method of accepting disciples was not unique to Ingtian sect. In fact, whether it was the Primogenitor realm, the human world, the ancestral god realm, or the heavenly realm, there were countless sects and great sects that used this method to accept disciples. However, some transcendent sects wouldn't do such a thing. These sects were much stricter than ordinary sects when it came to accepting disciples. After nightfall, the entire courtyard of Ingtian sect gradually quietened down. The disciples of Ingtian sect were all cultivating. Countless strands of immortal Tao energy rose from the mountain gate on the ground of Ingtian sect's side courtyard, and the immortal mountain in the sky emitted an even stronger strand of immortal Tao energy. Looks like the upper echelons of Ingtian sect are all on the immortal mountain. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in his room. Everything within Ingtian sect's side courtyard appeared in his mind. Everything was under his control. He sensed Lei Dong's aura, as well as Feng Yu's aura. These two were together, with existences far stronger than them. The immortal, with Lei Dong, should be his elder brother, Lei Zhen. As for the person with Feng Yu, the aura emitted from his body was somewhat terrifying. This guy was actually a Saint King. A Sage King level existence was actually meeting Feng Yu. Needless to say, this Sage King was from the Feng clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't be meeting Feng Yu alone. Sage Kings were probably elder-level existences in Ingtian sect's side courtyard. The courtyard lord was only a Sage King. Whether it was Lei Dong or Feng Yu, neither of them knew that there was a pair of invisible eyes watching them from the void. An uneventful night passed. Early the next morning, Gu Fei's group was called up by a green-robed disciple from Ing Tian Sect's side courtyard. They all gathered at a huge plaza within the mountain gate. There was a sea of people everywhere. Gu Fei's group was immediately drowned in the crowd. All right, all of you listen up. The entrance trial is about to begin. You have 2 hours to prepare. A young immortal from Ing Tian Sect's side courtyard spoke to all the young cultivators on the plaza. His voice wasn't loud, but his words reached everyone's ears. It's finally about to begin. Everyone in the plaza was incomparably excited. However, it wasn't easy to pass the entrance trial. Moreover, this trial was dangerous. Quite a few people would lose their lives during each trial. At this time, Gu Fei suddenly looked up at a floating cloud in the sky. Did he discover me? An elder on that cloud was startled. He had a vague bad feeling as he looked at Gu Fei. His intuition told him that this Gu Fei wasn't simple. The entrance trial was a major event for the Ing Tian Sect's side courtyard. As the elder in charge, Feng Ting naturally had to personally attend. He stepped on a floating cloud and descended from the sky. He landed on the high platform and sat on the throne. A powerful divine will spread out from his body and enveloped everyone in the square. Yes, quite a few good seedlings have appeared this year. Feng Ting nodded inside. 2 hours quickly passed. Time's up. The voice of the white-robed immortal on the high platform was heard by everyone in the square. The noisy square immediately quieted down. Everyone looked at the high platform excitedly. Begin. Feng Ting gave the order from his throne high in the sky. Yes, Lord Elder. The white-robed immortal hastily bowed to Feng Ting. Then, with a wave of his right hand, 9 rays of immortal light flew out of his sleeve. 9 beams of immortal light landed on the ground. When the immortal light dissipated, 9 ancient stone doors appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Rumble! The 9 ancient doors slowly opened. Everyone stared at them as an aura that seemed to come from the primordial world spread out from behind them. Once you enter, the doors will close. 10 days later, they will open once more. During these 10 days, you only have one mission: to survive. Understood? The white-robed immortal loudly shouted at everyone participating in the entrance trial. Many people were dumbfounded. The plaza was completely silent. Those who wish to withdraw from this trial still have the chance to do so, said the white-robed immortal. Still, no one said anything. No one wanted to withdraw. Once they passed the entrance trial, they would be able to reach the heavens in a single step. No one was willing to miss out on such a chance. Very good. I now announce that the entrance trial begins, said the white-robed immortal loudly. As soon as the white-robed celestial finished speaking, more than 1,000 young cultivators rushed out from the crowd on the square. These young cultivators immediately rushed into the 9 stone doors. Charge! Someone roared furiously, and the tens of thousands of young cultivators on the square immediately surged towards the 9 stone doors like a tidal wave, directly rushing through the stone doors. Gu Fei was very calm. These 9 stone doors were connected to 9 different heavens. Ing Tianzong actually had such a method. This was somewhat unexpected. One had to know that these were 9 heavens. Although they weren't perfect, the world behind the stone doors was still very vast. As for what was inside, Gu Fei didn't know. Brother Gu, which one should we enter? Yang Zhan looked at Gu Fei. At this time, Wang Long and Ling Feng didn't move. They were both watching, but they were both somewhat anxious and fearful. To the hundreds of thousands of people, they were very insignificant. They didn't even know that Lei Dong, Feng Yu, and the others had entered that stone door. It would naturally be best if they could avoid these people. But if they were unlucky and entered the same stone door as Lei Dong or Feng Yu, then it would truly be a tragedy. Whatever. Gu Fei didn't care at all. The 9 stone doors were 9 different heavens. It didn't matter which world he entered. At this time, he sensed that Lei Dong and Feng Yu hadn't entered the stone door. The number of young cultivators in the square was decreasing. In less than an hour, there were almost no young cultivators left. However, Lei Dong and Feng Yu were both watching Gu Fei's group. Gu Fei wasn't anxious, but Lei Dong, Feng Yu, and their subordinates were extremely anxious. Wang Long and Ling Feng were also very anxious. They all wanted to enter the world behind the stone door. Clearly, Lei Dong and Feng Yu were planning the same thing. They were waiting for Gu Fei's group. If Gu Fei's group entered the world behind the stone door, they would enter the same one. Preposterous. Wang Long and Ling Feng's expressions became very ugly. "Brat, you're dead this time." Lei Dong grinned maliciously at Gu Fei, looking very pleased with himself. "I'd advise you to stay away from me." Gu Fei glanced at Lei Dong and said disapprovingly. At this time, a figure descended from the sky and landed next to Lei Dong. It was a white-robed immortal. A powerful, immortal aura emanated from his body. Wang Long and the others were shocked by the eruption of immortal pressure. They felt as if a mountain was suddenly pressing down on them. They couldn't even straighten their backs. "Little brother, this is the guy who injured you." The white-robed immortal looked coldly at Gu Fei. In the Ying Tian sect, the white-robed disciples were all immortal god-level existences. "I really hope that all of you can pass the entrance trial." Lei Jun looked at Wang Long and the others with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. "TCH, who the hell do you think you are? If you want to deal with us, then do it now. I hate lowly people like you the most." Yang Zhan stared at the white-robed immortal and shouted, "You!" Lei Dong was enraged and was about to unleash even more powerful immortal pressure. "Enough. If you don't go in, the stone door is about to close." Chapter 3681. Genius 1 Second Remember Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. In the public square of Yingtian Sec's side courtyard, Gu Fei and Lei Ting were facing each other. Lei Ting was Lei Dong's elder brother. 10 years ago, during Yingtian Sec's entrance trial, he had successfully passed the trial and became a true disciple of Yingtian sect. Thunder's talent was definitely at the level of a genius. In just 10 years, he had cultivated from the Khanate realm to the immortal realm and became the disciple of the white-robed immortal of Yingtian sect. The hierarchy in Yingtian sect was very strict. Disciples below the immortal god stage could only wear green robes and were known as Yingtian sect's green robes disciples. Within the Yingtian sect's 12 branch sects and 36 monasteries, only immortal gods could wear white robes. Those were the white-robed, immortal disciples of the Yingtian sect. However, amongst the white-robed immortals' disciples, they were divided according to their cultivation bases. Ordinary immortals were the lowest, and above immortals were immortal kings. In the Yingtian sect, immortal kings were already considered elders. Above the celestial king was the celestial emperor, and the Yingtian sect's side courtyard's master was a celestial emperor. The white-robed immortal on the platform was an immortal king, while the lightning was just an ordinary immortal. Therefore, the lightning didn't dare act presumptuously in front of the white-robed immortal. At this time, the 9 stone doors on the plaza were about to close. Lei Dong and Feng, you could no longer sit still, because once the stone doors closed, they would lose the qualifications to participate in the trial. Even if they wanted to enter, it would be impossible. Once the stone door was closed, even the dean wouldn't be able to open it. Lei Dong and Feng Yu didn't care too much. They directly rushed towards the 9 stone doors. They didn't go the same way. Lei Dong entered the 3rd stone door, while Feng Yu entered the last one, the 9th stone door. Upon seeing this, Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. Lei Dong and Feng Yu definitely did not randomly choose a stone door and enter. It seemed that the 2 of them had already made preparations. The lightning had no intention of entering the stone door. It had already become an immortal, so there was no need for it to take the risk of entering the stone door. The world behind the 9 stone doors was not a treasure trove. It was filled with unfathomable dangers. It was definitely not an easy task to survive for 10 days in such a place. Wang Long and Ling Feng glanced at each other. They then chose a different stone door from Lei Dong and Feng Yu. Wang Long entered the 2nd stone door, while Ling Feng entered the 8th stone door. This way, Wang Long and Ling Feng would not encounter these 2 fellows. However, Gu Fei did not care. He directly entered the stone door where Lei Dong was. Seeing this, Yang Zhan also followed Gu Fei into the 3rd stone door. As soon as Gu Fei entered the world behind the stone door, he was shocked. He saw that this place was verdant and full of vitality. He discovered that the place he appeared in was a short mountain. There were endless mountain ridges and primitive forests all around. There were no signs of human life. Roar! At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the forest at the foot of the hill. Then, a black shadow jumped out from the forest. Gu Fei looked and saw that this fierce beast was actually a Qilin beast. This made him indescribably shocked. They had just entered the world behind the stone door, and they actually encountered a Qilin beast. This Qilin beast was not a weak, fierce beast. It had the blood of a Qilin flowing in its veins. In the primogenitor's realm, the Qilin race was definitely an incomparably powerful race. Although this Qilin beast was not a real Qilin, it was not to be underestimated. One had to know that those who entered the world behind the stone door were all mortals, not immortals. If mortals encountered a Qilin beast, there was only one outcome: to be eaten by the Qilin beast. Brother Gu, what do we do? Seeing a Qilin beast jump out from the forest, Yang Zhan was immediately dumbfounded. Damn, how were people supposed to live? Was this something mortals could handle? Rumble! At this time, the stone door behind Gu Fei's group had already started to close. It was impossible to leave this place now. It's just a small matter. Gu Fei said lightly. What? This is just a small matter? Yang Zhan was dumbfounded. Roar! At this time, the Qilin beast at the foot of the short mountain suddenly roared at Gu Fei and Yang Zhan. It directly leapt up from the ground and pounced towards Gu Fei and Yang Zhan. What? The Qilin beast actually directly leapt from the foot of the mountain to the peak. Like a small mountain, it smashed down towards Gu Fei's group. A violent aura spread out from the beast's body. The air was filled with the faint smell of blood. Looks like quite a few people are unlucky. Gu Fei raised his head to look at the Qilin beast falling from the sky, and suddenly laughed. Then he unhurriedly punched upwards, as if it was a casual punch. We're dead for sure. Yang Zhan looked at the Qilin beast pouncing down from the sky, and his face turned pale. However, a muffled sound of impact rang out. The Qilin beast that was like a small mountain was actually blasted into the sky by Gu Fei's punch. This Yang Zhan was once again dumbfounded at this scene. He couldn't believe it. It was as if he was dreaming. The powerful Qilin beast was actually blasted into the sky by a single punch from Gu Fei. How is this possible? Yang Zhan's voice trembled. Nothing is impossible, Gu Fei indifferently said. At this time, the Qilin beast fell from the sky. Boom! The ground trembled as it directly smashed into the ground, creating a large pit. Yang Zhan looked over and saw that the Qilin beast was already dead. It was killed by a single punch from Gu Fei. It was truly unbelievable that this Qilin beast was actually killed by Gu Fei. This was a Qilin beast, an incomparably powerful Qilin beast. Furthermore, the Qilin beast's defense was absolutely astonishing. Its thick scales were impenetrable by swords and spears. Even a Xiantian expert would only end up being eaten by this Qilin beast. Even existences that had surpassed the Xiantian realm wouldn't be able to kill this beast so easily. This kind of trial is practically a 9 out of 10 chance of survival. Yang Zhan was incomparably terrified. It's not that serious. I think the reason why we appeared here should be random. Before us, there shouldn't have been many people who appeared here. Gu Fei said. What? Yang Zhan was indescribably shocked. Look, there's practically no trace of people around here. If tens of thousands of people had come here before, this scene wouldn't be like this. Gu Fei looked around and said, So it's like this. Yang Zhan also discovered that the vegetation around the mountain had no traces of being disturbed. This place was too clean. Let's go, Gu Fei said. Since they had come here, they might as well take a stroll around this world and see if they could find anything interesting. Of course, there weren't many things that could pique his interest. Well, should we find a place to hide and come back here 10 days later? Yang Zhan asked. There's no need to go through so much trouble. When we passed through the stone gate, some kind of imprint was left on our bodies. 10 days later, we will automatically return to this world's entrance. Gu Fei said. The secret of the 9 stone gates wasn't too obvious to Gu Fei. Ying Tianzong's method wasn't very brilliant. The world behind the 3rd stone gate was very vast. Ying Tianzong's courtyard used the stone gates to send the youths to various corners of this world. This was the Ying Tianzong's entrance trial. In truth, this kind of trial was very simple. Those who survived could become disciples of Ying Tianzong. If they died or were crippled, they would be mercilessly eliminated. This was the cruelty of the primogenitor's realm. Every 10 years, countless young human cultivators would die in the Ying Tianzong's entrance trial. However, even though they knew this, countless young human cultivators still went to the Ying Tian sect to participate in this cruel trial. At this time, in the other trial lands, countless young cultivators encountered all kinds of dangers. Some cultivators died, while others were lucky enough to survive. Roar! In the 2nd trial land behind the 2nd stone gate, furious roars came from a valley. Wang Long was swinging his saber as he fought against a pack of wolves. He was very unlucky. After entering the 2nd trial land, he appeared in a valley, and inside the valley was a wolf's den. Wang Long was surrounded by over 100 wolves. He could only fight them with his life on the line. If he didn't have a spirit-grade saber, he would have already been torn to pieces by the wolves. Kill! Wang Long cleaved the fierce wolf that was pouncing on him into 2 halves and directly rushed out of the valley. Saber light flashed, and the wolves fell at Wang Long's feet. At this time, Wang Long's entire body was drenched in wolf blood, and even his hair was dripping blood. Kill! Die for me! Wang Long went crazy because he knew that he only had 2 endings today. One was to live, and the other was to live. He didn't want to die, so he could only fight with his life on the line. In the end, Wang Long successfully killed his way out of the valley. In the 8th trial land, Ling Feng wasn't so lucky. He encountered a group of evil people. Not only was he robbed, but he also had one of his legs crippled, turning him into a cripple. Those people didn't kill Ling Feng, but that was no different from killing him. Even if he survived, he would lose the chance to become a disciple of Ying Tianzong after leaving the 8th trial land. In the 3rd trial land, Gu Fei and Yang Zhan arrived in front of a valley. A thick smell of blood wafted out of the valley. Gu Fei frowned and directly walked into the valley. Yang Zhan was 100 times unwilling, but he had no choice but to follow Gu Fei into the valley. His intuition told him that he would be very safe with Gu Fei. Later on, Yang Zhan realized how lucky he was. Meeting Gu Fei was something he could brag about for the rest of his life. He was incomparably proud of himself. Ling Feng and Wang Long, on the other hand, were filled with regret. Chapter 3682. In Tian Sec's courtyard's 9 great trial lands had already closed. All the young cultivators who came to participate in Tian Sec's entrance trial had already entered these 9 great trial lands. Not a single one of them had given up on this incomparably cruel trial. At this time, within the 3rd trial, Gu Fei and Yang Zhan had arrived outside a mountain valley. The smell of blood. Gu Fei frowned. A thick smell of blood was actually coming from the mountain valley. That made him a bit curious, so he directly walked inside. Yang Zhan saw Gu Fei walk inside and could only follow behind Gu Fei. This is as soon as they entered the mountain valley. Gu Fei saw corpses on the ground. They were human corpses, and they were all desiccated corpses, as if they had been sucked dry of their flesh and blood. What's going on? Yang Zhan was quite frightened by this scene. These corpses all had a large hole in the top of their skulls. Their deaths were extremely horrifying. Let's go in and see what's going on, Gu Fei calmly said. These corpses were all the young cultivators who had entered the 3rd trial. Why had they died so miserably in this mountain valley? That was what had piqued Gu Fei's curiosity. The deeper Gu Fei and Yang Zhan went into the mountain valley, the more corpses they saw, and the stronger the smell of blood was. Along the way, Gu Fei estimated that he had already seen over 1,000 corpses. These corpses all had a large hole in their skulls. Their essence and spiritual energy had been sucked dry, turning them into desiccated corpses. These corpses didn't have the slightest trace of essence energy. Could there be a mysterious life form living in this mountain valley? The mountain valley was filled with jagged rocks, and there were very few trees. But there were many skeletons scattered on the ground, and there were even more new corpses on top of them. How is this a trial? This is practically suicide. Yang Zhan was incomparably alarmed. He didn't dare stray too far from Gu Fei. His intuition told him that this mountain valley was filled with unknown dangers. But he couldn't figure out why these people had died here. Hadn't they been thrown into the various regions of this trial? Gu Fei didn't know what was going on. At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly raised his head and looked up into the sky. He saw something falling rapidly from the sky. That is, Gu Fei's pupils shrank. It was a corpse. To be exact, it was the corpse of a young cultivator who had just died. However, this corpse was not a dried corpse. A dull sound came from the depths of the valley, and the corpse fell directly into the depths of the valley. Gu Fei vaguely saw a black shadow disappear into the horizon. Even with his cultivation, he couldn't see what it was, which surprised him. Even Gu Fei couldn't clearly see what that thing in the sky was. Yang Zhan, a mortal who wasn't even an immortal, couldn't even see that thing in the sky. Yang Zhan didn't sense the existence of that mysterious thing in the sky at all. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He just paused for a moment before continuing forward. There were more and more corpses on the ground, which made him feel incredulous. Could it be that in the 3rd trial, there was a mysterious life form that specifically hunted and killed the young cultivators who were participating in the trial? No one could answer Gu Fei. After turning a corner, Gu Fei and Yang Zhan were shocked by the scene that appeared in front of them. There was a huge nest in front of them. It was a nest made entirely out of bones. The nest was thousands of zhang tall, and was shaped like a bird's nest. However, this bird's nest was made out of bones. What kind of thing is this nest? Yang Zhan was dumbfounded, his voice trembling. This was his first time seeing such a shocking thing. A nest made of bones that was 1,000 meters tall. Even if he told others, no one would believe him. At this time, the nest was surrounded by dried corpses. There were at least tens of thousands of them. Seeing this scene, even Gu Fei couldn't help being shocked. It had to be known that there were only 10 to 20,000 young cultivators who entered the third trial. Could it be that all the young cultivators who entered the third trial had been annihilated? Gu Fei sighed. He didn't think that the insect's trial would be so cruel. It was much crueler than he had imagined. These young cultivators were the elites of the human race. Many of them definitely had the potential to become immortals, but now they had all died in this trial. At this time, there was a sudden air-piercing sound in the sky. A black shadow directly swooped down from the sky, trying to grab Gu Fei and Yang Zhan. "Brother Gu, be careful," Yang Zhan exclaimed. Swish! An incomparably sharp sword light suddenly rushed out from Gu Fei's body. The sword light flashed through the sky, and the mysterious life form that swooped down from the sky was actually cleaved in half. The mysterious life form's corpse fell to the ground, and a nauseating stench filled the air. Gu Fei looked and saw that the mysterious life form that was cleaved in half by his sword was actually something similar to a rotten corpse, but it had bone wings on its back. Dead soul. Yang Zhan was shocked. "You've seen a dead soul before." Gu Fei was a little surprised. One had to know that Yang Zhan wasn't an immortal and was just a mortal. As a mortal, if he were to encounter a dead soul, it would definitely be a dead end. If Yang Zhan had seen a dead soul before, he might still be alive. "I haven't seen it before, but I've heard of it before." Yang Zhan looked at the corpse of the dead soul nervously. Could this bone nest be a nest of dead souls? At this time, a tentacle silently extended out from the bone nest and pierced at the top of Gu Fei's head with extreme speed. Swish! With a thought, another sword light rushed out from Gu Fei's body. The sword light flashed, and that tentacle fell from the sky. In the next moment, an ear-piercing sound came from the bone nest. This sound was like something rubbing against each other, and it was a bone-chilling sound. After that, the entire bone nest shook. At the same time, black shadows flew over from all directions, enveloping the entire valley. Those were countless terrifying dead souls with bone wings, malevolent faces, and a rotten stench. Seeing this scene, Yang Zhan was dumbfounded. "I'm dead for sure this time. Why didn't I leave just now?" Yang Zhan was filled with regret. Now, he couldn't even leave even if he wanted to. At this time, under Gu Fei's gaze, a huge monster was crawling out of the bone nest. It was a monster covered in tentacles. An extremely powerful death chi spread out from its body. How can I live like this? Gu Fei found it hard to believe that there was actually an extremely powerful dead soul in this valley. The cultivation base of this dead soul had probably surpassed the immortal emperor realm. No wonder those cultivators who participated in the entrance trial were hunted down. The tentacle monster let out a cry towards the countless dead souls in the sky. Then, the densely packed dead souls in the sky pounced towards Gu Fei and Yang Zhan. The undead spirits blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they swooped down. This scene caused Yang Zhan to be dumbfounded. With so many undead spirits attacking together, it was likely that they would lose their lives here. Just when Yang Zhan thought that it was over, Gu Fei made his move. Rays of extremely sharp sword light rushed out from his body. Wherever the sword light passed, the dead souls fell from the sky. Very quickly, the ground was filled with the corpses of the dead souls. Yang Zhan didn't think that Gu Fei would be this powerful. He was actually able to block the attack of countless dead souls by himself. Swish! One of the tentacles suddenly stabbed towards Yang Zhan, its speed reaching the extreme. Yang Zhan was startled and hastily dodged to the side. The tentacle also retracted. 9 heaven-punishing swords. Without hesitation, Gu Fei displayed this ultimate killing technique. In the next moment, a terrifying killing intent spread out from his body. Even Yang Zhan, who was beside him, felt as though he had fallen into an ice cave. The 9 immortal sword lights burst out with a strong killing power and obliterated upwards. Countless dead spirits fell from the sky like dumplings. This was an incomparably crazy scene. Very quickly, the dead souls in the sky were all killed by Gu Fei. The ground was covered with a thick layer of dead souls' corpses. That tentacle monster's countless tentacles wrapped towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei still used the punishing Heaven 9 swords, and that tentacle monster was instantly killed. It seemed like something big was happening in the third trial. This made the higher-ups of Tian Sec's courtyard feel uneasy. The stone door was already closed, and they couldn't enter the third trial. After Gu Fei killed the tentacle monster, he jumped onto the bone nest. He saw that the bone nest was filled with corpses, human corpses. Several small tentacle monsters were devouring the flesh and bones of these corpses. He waved his right hand, and several sword lights immediately rushed out from his hand, killing the few small tentacle monsters in the bone nest. That is, Gu Fei's gaze was suddenly attracted by something in the bone nest. It was a bead. To be precise, it was a bead that gathered endless death chi. What is this? Gu Fei waved his right hand, and the bead in the bone nest flew up and fell into his hand. He carefully observed this bead, and finally came to a conclusion. This bead was definitely worthy of being called the Death God's bead. This Death God's bead was only the size of an adult's thumb, but the death chi contained within it was absolutely massive. Once this death chi exploded, all life within a radius of tens of thousands of miles would be cut off. This is a good item. It's most suitable for swindling people. Gu Fei carefully kept this Death God's bead. Such an item would definitely come in handy in the future. Just as Gu Fei took the Death God's bead, Yang Zhan, who was under the bone nest, suddenly exclaimed. Gu Fei quickly turned around and was delighted to see that Yang Zhan was actually being chased by a small tentacle monster. Chapter 3683. In a valley in the third trial of Tian Sec's side courtyard, Gu Fei displayed his prowess and directly killed countless dead spirits. He even killed the Lord of Dead Spirits in the bone nest. Although the undead spirit lord was powerful, it was nothing in front of Gu Fei. There were actually a few smaller undead spirit lords in the undead spirit lord's bone nest, which surprised Gu Fei. They should be the undead spirit lord's clones. Gu Fei naturally wouldn't let the undead spirit lord's clones go, so he killed them with a single slash. However, one of the undead spirit lord's clones had left the bone nest at some point and was chasing after Yang Zhan. After the undead spirit lord was killed by Gu Fei, the power of its clones would be greatly reduced. However, this wasn't something Yang Zhan could deal with. The tentacle monster pounced on Yang Zhan, then directly bit at him. I'm dead. Yang Zhan thought that it was impossible for him to escape. He closed his eyes and waited for death. But at this critical moment, a sword light flashed through the air. The tentacle monster on Yang Zhan's body was immediately split in half, and a putrid stench of blood splattered all over Yang Zhan. Yang Zhan was both surprised and delighted to have escaped death, and hastily crawled up from the ground. Many thanks for saving my life, Brother Gu. Yang Zhan cupped his hands to Gu Fei. It's just a small matter. Gu Fei waved his hand. It might be a small matter to Brother Gu, but to this little brother, it's my life. Yang Zhan hastily said. Gu Fei smiled non-committally and didn't say anything. Let's go. Gu Fei put away the death god's pearl and walked out of the valley. This place had already become hell, and there were dead spirit corpses everywhere in the depths of the valley. The entire valley was shrouded in an aura of death. Being able to obtain the death god's pearl was a pleasant surprise for Gu Fei. Entering this valley and killing all the undead spirits wasn't in vain. However, just as Gu Fei and Yang Zhan came out of the valley, they were blocked by a group of people outside the valley entrance. This group of people came with ill intentions. Hand over everything on you and scram. The leader of the group was a tall, muscular cultivator who looked even stronger than an ox. He shouted at Gu Fei with a dozen of his men following behind him. Gu Fei laughed. These guys actually dared to rob him. You bastards, get lost! Yang Zhan walked up from behind Gu Fei, sweeping his eyes over the crowd before finally resting his gaze on the burly man. Ha! This fellow actually told us to scram? Then should we scram or not? When the leader of the group heard Yang Zhan's words, he laughed without restraint. He didn't put these two guys in his eyes at all. Yang Zhan wasn't even a Xiantian realm cultivator, and this brat didn't have a Xiantian realm cultivation either. The muscular man in the lead was very confident. How could these two brats be a match for him? When a Xiantian cultivator fought against a Hotian cultivator, it was simply a crushing defeat. You dare to tell us to scram? You're courting death. A tall and skinny fellow jumped out from behind the muscular man. He was holding a long saber in his hand. This long saber was actually a spirit tool. I originally wanted to spare your lives, but you really don't know any better. There's no other way. I can only kill you. The muscular man in the lead shook his head and sighed. Who the hell do you think you are? You actually dare to act pretentious in front of our brother Gu? Yang Zhan angrily said. These fellows simply didn't know how powerful brother Gu was. If they did, they would have long since pissed their pants in terror and begged for mercy. This fellow is the most loathsome. Kill him first, then kill that brat. The muscular man directly ordered his men behind him. Yes, boss. The dozen young cultivators behind the muscular man immediately raised their weapons and surrounded Gu Fei and Yang Zhan. I'll give you one more chance. Hurry up and scram, otherwise I don't mind killing you. Gu Fei placed his hands behind his back and calmly looked at the young cultivators surrounding him. Ha ha! When the muscular man and his men heard Gu Fei's words, they all burst into laughter. It was as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. This little brat didn't even have a Xiantian cultivation, yet he dared to speak such arrogant words. He was simply overestimating himself. Hurry up and scram. Our brother Gu's words are absolute. If he says he will kill you, then he will definitely kill you. Yang Zhan shouted at the muscular man and his men. I'm so scared. The muscular man pretended to be afraid and said, We are also very scared. Come and kill us. Ha ha. The muscular man's men also began to mock and ridicule Yang Zhan. Sigh. Yang Zhan helplessly shook his head and retreated to the side. Go and kill them. The muscular man in the lead roared and pounced towards Gu Fei. The copper hammer in his hand directly smashed down on Gu Fei's head. The other young cultivators also attacked. Some attacked Gu Fei, some attacked Yang Zhan. They only had one goal, and that was to kill them. However, a scene that scared them out of their wits appeared. They saw Gu Fei wave his right sleeve. All the young cultivators attacking him, including the muscular man in the lead, were also sent flying by the power that erupted from Gu Fei's sleeve. How is this possible? The group of bandits were all dumbfounded. The other party had just waved his sleeve, and they were all annihilated. At this time, the muscular man in the lead finally realized that he had kicked an iron plate. He had misjudged this black-robed youth to be so powerful. all of them vomited blood and fell to the ground, unable to stand up. Can't even withstand a single blow. Gu Fei clasped his hands behind his back and looked down at these fellows. "Senior, please spare us." At this time, the fiendish leader hurriedly begged Gu Fei for mercy. "Didn't you just say that you wanted to kill me? Come, I will stand here and let you chop me." Gu Fei calmly looked at the muscular man in the lead. No. Senior, please let this lowly one go." The muscular man in the lead begged. "I told you to scram, but you refused. Now you want to scram? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world." Yang Zhan disdainfully looked at the muscular man in the lead. "Senior, just treat it as a fart and let this lowly one go." The muscular man in the lead ignored Yang Zhan and bitterly begged Gu Fei, hoping that Gu Fei would let him go. However, how could Gu Fei let them go? So much nonsense. Gu Fei waved his right hand, and a sword light shot out, directly killing the muscular man in the lead. The sword light then made a turn in the air and killed another young cultivator. The remaining young cultivators were scared silly by this scene. This guy actually dared to kill them. Run! The remaining young cultivators only had one thought in their minds, and that was to run. The young cultivators immediately scattered and ran for their lives. However, Gu Fei's sword light quickly moved through the air and killed all of the fleeing young cultivators. "I've given you everything on them," Gu Fei said to Yang Zhan at the side. Really give it all to me." Yang Zhan didn't expect Gu Fei to not want any spoils of war. Didn't that mean he had struck it rich? He hastily thanked Gu Fei and charged over to search the muscular man in the lead. He was the leader of this group, so he naturally had many good things on him. Yang Zhan's guess was correct. He really did find quite a few good things on him, including weapons and medicinal pills. "Haha, I'm so happy." Yang Zhan roared with laughter. Gu Fei couldn't help shaking his head as he watched from the side. He simply watched as Yang Zhan searched through the corpses of these people one by one. These were all things mortals could use. There wasn't even a single immortal item. How miserable were the humans in the primogenitor world. An hour later, Yang Zhan had taken out all the good stuff from the corpses of those people. To Yang Zhan, he had really struck it rich. From these people, he actually found 3 spiritual weapons, more than 10 ordinary weapons, and some pills. "Let's go." Gu Fei saw Yang Zhan put away the spoils of war and walked towards the opposite mountain ridge. Yang Zhan naturally followed closely behind Gu Fei. Only by following Gu Fei would he have meat to eat. Wang Long and Ling Feng were really stupid. Right after Gu Fei and Yang Zhan left, 2 figures suddenly descended from the sky and landed on the ground. Who killed them? One of the 2 was a handsome youth with a frown. How would I know? The other one was a dark-skinned black man. He said in a bad mood, "This person should be a sword cultivator." They were killed by a sword. The black man's expression was solemn as he looked at the sword mark on the neck of one of the corpses. That unlucky fellow's neck had almost been severed. Someone had actually started a massacre here. This was something no one wanted to see. The 2 of them walked into the valley. Soon, cries of alarm rang out from within the valley. In the next moment, 2 figures rushed out of the valley as if they were fleeing. The 2 of them seemed to have been scared out of their wits. They didn't even look back as they fled in panic. At this time, Gu Fei and Yang Zhan were walking towards a place outside the mountain ridge. Gu Fei sensed that a place was flourishing with people. That was the aura of mortals. It looked like a large number of humans had gathered there. What were they doing there? Soon, Gu Fei and Yang Zhan walked out of the mountain ridge. The place where people gathered outside the mountain ridge was actually a city a city that had existed for God knows how long. Seeing this city, even Gu Fei was surprised. It had to be known that this was just a training ground for Ing Tian Sec's side courtyard. Could it be that there were people living here for a long time? No one could answer Gu Fei, and Yang Zhan, looking at the humans entering and exiting the city, Gu Fei and Yang Zhan's expressions changed. What's going on here? Chapter 3684. Were Ing Tianzong's methods really so heaven-defying? There was actually a city in this trial world where people were cultivating, let alone Yang Zhan. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but feel moved. It had to be known that if this was a broken world, there would be no benefits for cultivators to cultivate here, because such a world didn't have a complete grand Tao. It was impossible to become a true expert by cultivating in such a place. Since ancient times, extreme Tao Supremes had always been born from a perfect world. For a broken world to give birth to an immortal God was already a miracle. Could it be that this place is actually a perfect world? Gu Fei muttered to himself. Brother Gu, what's a perfect world? Yang Zhan was baffled. You wouldn't understand, even if I told you. Gu Fei shook his head. Yang Zhan wasn't even an immortal god. He was just a mortal. How could he know the mysteries of this world? Yang Zhan wanted to ask more, but he held back in the end. At this time, Gu Fei was already walking toward the ancient city. Yang Zhan hastily chased after him. The city wasn't very big, but it wasn't small either. When they got closer, Gu Fei and the others found that this city could only hold a few tens of thousands of people. The city walls were very tall, almost 300 meters. At this time, the ancient city was absolutely packed with people. People were constantly rushing towards the ancient city from all directions. Outside the ancient city gate, there was a long queue to enter the city. Some of them were actually the young cultivators who had entered this world to undergo trials. But at this time, whether they were newcomers or natives, they were all in a hurry to enter the city. This baffled Gu Fei and Yang Zhan. What's going on with these people? Yang Zhan walked forward and asked a dark-skinned middle-aged man. Senior, why are you in such a hurry to enter the city? What, you don't know? The hunter-like middle-aged man looked at Yang Zhan as if he was looking at a monster. Should I know? Yang Zhan was startled. Are you also outsiders? The middle-aged man suddenly thought of something, and his expression became unsightly. It seemed he didn't like outsiders. The beast wave is coming. Enter the city if you want to live, the middle-aged man said impatiently. Then he ignored Yang Zhan and hurried to line up to enter the city. Beast wave. Yang Zhan's expression immediately changed. A beast tide had erupted in this place. No one knew better than Yang Zhan how terrifying the beast tide was, because he had experienced it himself. Countless savage beasts swept across the mountain ridges like a tide, ruthlessly destroying everything in their path. Brother Gu, let's hurry up and queue up to enter the city. A beast tide has broken out in this place. Yang Zhan quickly returned to Gu Fei's side and anxiously said to Gu Fei, Really? Gu Fei was still very calm, as if the beast tide had nothing to do with him. Of course, with Gu Fei's cultivation level, the beast tide, which seemed extremely terrifying to others, was completely ignored by him. It did not arouse his interest at all. Since everyone was in a hurry to enter the city, then he might as well go in and take a look. Gu Fei and Yang Zhan also joined the queue, but outsiders like Gu Fei and Yang Zhan were loathed by the natives of this region. Needless to say, those trial takers had definitely done many heinous things here, offending countless natives in this world. You want to enter the city without spirit herbs and spirit crystals? Scram! Suddenly, a shout came from the front. Then Gu Fei saw an old man in ragged clothes being pushed out and falling to the ground. Old man, if you want to enter the city, then bring out 0.5 kilogram of spirit crystals, or a spirit herb. Otherwise, you can just stay outside and feed the beasts. A cultivator wearing black armor and holding a spear viciously glared at the old man on the ground. "Lord Sien, please, if I don't enter the city, I definitely won't be able to live." The old man begged, but the soldiers guarding the city didn't budge. "You want to enter the city without spirit crystals and spirit herbs? Bah!" The soldier kicked the old man and walked back to the city gate while cursing. No one outside the city gate dared to say anything, let alone stand up for the old man. Because of the beast tide, if they didn't enter the ancient city to hide, they would be eaten by the beasts, and not even their bones would be left. The old man walked away in despair. "You still need to pay the entrance fee." Yang Zhan couldn't help but frown when he saw this. "Old man, come back." At this time, a young cultivator stood out and called out to the old man. The old man turned and looked suspiciously at the young cultivator. "Little brother, why did you call out to this old man?" "Come, here is 1/2 kilogram of spirit crystals. Take it and enter the city." The young cultivator stuffed a small bag into the old man's hands. "Little brother, the old man looked at the young cultivator in disbelief. "Take it, I still have more, don't worry." The young cultivator said. The old man hesitated for a while, but in the end, he still took the bag with 1/2 kilogram of spirit crystals. "Little brother, what's your name? This old man will forever be indebted to you. If there's a chance, this old man will definitely repay you." The old man was so excited that his body was trembling. "This guy is stupid. He actually gave that old man 1/2 kilogram of spirit crystals. 1/2 kilogram of spirit crystals, that should be enough to exchange for a basic cultivation technique. This guy's head must have been kicked by a donkey." The crowd discussed among themselves. Gu Fei looked at the young cultivator and couldn't help but nod. There weren't many good people like this in the entire cultivation world. "Old man, my name is Feng Liang. I don't need to thank you." The young man smiled and continued to line up. "A good man," the old man said with a trembling voice. At this time, the line kept moving forward, and not long after, Yang Zhan and Gu Fei arrived at the city gate. Someone had set up a checkpoint at the city gate, and there were a dozen or so soldiers in black armor standing guard there, collecting entrance fees from the people passing by. 1/2 kilogram of spirit crystals, or a spiritual herb. Just as they reached the city gate, Yang Zhan was stopped by a soldier. "We still need spirit crystals and spiritual herbs to enter the city." Yang Zhan glared at the soldier and said angrily, "Brat, are you trying to cause trouble?" The dozen soldiers immediately brandished their spears and surrounded Yang Zhan. The leader of the soldiers glared at Yang Zhan with a cold expression and said fiercely, "This daddy wants to cause trouble. So what?" Yang Zhan originally wanted to retreat, but when he thought about how powerful Gu Fei was, his courage immediately grew. "Damn, this daddy has Gu Fei backing me up. Why should I be afraid of these trash?" The soldiers guarding the city gate were just some ordinary cultivators, and only the leader of the soldiers was a true expert. Even so, he wasn't that strong, and his cultivation was slightly lower than Yang Zhan's. Chapter 3685. Yang Zhan was very displeased that he had to pay a fee to enter the city, especially when the guards had lower cultivation than him, yet they dared to charge him a fee. Yang Zhan's cultivation had already reached the peak of the postliminary realm and was only one step away from the Xiantian realm. Experts all had a bit of arrogance, and Yang Zhan was no exception. It would have been fine if the guard had a higher cultivation than him, but the problem was that this guy's cultivation was lower than his. "Brat, you must be tired of living to cause trouble in Cloudy Sky City." At the checkpoint in front of the city gate, the leading general roared at Yang Zhan with a fiendish expression. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, the people lining up to enter the city dispersed and hid far away. These guards weren't easy to deal with. In the eyes of ordinary people, Any guards with a bit of cultivation were called immortals. Offending these immortals meant that there was no need to enter the city. One had to know that the Lord of Cloudy Sky City was a great cultivator, a supreme existence on the verge of becoming an immortal. It was precisely because the Lord of Cloudy Sky City was the strongest existence in the mountain range that these guards were so arrogant and didn't put cultivators like Yang Zhan in their eyes. "I'm tired of living. What can you do to me?" Yang Zhan had Gu Fei's support, so he didn't fear anyone. Could there be someone even more powerful and terrifying than the Lord of Dead Spirits in the valley? When Gu Fei killed the Lord of Dead Spirits, Yang Zhan realized that he had underestimated Gu Fei. This Gu Fei wasn't just a void-resisting expert that surpassed the Xiantian realm. This Gu Fei's cultivation was probably infinitely close to the immortal realm. In the eyes of mortals, such an existence was a supreme expert. Unless an immortal intervened, Gu Fei was already invincible in the mortal world. However, Yang Zhan didn't know that Gu Fei wasn't invincible in the mortal world. If he knew that Gu Fei was a quasi-supreme who was countless times stronger than immortals, he would probably piss his pants. Kill this guy." The general's face darkened as he roared at Yang Zhan. "Hee, brat, you actually dare to cause trouble in Cloud Sky City. You have guts, but you deserve to die. Ha ha." One of the fighters laughed out loud in an insolent manner. Ha ha. The other warriors also laughed out loud. "What are you talking about? Hurry up and get rid of this fellow." The general was a little impatient. "Ha ha, yes, boss." The dozen or so combat soldiers didn't put Yang Zhan in their eyes at all and immediately surrounded him. Ha ha. When Yang Zhan saw the soldiers surrounding him, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. This fellow has probably lost his mind. How pitiful. Such a handsome young man has actually become a fool. The people in the distance were all pointing at Yang Zhan. "Kill." The dozen or so warriors roared in unison, thrusting their spears towards Yang Zhan. Yang Zhan glanced at Gu Fei, who had retreated to the side. Seeing that Gu Fei didn't say anything, Yang Zhan knew what he had to do. This was tacit permission for him to go all out and kill. Roar. Yang Zhan roared and immediately pulled out the spirit sword on his body. With a flash of sword light, the dozen or so spears that were thrusting towards him were all cut in half. What? The dozen or so combat soldiers were startled and hastily retreated. However, it was too late. Yang Zhan's figure flashed, and the spirit sword in his hand turned into a ray of sword light that flashed through the air. 3 combat soldiers in front of him were actually cleaved into 2 at the waist, dying miserably on the spot. "How dare you?" The general leapt up and pounced towards Yang Zhan like a divine eagle. His right hand reached out and grabbed at Yang Zhan's head like a divine eagle hunting its prey. This was a battle technique passed down by the Cloud Sky City Lord. It was called the Heavenly Eagle 13 Strikes. It had 13 variations, and each move was fatal. If a normal cultivator was grabbed by the general, they would definitely die. "Humph," Yang Zhan sneered, and the sword in his hand slashed at the general's right hand. A chilling sword chi pervaded the air, and the surrounding temperature dropped. Clang! Yang Zhan's spirit sword directly slashed at the general's right hand, but a metallic sound rang out. This sword actually didn't cut off Yang Zhan's palm. Although Yang Zhan's sword didn't cut off the general's right hand, it still shook the general's right hand. The general was, after all, a powerful Hotian realm cultivator. In an instant, he changed his attack, and his left hand directly slashed at Yang Zhan's throat at an extremely fast speed. Yang Zhan's body moved to the side, and the spirit sword in his hand was like a spirit snake as it slashed towards the general. The general was wearing a pair of metal gloves on his hands, and they were actually able to ignore the slashes of Yang Zhan's spirit sword. One could be sure that these metal gloves were also spirit weapons. The two great experts began to fight at the city gate. Sword Chi instantly swept across the city gate, and the shadows of claws flashed. For a moment, it was hard to tell who was going to win. The spectators were indescribably shocked. They couldn't believe that this young man was actually fighting with the general of Cloud Sky City. Who the hell is this guy? He actually dares to cause trouble in Cloud Sky City? Someone said in shock. Look at his clothes. He should be one of those outsiders. Someone recognized Yang Zhan's identity. To the natives of this training ground, outsiders were synonymous with evil. Every 10 years, these people would suddenly appear, and 10 days later, they would suddenly disappear again. No one knew where they came from. However, these outsiders caused great damage to the training ground, and to the natives, it was definitely a disaster. This time, these outsiders had appeared again, and the natives of the training ground naturally didn't like them. Fortunately, these guys would leave after 10 days. Those outsiders are really annoying. Someone said in a very displeased manner. Gu Fei coldly watched and listened to all of this, but he didn't say anything. At this time, a miserable shriek rang out. The general had actually been slashed by Yang Zhan's sword. This scene caused everyone to be dumbfounded, and they were extremely shocked. Yang Zhan took off the metal gloves of the general. These were good stuff, spirit weapon gloves that could withstand the slashes of spirit weapons. He hurriedly wore the gloves, and then took out a bag from the general's waist. When he opened the bag, he immediately smiled. "Brother Gu, look." Yang Zhan hurriedly walked in front of Gu Fei, wanting to hand the bag to Gu Fei. "Keep it." Gu Fei naturally didn't care for these things. "Roar! Who dares to kill my people in my Cloud Sky City? Come and die." At this time, an angry roar came from Cloud Sky City. Although the voice wasn't loud, it caused everyone's ears to ring. Everyone was shocked. "Is Cloud Sky City Lord coming out?" Someone exclaimed. "Those two guys are going to be unlucky." Chapter 3686. Yang Zhan had never been as awe-inspiring as he was today. He had single-handedly beaten the guards of Heavenly Cloud City until they pissed their pants, and even killed their leader. He was extremely excited. This was something Yang Zhan wouldn't even have dared to think about in the past. Because he had Gu Fei's support, Yang Zhan had no qualms about killing them. He didn't need to think about the trouble he would get into if he killed them. Yang Zhan felt that he had been too obedient in the past. He didn't dare to do anything, and always had some misgivings. But things were different now. Yang Zhan felt that perhaps the current him was his true self. However, Yang Zhan was only happy for a moment. In the next moment, he felt as if he had fallen into an icy cavern as a powerful divine sense enveloped him. At the same time, a roar that made even Yang Zhan's soul tremble came from Heavenly Cloud City. Everyone's ears were buzzing from the sound waves. Everyone was shocked. At this time, many people already knew who was going to make a move. Is it the city lord? Some outsiders who had come here to train looked towards the depths of Heavenly Cloud City in fear. A figure slowly walked over from afar. With every step he took, he would instantly disappear. When this figure reappeared, he was already in front of Yang Zhan, looking down at the ant before him. Yang Zhan felt extremely disgusted at the sight of this figure. He wanted nothing more than to punch this guy. "You're the one who killed my men." The man stared at Yang Zhan with disdain in his eyes. A powerful, immortal aura erupted from his body, pressuring Yang Zhan so much that he could hardly breathe. "So what if I am?" Yang Zhan couldn't admit defeat. He gritted his teeth and stared at the figure. "If you are, I'll bury you with me." That person sneered at Yang Zhan. "It really is the city lord." Someone couldn't help but exclaim when they saw that figure. The city lord of Heavenly Cloud City is personally taking action. Am I seeing things? Someone exclaimed. TCH, you think you're qualified to kill me? You can kill me. Yang Zhan had a look of disdain on his face as he stared coldly at the expert standing in the air. This fellow was actually an immortal god. How could this be possible? Although Yang Zhan had a look of disdain on his face, he was shocked to the extreme in his heart. He just didn't show it. I'm not qualified. Ha ha. The white-robed middle-aged man laughed, as if he had heard the funniest thing in the world. You outsiders are truly lawless. Die. After saying that, the white-clad, middle-aged man unleashed a palm strike at Yang Zhan. His palm instantly enveloped the entire sky. Yang Zhan felt his vision darken, as if he had suddenly entered an incomparably dark void. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. What? Yang Zhan's shock was no small matter. In front of this person, he didn't even have the ability to fight back. He could only wait for death in despair. Bam! With a muffled sound, Yang Zhan felt the space around him suddenly tremble. Then, the entire world suddenly brightened, and the world reappeared. The white-robed, middle-aged man's body swayed, and he actually took a step back. Who are you? The Cloud Sky City Lord looked at Gu Fei and coldly asked, I am the lawless outsider that you speak of. Gu Fei shrugged and said, You. The middle-aged man was both shocked and angry. This inconspicuous black-robed youth was actually a great expert. Could it be that he was mistaken just now? What you? Do you believe that our brother Fei will kill you with one slap? Yang Zhan quickly rushed to Gu Fei's side and raised his middle finger at the Cloud Sky City Lord. Gu Fei calmly looked at the Cloud Sky City Lord with his hands behind his back. How is this possible? Everyone watching from afar was indescribably shocked. That was the high and mighty Cloud Sky City Lord. It was unbelievable that someone dared to challenge him. Who is that? How dare he challenge the Cloud Sky City Lord? The outsiders who entered this trial were very puzzled. One should know that the Cloud Sky City Lord was an immortal. They were no match for him. Unless the immortals from Tian sect came, they would not be able to defeat the Cloud Sky City Lord. Rumble! At this time, a muffled, thunderous sound came from the Cloud Sky mountain range in the distance. Dust rose into the sky from the mountain range. The beast wave is here. Everyone panicked. The terror of the beast wave had already been imprinted in everyone's heart. At this time, everyone outside the city was fighting to be the first to rush towards the city gate. The soldiers guarding the city gates were simply unable to hold back the tide of people surging towards the city gates, especially when a considerable number of them were cultivators. The outsiders were even more powerful. They directly knocked over the soldiers guarding the gate and charged into the city. At this time, the Cloud Sky City Lord only had eyes for Gu Fei. He did not care about anyone else because he could feel an extremely dangerous aura from Gu Fei. Get out of the way. I want to enter the city. Someone roared and attacked, sending the people in front of him flying. Then he charged into the city. In a short period of time, the 4 city gates of Cloud Sky City were in chaos. Even a few soldiers guarding the gate were killed. Of course, only outsiders would dare to kill the soldiers guarding the gate. The natives did not dare to kill the soldiers. After all, if they offended the Cloud Sky City Lord, the natives would not have a good ending. At this time, the muffled, thunderous sound was quickly approaching. Dust swept out from the mountain range. Among the dust, countless wild beasts charged out. The gigantic figures were running, their iron hooves stomping on the ground, creating an extremely shocking sound that was like muffled thunder. That is, those who had yet to enter the city were all stunned when they saw this scene. They saw that the beasts that rushed out from the smoke and dust were actually bulls with black scales on their bodies. This was a type of wild beast from the Cloud Sky mountain range. It was called the armored bull. Its brute force was so strong that it could directly ram an ordinary cultivator to death. Most importantly, the armored bull was a wild beast that lived in groups. Usually, thousands or even tens of thousands of armored bull would move together. Even Sciention experts would have to retreat if they encountered thousands or tens of thousands of armored bulls. Quick, enter the city. The natives and outsiders outside the city were about to go crazy as they all rushed to the city gates. However, there were still some unlucky fellows that were caught by the iron-armored bulls in the end, and then they were trampled into mush and lost their lives just like that. Roar! A furious roar rang out from the cultivators outside the city. Next, a young cultivator charged towards the charging ironclad barbaric bulls. The barbaric bull in the lead was smashed into a mist of blood by the young cultivator, its flesh and blood splattering about. An external expert, Yang Zhan, couldn't help being startled by this scene. That youth was actually an expert who cultivated external arts. Such an existence's physical body was powerful to the extreme. When external cultivation reached the peak, one could also cultivate inner qi. This was the method of going from the outside to the inside. However, it was very difficult to cultivate external cultivation, but there were always people who cultivated external cultivation in every era. This young man might be from the Qin clan. The Qin clan outside the primogenitor mountain range was a clan that cultivated external cultivation. There were even people in this clan who had cultivated an indestructible golden body and could compete with immortals and gods. Of course, an indestructible golden body was a joke to a sect like the Yingtian sect. Qin Yu was a genius of the Qin clan. At a young age, he had cultivated the Nine Heavens tyrant body art to the earth grade. His physical body was extremely powerful and could contend with spirit items. Qin Yu directly charged into the beast tide, but he was quickly drowned by the beast tide. What a pity! Someone sighed. There was only one outcome for being drowned by the beast tide: death. Rumble! At this time, the city gates were closing. Don't! Let me in! The people outside the city gates were crazily roaring and charging, but at this time, a large number of battle soldiers appeared in the city and began to attack the people blocking the city gates. Many people were mercilessly stabbed to death outside the city gates. It had to be known that if those beasts charged into the city, everyone would die. Tragic scenes were playing out at all four gates. At this time, even the natives were going crazy. They wanted to charge into the city, but they were mercilessly abandoned. This was the cruel reality. In the end, the East Gate was the first to close, followed by the West Gate, and then the South Gate. Now, only the North Gate was still open, but the beast tide had already arrived. Those who hadn't entered the city, whether they were natives or outsiders, were all drowned by the countless beasts. Only a small number of people soared into the sky and escaped the beast tide. But there were very few of them. It had to be known that only those who had surpassed the Sciention realm could fly in the sky. Qin Yu was a void controlling expert, but at this time, he had already disappeared in the beast tide. It was definitely not an easy task for him to survive. Buzz! The sound of a sword rang out. A sword expert was attacking. Rays of sword light fell from the sky like divine rainbows, killing dozens of iron-armored bulls. This sword cultivator was actually a woman in white. She became one with her sword and directly charged into the city. The city walls were hundreds of meters tall and extremely sturdy. It was enough to block the countless beasts on the ground. But not only were there beasts on the ground, but there were also beasts in the sky. Huge black shadows rushed down from the clouds and fiercely swooped down towards the city. Those were ferocious birds called wyverns. These wyverns directly rushed into the city, grabbed the people in the city, and swallowed them in one gulp. Release. Just at this moment, an angry roar sounded out, and then a concentrated sound of something tearing through the air came from all over the cloud heaven city. A layer of black arrow rain shot up into the sky from the cloud heaven city, shooting towards the wyvern beast that was swooping down from the sky. Chapter 36:87. The beast tide had finally arrived. There were simply too many beasts in the cloudy sky mountain range. They surged towards the cloudy sky city like a tidal wave, and a terrifying and ferocious aura enveloped the entire area. Countless people in the cloudy sky city were trembling in fear. Once the beast tide surged into the city, everyone in the city would become food for the countless beasts. One should know that everything in the path of the beast tide would be destroyed. The cloudy sky city was an ancient city. The hundreds of feet tall city walls blocked the countless beasts that surged in like a tidal wave. From time to time, loud crashing sounds could be heard from outside the city. There were beasts attacking the city walls. Hearing these sounds, the countless people squeezed into the city were scared out of their wits. Everyone in the city was praying for the beast tide to end quickly. The entire cloudy sky city was shaking, and the roars of the beasts were earth-shattering. It was extremely terrifying. The east, west, and south gates of the cloudy sky city were all closed. Those who had not entered the city in time, whether they were aboriginals or outsiders participating in the trial, were torn to shreds by the endless beast tide. Even a few innate experts had died. Only those who had surpassed the innate realm of the void-controlling realm could escape this calamity. At this moment, only the north gate was still open. An extremely powerful, immortal aura spread out from the north gate, shaking the entire sky. At this moment, everyone outside the gate had escaped into the city, but the gate was still wide open. Inside the gate were all nervous and terrified soldiers. These soldiers were in formation, holding shields and spears. The shields were in front of them, and the spears in their hands were pointed outside the gate. However, the beasts outside the gate did not dare to rush in. The immortal aura that burst out from the cloudy sky city lord was indeed shocking. Even the wild beasts were stunned by it. At this moment, the wyverns in the sky dived towards the cloudy sky city without any regard for their lives. Following a series of angry roars, countless arrows rained down from the sky. The wyverns that swooped down from the sky immediately fell like dumplings. Some unlucky fellows were smashed by the corpses of the wyverns falling from the sky and died immediately. Roar. At this moment, the roar of a beast came from the cloud sky mountain range. Hearing this roar, countless wild beasts immediately became excited. As if they had been injected with chicken blood, they madly rushed towards Cloud Sky City. The beast tide in the Cloud Sky mountain range didn't happen often, but there were many reasons for it to happen. However, every time a beast tide occurred, the human race in the area around Cloud Sky City would be in big trouble. Many people died in every beast tide. At this moment, the black-robed young man who was confronting the city lord of Cloud Sky City stood quietly on the ground. Countless savage beasts did not dare to come within 3 zhang of him. What happened? The cultivators on the city wall were shocked. "Are you sure you want to fight me?" With his hands behind his back, Gu Fei calmly looked at the city lord of Cloud Sky City in the sky. There was not a trace of killing intent coming from his body, but the countless wild beasts that came out of the mountains did not dare to approach him. The city lord of Cloud Sky City didn't say anything, but his fighting spirit was getting stronger and stronger. Gu Fei shook his head and smiled. "I think you should solve the crisis in front of you first." He really didn't want to fight with the city lord of Cloud Sky City. In his eyes, an immortal realm cultivator was like an ant. Would the high and mighty sky dragon care about an ant's challenge? After saying that, he directly walked towards the city. At this moment, Yang Zhan had already entered the city. He anxiously looked at the two experts who were confronting each other outside the city gate. At this moment, he saw Gu Fei start to walk towards the city gate, ignoring the challenge of the city lord of Cloud Sky City. So he's a coward. I thought there would be a good show, but it turns out that he's a coward. On the city wall, those who wanted to watch the show were disappointed. Hearing the sarcasm of the people on the city wall, Gu Fei just smiled and walked into the city gate, leaving the city lord of Cloud Sky City a lonely figure. The city lord of Cloud Sky City, looked at Gu Fei's back, and his expression changed. He wanted to attack, but he had some misgivings. In the end, he didn't do anything. His intuition told him that this black-clothed youth was very powerful. Following Gu Fei's departure, the countless savage beasts outside the northern gate began to stir. A white wolf walked out from the horde of savage beasts. It was a huge wolf, and a fiendish aura burst out from its body. The ferocious beasts around the white wolf immediately retreated to both sides. The city lord of Cloud Sky City was shocked to see this white wolf. This was a beast king of the Cloud Sky mountain range. It was extremely powerful, and even the city lord of Cloud Sky City might not be able to handle it. The beasts in the Cloud Sky mountain range were clearly divided. Half of the beasts weren't a threat. The ones that could truly threaten Cloud Sky City were the beast kings and even stronger beast kings. The beast tide didn't happen by chance. It was all caused by powerful beasts. Those beast kings and beast kings were no less intelligent than humans. Of course, even the city lord of Cloud Sky City didn't know why there was a beast tide. Roar! The white wolf howled at the sky, its voice spreading far and wide. All the beasts that heard the wolf's howl trembled. Evil creature, don't be presumptuous. The city lord of Cloud Sky City stared at the white wolf as a chilling, killing intent spread from his body. Swish! At this moment, the white wolf jumped up from the ground and turned into a white shadow as it charged towards the city lord of Cloud Sky City in the sky. Close the gate. The city lord of Cloud Sky City ordered the soldiers in the city. With a flip of his right hand, a spear immediately appeared in his hand. Rumble! The heavy gate began to close. In truth, the soldiers had long wanted to close the gate, but with the city lord of Cloud Sky City outside, who would dare to do so? Now that the city lord had ordered the gate to close, these fellows didn't dare to do so. If you want to watch a show, go up the gate tower. Gu Fei said to Yang Zhan. Brother Fei, are you going up? Yang Zhan carefully looked at Gu Fei and asked, Yes, I can go up and watch. Gu Fei nodded. Since he had nothing to do, he was only participating in this trial for fun. Yang Zhan didn't dare to leave Gu Fei's side. In his opinion, staying by Gu Fei's side was the safest. He didn't want to court death. Rumble! At this moment, a thunderous sound came from outside the city. Hurry up! Did you guys not eat? If those beasts charge in, we will all die. A general roared at the soldiers who were hurriedly closing the city gates. The soldiers were all pushing the heavy gate with all their might. Bang! A savage beast slammed into the city gate, sending more than 10 soldiers behind the city gate flying. Preposterous! The general roared in anger and stabbed with his spear, killing the beast that was ramming into the city gate. Quickly close the gate. Everyone was anxious. The consequences of letting countless beasts charge into the city was too serious. At this time, the cultivators gathered at the north gate were extremely nervous. Seeing that the gate was about to close, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, another beast hit the gate, causing it to open a little more. The soldiers behind the city gate were sent flying again, smashing into the crowd. Countless savage beasts rammed into the city gates, and the city gates were smashed open. Dozens of armored barbaric bulls charged in like a black flood. It's over. Everyone at the north gate was in despair. Brother Fei, look. Yang Zhan was also anxious. He wasn't Gu Fei. If those beasts caught up to him, he would definitely die. The hooves of the iron-armored bulls stomped on the ground, creating holes in the hard green bricks. If a person was trampled by these hooves, they would definitely die. Get out of here. At this time, countless soldiers charged forward, wanting to kill all the beasts that had charged in. A few generals bellowed in rage as over 1,000 soldiers formed a battle formation and charged forward. The armored barbaric bulls were all sent flying by the momentum of their charge. This was the combined power of 1,000 soldiers. This kind of attack was definitely incomparably terrifying. The dozens of armored barbaric bulls that had charged into the city gates were all taken care of by the 1,000 warriors. The 1,000 warriors blocked the city gates, but right at this moment, a terrifying roar sounded from the outside. In the next instant, an iron-armored bull king that was twice the size of an ordinary iron-armored bull charged in. Boom! The iron-armored bull king smashed into the formation of soldiers, and in the next instant, dozens of soldiers were sent flying, their spears and shields flying out of their hands. The armored barbaric ox king had actually charged directly into the battle formation, and it was rampaging through it, causing the 1,000-man battle formation to fall into disarray. What? Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. They had thought they could escape this calamity, but now an iron-armored bull king had suddenly appeared. How were they supposed to survive this? The iron-armored bull king was a beast king. Even Xiantian experts weren't a match for it. Even void-controlling experts would have to retreat upon seeing it. No one was willing to face a beast king, especially one with such shocking defense. The iron-armored bull king's hide was something that even spirit items couldn't cut. Everyone despaired. With the iron-armored bull king opening the way, the iron-armored bulls surged into the city like a tide. We can't stop them. Run. Someone screamed in fear. Then, everyone turned around and ran. Don't run. Fuck, get back here. The other generals were hopping mad at the sight of this. If they worked together and swarmed the armored bull king, they would be able to kill it even if it died. But if they ran now, they would really be finished. Brother Fei. Yang Zhan looked at Gu Fei. If Gu Fei could help, then the countless people in the city might be able to escape this calamity. But Gu Fei didn't seem to have any intention of doing anything. Chapter 3688. A terrifying beast tide had broken out in the Cloudy Sky mountain range. Most of the humans within 1,000 miles of the Cloudy Sky mountain range had taken refuge in Cloudy Sky City. The city lord of Cloudy Sky City was the strongest person in the vicinity of the Cloudy Sky mountain range. With him guarding the city, no matter how terrifying the beast tide was, it would not be able to break through the city. The city walls were extremely sturdy. Even powerful beast kings and beast kings could not break through the walls of Cloudy Sky City. Of course, the most important thing was the existence of the city lord of Cloudy Sky City. The city lord of Cloudy Sky City was an immortal god. Even if the honorable beast from the depths of the Cloudy Sky mountain range came out, it might not be able to defeat him. It was also because of the city lord of Cloudy Sky City that the humans within a few hundred miles of the Cloudy Sky City rushed into the city before the beast tide broke out. This directly caused the Cloud Heaven City to be overcrowded. The city lord of Cloudy Sky City also took this opportunity to make a fortune. One should know that it was possible to enter the city, but everyone had to pay half a kilogram of spiritual crystals or a spiritual herb. At this time, countless people who had taken refuge in Cloudy Sky City were in despair. The news of the North Gate being broken through spread like a volcanic eruption. Boom! A huge collision sound came from outside the city. Giant beasts the size of small mountains were attacking other city gates. The people in the city were trembling in fear. However, the people who had gathered near the north gate were in despair. Countless people had seen the bloody scene inside the north gate. It was an unforgettable scene. A huge, raging bull covered in black light charged into the battle formation of 1,000 people. With a single charge, it smashed dozens of soldiers of Cloudy Sky City into pieces. Pieces of flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Even the battle shields in the hands of the soldiers were like paper. They were instantly shattered by the raging Bull King. The battle spears in the hands of the soldiers were extremely sharp. However, when they pierced the body of the armored Bull King, the spears bounced off. Not even a mark was left on the place where the spears had pierced. All the soldiers were scared out of their wits. They scattered in all directions, no matter how the commanding general scolded them. The soldiers did not dare to fight the raging Bull King. Over 1,000 warriors had been scattered by the armored barbaric Ox King's charge. 700 to 800 warriors had been trampled to death, and all of this had happened in the short span of a dozen breaths. Roar! When he saw this scene, the commander of the army was enraged, and his eyes had even turned red. After all, he'd trained this army, yet he'd never imagined that they wouldn't even be able to hold on for an hour before practically all of them were annihilated by that iron-armored Bull King. The battle general strode forward, his entire body shrouded in stellar energy. With every step he took, the ground trembled, leaving behind deep footprints. The general's aura shocked everyone. Everyone looked at this scene nervously. However, Gu Fei, who had been watching coldly from the side, shook his head at this moment. Brother Fei, could it be that this fellow is no match for the Beast King? Seeing Gu Fei shake his head, Yang Zhan couldn't help but be shocked and hurriedly asked. Gu Fei placed his hands behind his back and looked calmly at the warrior who was striding forward. He did not say a word. This warrior was an inborn expert. Inborn experts might be rare in this world, but in Gu Fei's eyes, they were as weak as ants. That iron-armored Bull King was the same, but this Beast King was much stronger than that inborn expert. Seeing that Gu Fei didn't say anything, Yang Zhan didn't dare to ask any more. However, he could already guess that this inborn expert was going to be out of luck. Moo. At this moment, the iron-armored Bull King spat out 2 streams of white gas from its nostrils and let out a heart-palpitating cry. In the next moment, the iron-armored Bull King directly charged towards the battle general. This iron-armored Bull King was a Beast King. Even in the Cloud Sky Mountain range, it was one of the strongest. As the iron-armored Bull King charged forward, its iron hooves shattered the incomparably hard bricks on the ground. 2 puffs of white gas came out of the armored barbaric Ox King's nostrils, and a berserk baleful aura erupted from its huge body. The ground trembled, and the Beast King seemed to have transformed into a black bolt of lightning that instantly rushed to the front of the warrior. The battle general was shocked and hurriedly dodged. However, no matter how fast he was still too late. He dodged the iron-armored Bull King's stab, and even avoided the iron-armored Bull King's direct charge. However, the left half of the battle general's body was still grazed by the iron-armored Bull King. The battle general let out a blood-curdling scream as his entire body was sent flying. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body, and with a boom, he smashed through a wall in the distance, creating a huge hole. He immediately died. In the eyes of ordinary people, inborn experts were definitely extremely powerful. They were existences equivalent to half-immortals. However, in front of this Beast King, they couldn't even withstand a single attack. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one had expected that a half-immortal inborn expert would be so weak in front of this Beast King. What should we do? Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. Moo! The armored barbaric ox king roared again, and countless armored barbaric oxen rushed in through the open door. Run! Someone shouted. Then the countless people gathered near the north gate surged into the city like a tidal wave. In an instant, the north gate was filled with cries, roars, and people trampling on each other. Before those savage beasts could even reach the city, there were already many unlucky fellows who were trampled to death. Rumble, countless iron hooves trampled on the ground, producing muffled sounds that sounded like thunder. Everyone, whether it was the natives of this world or the foreign trial takers, cried and cried as they fled towards the inner city. A 2 or 3-year-old child was sitting on the ground, crying loudly. Behind the child was a black flood of armored barbaric bulls charging towards them. At this time, everyone was running for their lives. No one noticed the child, let alone tried to save him. Just as the countless charging armored barbaric bulls were about to trample the toddler into minced meat, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind the toddler. Boom! Countless armored barbaric bulls rushed forward. But in the next moment, the armored barbaric bulls at the very front seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall, and their heads directly exploded, turning into a mist of blood. From this, one could see how powerful the impact was. At this moment, a black-robed young man bent down and picked up the crying young child on the ground. He patted the young child's back and coaxed him, and all of the charging armored barbaric bulls were sent flying. After those iron-armored bulls fell to the ground, they couldn't stand up anymore. Chapter 3689. Brother Fei, Yang Zhan, who had already leaped onto a nearby roof, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. Brother Fei didn't even save the Xiantian warrior when he was rammed to death by the barbaric bull king. But now Brother Fei actually intervened to save a child. Could it be that in Brother Fei's heart, an Xiantian warrior wasn't as important as a child? The person who intervened was naturally Gu Fei. Even if everyone in the city died, he wouldn't intervene if he didn't want to. However, he couldn't just watch a child die under the hooves of an armored barbaric bull. Moo! The barbaric bull king roared. This beast king had its eyes on Gu Fei. White smoke was constantly emitting from its nostrils as its front hooves dug into the ground. It could charge towards Gu Fei at any time. Hee, little fellow, be good and don't cry. With me around, no one in this world can hurt you. Gu Fei continued to coax the little fellow in his arms. However, the little fellow continued to cry and even peed in Gu Fei's arms. This made Gu Fei a little dumbfounded. At this moment, Gu Fei could be said to be bursting with fatherly love. He thought of his and Yen Er's precious daughter. His daughter had stepped onto the ancient road of the human race, and he didn't know how she was doing now. My daughter, Gu Fei, will definitely become someone great. Gu Fei thought to himself. Yang Zhan was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that a peerless expert would have such a side to him. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Countless armored barbaric bulls roared and charged towards Gu Fei, but they were all sent flying. All of you quiet down. Gu Fei frowned. And then he held the little fellow in his left hand as he flicked his sleeve with his right hand. Countless armored bulls that were charging towards him were actually blasted away as if they were blown away by an invisible gale. These iron-armored bulls, which weighed over 1,000 jin, were like paper. When they smashed into the city walls, they were smashed into pools of blood, their bones crushed. Some of the iron-armored bulls were also sent flying out of the city gates. The only one standing was the armored barbaric bull king that could easily kill an Xiantian warrior. Moo! The armored barbaric ox king roared, and the sound waves caused the surrounding space to ripple. Then the beast king exerted force with its 4 hooves, and the hard ground instantly cracked open. Swoosh! In the next moment, the armored barbaric ox king turned into a bolt of black lightning and charged toward Gu Fei with incomparable ferocity. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but exclaim. One must know that the tragic death of the inborn expert was still fresh in their minds. If this young man in black were to be hit by the Beast King, he would definitely be smashed into pieces. Many people thought that Gu Fei's head had been kicked by a donkey. He had actually been knocked to death by that terrifying Beast King in order to save that child. However, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded appeared. The armored bull king crashed directly into Gu Fei's protective stellar energy and was actually sent flying. What? How is this possible? Everyone was in disbelief, including Yang Zhan. Although he knew that Gu Fei was an expert that had surpassed the Xiantian realm, he did not expect that Gu Fei was even stronger than an expert of the void controlling realm. At this moment, there were many people standing on the roofs in the distance. Some of them were even more powerful than the Xiantian realm. One of them had a strange expression on his face. That person was Feng Yu, a genius from the Feng clan that was ruled by the Primogenitor mountain range. I didn't expect him to be this powerful. The battle strength that Gu Fei had displayed made him shudder. The trial grounds that Feng Yu had entered were actually connected to the trial grounds that Gu Fei and Yang Zhan had entered. In other words, the trial grounds behind the 9 stone doors were basically the same trial grounds. In fact, Gu Fei had already thought of this. One must know that even the powerful Ying-Tian sect could not open up so many near-perfect trial grounds. That was because the Ying-Tian sect had 36 monasteries, and each monastery had 9 near-perfect trial grounds. That was impossible. From the 9 stone doors, one would enter the same trial space. Those 9 stone doors were just 9 entrances. All the trial takers in the trial space would have a chance to meet each other. At this time, Gu Fei waved his hand, and the armored bull king that had been blown into the air flew back to him. Boom! The armored bull king smashed into the ground in front of Gu Fei. The little fellow in Gu Fei's bosom seemed to be frightened by this scene and actually stopped crying. The armored bull king struggled to stand, but Gu Fei's right hand pressed down on the Beast King. With a bang, the Beast King once more knelt on the ground. The Beast King roared again and again, doing its best to stand up. But no matter how it struggled or roared, it was no use. It was still unable to stand. Everyone was dumbfounded. The crowd that had been frantically fleeing into the inner city gradually calmed down. The nobles in the city had long since hidden themselves in the underground city of Cloudy Sky City. Even if the beast tide attacked Cloudy Sky City, these nobles would still be able to survive. Once the beast tide retreated, they would come out from underground. The nobles in Cloudy Sky City definitely did not care about the life and death of others. At this time, a huge battle broke out outside the city. An incomparably powerful wild beast was fighting with the city lord of Cloudy Sky City. The wild beast was delaying the city lord, making it difficult for him to stop the wild beasts from attacking the city. If Gu Fei had not taken action, Cloudy Sky City would have long been conquered by the wild beasts. "Behave yourself, or else I'll kill you," Gu Fei directly said to the armored bull king. This Beast King could clearly understand human speech. It actually stopped struggling and became incomparably docile. Very good. Gu Fei nodded and directly leaped onto the back of the armored bull king. The armored bull king stood up. Gu Fei actually subdued the armored bull king, just like that. This caused everyone to be dumbfounded. The surroundings were completely silent. Even the wild beasts outside the city gates did not dare to rush in. Whose child is this? Gu Fei walked to the front of the crowd with the child in his arms and asked. However, everyone stared in horror at the armored bull king under his crotch. No one said a word. "Our brother Fei is asking you a question. At this time, Yang Zhan ran over to the front of the armored bull king and shouted at the crowd. However, no one said a word. This made Yang Zhan very unhappy. Hey, what's going on? Whose child is this? Hurry up and come out to take him back. Yang Zhan shouted at the crowd. After a while, an old man wearing a beast skin walked out. This child is yours, Yang Zhan asked with a face full of doubt. Gu Fei sat on the back of the armored bull king and softly coaxed the child in his arms. He looked at the old man indifferently. This person was not a cultivator. He was just an ordinary person. No, the child is not mine. The old hunter hurriedly waved his hands under Yang Zhan's gaze. If it's not yours, then why did you come out? Yang Zhan was unhappy. Chapter 3690. Initially, Gu Fei wanted to be a bystander. Even though he did not intend to intervene, when he saw the northern gate of Cloudy Sky City being breached by the savage beasts, he was moved by the helpless cries of a 2 to 3-year-old girl. It was as if he had returned to the past, back to the moment when his daughter, Gu Ling, was born. At that moment, his fatherly love was ignited. Therefore, Gu Fei made his move. He easily subdued the extremely terrifying armored barbaric bull king, then carried the little girl and walked in front of the crowd. Riding on the armored barbaric bull king and carrying the child, Gu Fei did not emit any pressure at all. He did not have the aura of a powerhouse, and he looked just like an ordinary person. However, no one dared to treat him as an ordinary person. On the other hand, the armored barbaric bull king that Gu Fei was riding on was so scared that the people in front of him felt their legs turn to jelly. They trembled in fear and could not even speak fluently. After a while, an old hunter dressed in animal hide and holding a steel fork in his hand walked out. However, to Yang Zhan's surprise, this old man had nothing to do with the little girl in Gu Fei's arms. This made Yang Zhan very angry. If it's not your child, then why did you come out? Yang Zhan snappily said to the old hunter, I saw that the little girl's parents were both dead. They died under the hooves of the armored barbaric bull. The old hunter said while trembling. This Yang Zhan could not help but be shocked when he heard the old hunter's words. He hurriedly looked at Gu Fei, who was sitting on the back of the barbaric bull king. Gu Fei did not say anything and remained calm. Little fellow, it seems like fate has brought us together. Gu Fei lowered his head to look at the little girl in his arms and suddenly smiled. At that moment, the little girl in Gu Fei's arms was no longer crying. However, she was looking around in Gu Fei's arms as if she was very interested in everything around her. Roar! At that moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from outside the north gate. Hearing this roar, everyone panicked. Boom! With a wave of Gu Fei's right hand, the open door was immediately closed. The soldiers and generals of Cloudy Heaven City tried their best to close the city gate, but failed. However, Gu Fei casually waved his hand, and the heavy city gate was closed. At this moment, everyone near the north gate heaved a sigh of relief. Who is this person? How could he be so powerful? All the cultivators were guessing Gu Fei's identity, but no one knew Gu Fei's origin. Even the little overlord of the Feng clan, Feng Yu, who had fought with Gu Fei before, couldn't find any information about Gu Fei. This Gu Fei seemed to have appeared out of thin air. The Feng clan's power wasn't considered weak in the human world outside the primogenitor mountain range. It was a clan with an immortal overseeing it. The Feng clan naturally had many informers, but everything about Gu Fei was a mystery. No one knew where he came from or what his identity was. In fact, in the eyes of the little overlord of the Feng clan, a young expert like Gu Fei shouldn't have come to Yingtian's sect to participate in the sect's entrance trial. He should have gone to an older sect that was even more powerful than Yingtian's sect. Gu Fei, who was riding on the armored bull king, attracted the attention of countless beauties in the city. Such a powerful young talent was the target of these beauties. In particular, the pearls of the nobles in the city kept throwing flirtatious glances at Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei couldn't even bear to look at these beauties and pearls. At that moment, a large number of soldiers, led by generals, rushed towards the north gate from all over Cloudy Heaven City. When the generals saw that the city gate was closed, they all heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank you for your help, Senior. If it wasn't for you, everyone in the city would have become food for the wild beasts." A young female general in battle armor with a graceful figure came before Gu Fei and cupped her hands in thanks to Gu Fei. The female general glanced at the armored bull king and couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine. This armored bull king wasn't an ordinary wild beast. It was a beast king. The strength of a beast king was comparable to the void-controlling realm of the human race. If a beast king wanted to kill a Sciention expert, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. Hee, this is nothing. Our big brother Fei saved the lives of everyone in your city. How are you going to repay him? Before Gu Fei could say anything, Yang Zhan beside him spoke up. "I wonder what big brother Fei wants in return." The valiant female general didn't look at Yang Zhan. She only looked at Gu Fei. In her eyes, there was only Gu Fei. She completely ignored Yang Zhan. "I finally know the name of this great hero." The female general was overjoyed. "It's best if you repay him with your body." Yang Zhan blurted out. What? The female general's face turned red when she heard this. She didn't know what to do. Yang Zhan was also stunned and felt a little embarrassed. "Ha! It's just a joke, just a joke," Yang Zhan hurriedly said. "Enough nonsense. If you want to watch the show, go up the city wall," Gu Fei said as he climbed up the city wall on the armored bull king. The female general stole a glance at Gu Fei's expression and was disappointed. Gu Fei was expressionless and very indifferent. He didn't take Yang Zhan's words to heart at all. "Yun Shi, an outsider like him is just a passerby to us. You don't have to care about him." A middle-aged general walked over and patted the female general's shoulder. "I know, second uncle." Yun Shi looked at the figure riding the armored bull king with some disappointment. Only an expert like this is worthy of me. Yun Shi, the Yun clan of Cloud Sky City, was the bloodline of the city lord. Yun Shi was the princess of Cloud Sky City and the daughter of the city lord. As the daughter of the city lord, she naturally knew many secrets about the outsiders. Princess Yun, she yearned for the wider world outside, but no one had ever been able to leave this world. Those outsiders would disappear once the time was up. Those outsiders couldn't stay even if they wanted to. The city lord of Cloud Sky City had once captured them, but even with his immortal cultivation, he couldn't keep them. Meanwhile, the battle outside the city was still ongoing. The city lord of Cloud Sky City displayed his powerful battle prowess and gradually gained the upper hand. A huge immortal shadow appeared in the sky, erupting with powerful immortal energy that shook the entire world. The one fighting this immortal shadow was a white wolf even larger than a mountain. A monstrous killing intent erupted from the white wolf's body. Even though they were very far away, everyone's souls were trembling in extreme fear. Everyone watching the battle from the city wall was indescribably shocked. Was this the power of an immortal? Only Gu Fei, who was riding the armored bull king, calmly watched the battle. The little girl in his arms had already fallen asleep. Chapter 36, 91. An immortal-level battle had broken out in the mountain range outside Cloud Sky City. All the trial takers from the outside had rushed to the city walls to watch the battle. It should be noted that a battle of this level was something that they could only come across by chance. However, the mighty pressure of the immortal-level experts made it difficult for them to breathe. The aura that the white wolf exuded was even more shocking. Its monstrous killing intent caused even the sky and earth to change color. It was extremely terrifying. There were no wild beasts near the two immortal-level experts. Countless wild beasts were lying on the ground, trembling in fear. "There's nothing to see." Gufei hugged the sleeping tiny tot. He really could not muster up any interest. In his opinion, a battle of this level was like a fight between two ants. It was meaningless. At Gufei's level, he would only be interested in a battle between quasi-supremes or a battle between extreme Tao masters. He had participated in the Ying-Tian sect's entrance trial mainly because he wanted to undergo a trial himself. Coming out of the world and entering the world was a type of cultivation. Some people could become extreme grade supremes after comprehending it, while others could never become extreme grade supremes in their entire lives. Gufei wanted to break through to the extreme grade realm, but he knew very well how difficult it was. Even though he had many extreme grade Tao weapons to protect himself, he did not dare to attempt it. It was not time yet. Gufei felt that his state of mind had not reached a perfect state yet. He was currently just one of the countless ordinary cultivators participating in the Ying-Tian sect's entrance trial. There was nothing special about him. However, extraordinary people were extraordinary no matter where they were. Even though Gufei had turned into an ordinary person and entered the world again, he still attracted a lot of attention. Boom! At that moment, a loud sound was heard from the Cloud Sky mountain range in the distance. In the next moment, Gufei actually felt the city wall shake. The faces of the trial takers and the natives of Cloudy Heaven City changed greatly. Some of them even crouched down in fear, trembling as if a great disaster was about to befall them. While everyone was still in shock, a silhouette directly attacked the white wolf. As the celestial silhouette waved his hand, bolts of lightning shot out. This was a thunder technique. The Cloud Sky City Master had actually cultivated a thunder technique. The power of lightning represented destruction. A few bolts of lightning bombarded the white wolf's body, sending it flying. The white fur on the white wolf's body had turned black and was still emitting smoke. Roar! The white wolf howled at the sky, and its voice traveled far and wide. All of the savage beasts were terrified. Just as the white wolf's voice echoed out, another roar came from the depths of the Cloud Heavenly Mountain Range. A powerful savage beast responded. Hearing the roar coming from the depths of the Cloud Sky Mountain Range, the Cloud Sky City Lord's expression turned serious. The beast tide this time was not simple. There were actually so many powerful savage beasts jumping out. What kind of unknown secret was happening in the Cloud Sky Mountain Range? The Cloud Heaven City Master felt a headache coming on. Kill! The Cloud Sky City Lord didn't care too much. He directly charged at the white wolf. He wanted to kill the white wolf before the savage beast jumped out from the depths of the mountain range. The white wolf's cultivation was extremely powerful. It was definitely an existence of the immortal realm. Otherwise, it would not be able to fight with the Cloud Sky City Lord. Rumble! The Cloud Sky City Lord's body suddenly emitted a shocking sound of thunder. As he waved his hand, countless bolts of lightning immediately rushed out of his hand and bombarded the white wolf. Each bolt of lightning tore through the sky. Seeing this, the white wolf was shocked. A crescent moon-shaped divine light suddenly emerged from between the white wolf's eyebrows. In the next moment, rays of divine light rushed out from between the white wolf's eyebrows and blocked the countless bolts of lightning that were bombarding it. The white wolf was still sent flying thousands of feet away. It directly crashed into a mountain ridge, causing the entire ridge to explode and dust to rise into the sky. Everyone who saw this scene was completely dumbfounded. The Cloud Sky City Lord's battle prowess was too strong. He was actually able to defeat a beast venerable, which was a top existence in the Cloud Sky Mountain range. After a brief moment of silence, the people on the city wall immediately burst into cheers and shouts. The Cloud Sky City Lord knew the importance of finishing off the attack. He directly rushed towards the place where the white wolf fell, wanting to kill the beast venerable as soon as possible. However, just as the Cloud Sky City Lord was about to kill the white wolf, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the white wolf and blocked the Cloud Sky City Lord. So fast, the Cloud Sky City Lord was shocked, but he had no intention of stopping. He directly threw a punch at the beast venerable that had just jumped out. Bang! The beast venerable also threw a punch at the Cloud Sky City Lord. A muffled sound of impact was heard as the two powerful immortal energies collided. In the next moment, the two figures instantly separated. However, the two figures collided with each other again. It was as terrifying as two mountains colliding with each other. The Cloud Sky City Lord continued to roar. However, at this moment, the white wolf also attacked. In an instant, the two beast venerables joined forces to fight against the Cloud Sky City Lord. The entire mountain range was shaking. Everything in the path of the three figures was directly crushed. Bang! Boom! Hearing the shocking sounds of collision coming from the mountain range, everyone was extremely terrified. The energy waves from the depths of the mountain range shook the heaven and earth. "Brother Fei, who do you think will win?" Yang Zhan asked in a low voice, afraid that he would wake up the little thing in Gu Fei's arms. "No one can win." Gu Fei did not even look at the earth-shattering battle in the mountain range. His expression was calm. "No one can win. Both sides are injured." Yang Zhan couldn't help being startled when he heard that. Both sides were heavily injured. Both sides were heavily injured. No one had expected such an outcome. Rumble, another mountain ridge, was affected by the great battle and smashed into pieces by that white wolf. Rubble flew into the sky, and it was a complete mess. "Humph, you're bragging. You think you can tell who will win. Are you kidding me?" Someone said disdainfully. "Holu, what did you say?" Yang Zhan was enraged when he saw the person. He recognized this person. It was a young cultivator from the Ho clan. Although he was only at the peak of the Hotian realm, he was incomparably arrogant. Ho Lu had just arrived from the inner city and did not see the scene of Gu Fei subduing the armored bull king. At this moment, the armored barbaric ox king that Ho Lu was riding suddenly became well-behaved. It even retracted its aura. In Ho Lu's eyes, it was just an ordinary armored barbaric ox. Gu Fei didn't say anything. In his eyes, this guy was merely a clown. Chapter 3692. Although Gu Fei had displayed a powerful battle prowess, the Cloud Sky City Lord was an immortal god. The beast supreme that was fighting against him was also an immortal god. The cultivators on the city wall did not think that Gu Fei was a match for the Cloud Sky City Lord, especially the foreign cultivators. Many of them recognized Gu Fei, the little overlord of the Feng clan. Feng Yu also did not think that Gu Fei was a match for the Cloud Sky City Lord. This was the difference between an immortal and a mortal. No matter how powerful a mortal was, they would never be a match for an immortal god. Although Gu Fei had subdued the armored bull king, it was only a beast king. How could it be a match for the Cloud Sky Mountain Range's beast supreme? The wild beasts in the Cloud Sky Mountain Range had a strict hierarchy. Above the Beast King was the Beast King, and above the Beast King was the legendary invincible Beast Supreme. For a true powerhouse, Gu Fei subduing the armored barbaric Ox King was not a big deal. The scene of the two beast sovereigns joining hands to fight the Cloud Sky City Lord shocked everyone. The battle prowess that the Cloud Sky City Lord displayed made everyone's hearts palpitate. Roar! The demonic ape roared angrily. The terrifying sound waves spread out and caused the surrounding mountains to collapse. The other beast supreme that came out from the depths of the Cloud Sky mountain range was an ancient demonic ape. This surprised Gufei that there was a descendant of the ancient demonic ape in this world. The ancient demonic ape swung its fist at the Cloud Sky City Lord. The Cloud Sky City Lord's hands danced and caught the ancient demonic ape's fist. The muffled sound of the collision resounded, and the entire mountain range shook violently. At this time, the white wolf came back. The wolf's howl shook the sky. An extremely terrifying and ferocious aura erupted from the white wolf's body, causing the entire mountain range to shake. Bang! Boom! The ancient demonic ape was sent flying by the Cloud Sky City Lord's palm and crashed into a mountain in the distance. At that moment, the Cloud Sky City Lord's left shoulder was hit by the white wolf's right claw. It left a deep gash that revealed the bone, and blood splattered everywhere. Just as the white wolf's claws swept across the Cloud Sky City Lord, an extremely sharp immortal light suddenly shot out from the Cloud Sky City Lord's body. With a flash of immortal light, the white wolf beast Venerable was sliced in two. The cultivators on the walls of the Cloud Heaven City were shocked when they saw this. The Cloud Heaven City Lord was too ferocious. He actually killed a beast sovereign. That was an immortal god-level existence. However, even though the white wolf beast king was cut in half by the immortal light, it did not die. The two parts of the white wolf beast king's body quickly joined back together. With a flash of light, the beast king recovered. The wound on the Cloud Heaven City Master's shoulder was also healing quickly. The cultivators on the walls were once again shocked by this scene. The vitality of an immortal god-level existence was too strong. It could not die even after being cut in half. Gufei was riding the armored bull king with the little girl in his arms. His attention was not on the battle between the immortals at all. He took out an immortal fruit from his inner world and refined it into immortal chi. He then carefully refined it for the little girl's body. Soon, a cloud of immortal chi enveloped the little girl. The little girl, who was about 2 or 3 years old, was lying in Gufei's warm arms. She had actually fallen asleep. Her face was flushed and her long eyelashes were filled with tears. She looked very lovable. What? Why aren't you talking? Don't you know where you are? How dare you talk nonsense about the battle between immortals? The guy named Holu had no intention of letting Gufei go. He looked at Gufei disdainfully and said such words. Everyone looked at Holu as if they were looking at a monster. This guy had guts. Damn it, he actually dared to talk to this ruthless person like that. At this time, the cultivators beside Holu immediately retreated, keeping a distance from him. Holu had just arrived near the northern gate from the inner city. He did not see the scene of Gufei showing his invincible might and repelling the wild beasts that had barged into the northern gate. Holu, you want to die? Gufei did not say anything, but this did not mean that Yang Zhan would let Holu go just like that. Yang Zhan walked towards Holu. Yang Zhan, you want to kill me? Do you have the ability to do so? Ha ha. The cultivator, known as Holu, said with a laugh. Holu, stop talking. Someone reminded Holu. This person also looked at Gufei from time to time. Yufei, what did you say? Holu turned his head and looked at a young cultivator beside him. Holu, you really have guts. Someone looked at Holu with a faint smile. They all wanted to see Holu make a fool of himself. I hope this guy can continue being arrogant. Someone looked at Holu with a gloating expression. Holu, our brother Fei, will not lower himself to your level, but that does not mean that I will let you go. Yang Zhan strode towards Ho Lu. Ha! Ho Lu laughed loudly. You want to fight me with a peak Hotian cultivation? You want to die? I can fulfill your wish. Ho Lu laughed wantonly. Then a surge of Xiantian aura erupted from his body. The expression on Yang Zhan's face suddenly changed. Even if a peak Hotian expert was extremely powerful, they were still not a match for a Xiantian expert. One must know that a Xiantian expert could communicate with the essence of heaven and earth, drawing the power of heaven and earth to strengthen their body. This kind of method could already be considered as a supernatural power. Didn't you want to kill me? Come, I'll let you kill me. Ho Lu beckoned to Yang Zhan. Yang Zhan's expression turned ugly to the extreme. When did this guy's cultivation break through to the Xiantian realm? Brother Fei, Yang Zhan hurriedly looked at Gu Fei for help. No one can save you. Come and accept your death. Ho Lu retracted his smile, and a chilling, killing intent spread out from his body. A Xiantian expert could not be humiliated, and his killing intent towards Yang Zhan was aroused. I should be the one saying that. A voice sounded out, and Gu Fei looked at Ho Lu impatiently. Ha ha, you still dare to put on an act before me? I truly admire your courage. Ho Lu looked at Gu Fei, who was riding on the armored barbaric ox king, with a look of contempt. At this time, the nearby cultivators who were watching this scene couldn't help but shake their heads. Gu Fei didn't speak again. He just carefully placed Tiny Tot on the back of the armored bull king, and then waved his right hand towards Ho Lu. In the next moment, Ho Lu's body was actually split into two halves. What the cultivators who rushed over from the inner city were all dumbfounded. Ho Lu was a Xiantian expert, but he was actually killed by Gu Fei. With a simple wave of his hand, no one could clearly see how Gu Fei sliced Ho Lu into two. Serves you right. Do you think you're invincible at the Xiantian realm? What a joke. Yang Zhan said disdainfully. No one expected that a Xiantian expert couldn't even withstand a single move from Gu Fei. He didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. Could he be an immortal? Someone guessed. Immortal. The little overlord of the Foam clan was also very doubtful. I'll take my leave first, Gu Fei said as he directly rode the armored bull king down from the city wall and headed towards the direction of the city lord's mansion. Brother Fei, wait for me. Yang Zhan hurriedly chased after him. He didn't dare to leave Gu Fei. Who is that black-robed young man? The moment Gu Fei and Yang Zhan left, an uproar broke out on the city wall. They had just witnessed the death of an Xiantian expert. Who knows? Someone shrugged and said, at this moment, be it cultivators or mortals wherever Gu Fei passed by, they would open up a path for him. In the eyes of some young cultivators in the city, the current Gu Fei was simply too eye-catching. Many young cultivators had the idea of subduing an armored bull as a mount. Not long after, Gu Fei carried the sleeping Tiny Tot to the city lord's mansion of Cloudy Sky City. Where did this guy come from? Don't you have eyes? Can't you see that this is the city lord's mansion? Hurry up and scram. A soldier at the gate of the city lord's mansion shouted at Gu Fei and Yang Zhan. Damn it, you're the one who doesn't have eyes. Yang Zhan roared. What did you say? The soldier looked as if he had heard something unbelievable. This guy actually dared to talk to him like this. He was simply courting death. With a wave of his hand, a dozen or so warriors immediately rushed out from behind the gates of the city lord's mansion. These warriors all stared at Gu Fei and Yang Zhan with malicious intent. Kill! The soldier glared at Gu Fei and roared. The dozen soldiers immediately brandished their spears and charged fiercely at Gu Fei and Yang Zhan. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish." Yang Zhan's face turned cold, and he leapt into the midst of the soldiers. In the next moment, miserable screams rang out, and the dozen soldiers were flung away by Yang Zhan. "Who are you? You dare to break into the city lord's mansion?" At that moment, a loud shout rang out from within the city lord's mansion. In the next moment, a tall figure slowly walked out from the city lord's mansion. It was a general, over 2 meters tall, looking like a giant. A fiendish aura erupted from the general's body. If it was an ordinary peak, Hotion expert, they would have long since been intimidated by the aura emanating from the general's body. Without even needing the general to attack, they would have already fled. "Brother Fei, what should we do?" Yang Zhan hurriedly moved to stand beside Gu Fei. "I originally didn't want to go in, but since it's like this, let's fight our way in." Gu Fei really didn't expect the quality of the city lord's subordinates to be so low. If it was him in the past, he would have already killed these guys. Fight our way in. Hearing this, Yang Zhan was shocked. Was Gu Fei planning to openly fight against the city lord? At the same time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the general. The figure was vague and illusory, but it gave off a strong sense of oppression. Bang! The figure punched out, and the incomparably powerful general was directly sent flying. Then, with a bang sound, his entire body exploded in the air, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 3693. Gu Fei rode the armored bull king and carried the little girl he had saved from the beast tide as he and Yang Zhan arrived at the city lord's mansion. He didn't want to enter the city lord's mansion, but the guards were too arrogant and wanted to chase them away. "I didn't want to go in, but since it's like this, let's fight our way in," Gu Fei calmly said as he looked at the grand entrance of the city lord's mansion. At this moment, the soldiers surrounding the entrance of the city lord's mansion were all dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, a blurry figure had punched out and turned one of the soldiers guarding the entrance into a cloud of blood mist. The soldiers in the city lord's mansion heard the commotion and immediately rushed towards the entrance of the city lord's mansion. A few powerful figures led the soldiers to the entrance. At this time, Yang Zhan was displaying his might and directly fought his way in. "Who are you? You dare barge into the city lord's mansion? You want to die?" A black-bearded, middle-aged general roared as he charged towards Yang Zhan. This general took a deep breath, and his entire body suddenly expanded, instantly transforming into a muscular giant. What? A body cultivator? Furthermore, he is a body cultivator who has achieved great success. Yang Zhan couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the transformation of the black-bearded middle-aged man. This kind of complete body cultivator was the most difficult to deal with. Their bodies were so strong that even spirit treasures couldn't injure them. Roar! The black-bearded general roared like a clap of thunder, causing the ears of the surrounding people to ring. He punched towards Yang Zhan with the force of an erupting volcano. In Gu Fei's view, this black-bearded general was a complete external body cultivator. Yang Zhan didn't dare to face the black-bearded general head-on, and could only retreat to the side. One had to know that the black-bearded general's body was extremely strong. If he was hit by this guy's fist, he would be heavily injured, let alone directly being hit by this guy's fist. Roar! The black-bearded general roared again. His hands were like eagle claws, tearing towards Yang Zhan with extreme speed. Yang Zhan hurriedly dodged, but his sleeve was still torn off by the black-bearded general. His arm was dripping with blood, leaving behind several bloody claw marks. This sweat beaded on Yang Zhan's forehead. If he had been even half a step slower, his entire arm would have been torn off his body. The black-bearded general roared again, and again as he attacked again and again. Extremely powerful ripples of energy radiated from his body. The spectators' hearts palpitated. Yang Zhan could only engage in guerrilla warfare with the black-bearded general. He simply didn't dare to face the black-bearded general head-on. "Let's attack together and kill them!" Someone shouted angrily at the soldiers, and generals gathered at the gate. "That's right, kill them all!" Someone shouted. Then, the soldiers guarding the city lord's mansion began to push towards the gates, while the generals hid behind the battle formations. Right at this moment, a miserable scream rang out. Yang Zhan's right shoulder was struck by the black-bearded general's fist, and he was sent flying. Falling to the ground, Yang Zhan staggered and almost fell. His face flushed red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "That's all you've got? You actually dared to behave atrociously in the city lord's mansion. You must be tired of living." The black-bearded general stared at Yang Zhan with disdain. Yang Zhan was instantly enraged. "Brother Fei, it's up to you now." As Yang Zhan spoke, he had already taken out a jade bottle. Uncorking the bottle, he swallowed all the healing pills in one go. Then Yang Zhan sat cross-legged on the ground and circulated his mysterious art to refine the medicinal energy. Very quickly, his body began to heal, and the injuries he had suffered also disappeared. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He directly jumped down from the back of the armored bull king and retreated with Xiao Badian in his arms. At this time, the armored bull king's body actually began to emit an incomparably tyrannical aura, causing the surrounding people to be indescribably shocked. Someone saw through the origin of this armored bull king. This was a beast king. Could it be that someone had used a powerful divine ability to subdue an armored barbaric bull king at the northern gate? Could it be this guy? Moo. The armored bull king only let out a low roar, but all the soldiers at the gate of the city lord's mansion covered their ears. Even so, some of the soldiers' ears actually started to bleed. In the next moment, the armored bull king actually directly rushed towards the gate of the city lord's mansion. At this moment, the soldiers at the gate were scared out of their wits. They immediately scattered in all directions, wishing that they could grow wings and fly away. Boom! A muffled sound came from the gate of the city lord's mansion, followed by countless miserable screams. All the soldiers at the gate were directly smashed away by the armored bull king's charge. The armored bull king had displayed its might. This beast king directly rushed into the city lord's mansion, rampaging through it. No one could stop this beast king. The strength of a beast king was undeniable. Moreover, this armored bull king was famous for its defensive power. If an ordinary spirit weapon smashed onto the armored bull king's body, it would directly be sent flying. Damn it! The black-bearded general roared angrily as he chased after the armored bull king. At the same time, he entered the back of the city lord's mansion. Soon, with a miserable scream, the black-bearded general was actually sent flying. Just one armored bull king was enough to kill all the soldiers and generals in the city lord's mansion, causing them to piss their pants in terror and flee for their lives. What's going on? Many people heard the commotion and rushed towards the city lord's mansion. More and more people were watching the battle. Someone actually attacked the city lord's mansion. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. At this time, Gu Fei carried the sleeping Tiny Tot into his inner world and directly headed towards Yen Er's seclusion area. When Gu Fei arrived at Yen Er's seclusion area, Yen Er just happened to come out of seclusion. When she saw Tiny Tot in Gu Fei's arms, she immediately beamed with joy. Yen Er had been cultivating in Gu Fei's inner world all this time. Tiny Tot was very cute, and Yen Er fell in love with him as soon as she saw him. After Gu Fei handed Tiny Tot to Yen Er to take care of, he directly walked out of his inner world. Meanwhile, The soldiers and generals in the city lord's mansion were all crying for their parents after being chased by the armored bull king. Some of them directly rushed out of the city lord's mansion. Humph! Right at this moment, a cold laugh sounded from the city lord's mansion. Then, a large hand directly stretched out from the main hall of the city lord's mansion and grabbed towards the armored bull king. When Gufei saw this scene, he couldn't help but be startled. So there was an expert hidden in the city lord's mansion. This was something that he hadn't expected. Swoosh! As soon as Gufei thought about it, a sharp sword light immediately rushed out from his body and instantly destroyed the large hand that was grabbing towards the armored bull king. At this moment, a figure walked out from the main hall of the city lord's mansion. This person had white hair and a youthful complexion. He was dressed in white, and his entire person gave off an otherworldly feeling. An immortal? As soon as Gufei saw the old man, he could tell the old man's cultivation level at a glance. Just like the city lord of Cloud Sky City, this old man was also an immortal. No wonder the city lord of Cloudy Sky City wasn't afraid of the beast Tide. Who are you? The old man's gaze instantly fell on Gufei. Yang Zhan and the armored bull king were completely ignored by this old man. You don't have the right to know who I am. Gufei calmly looked at the old man at the main entrance of the city lord's mansion. In his eyes, immortals were like ants. However, to ordinary people, immortals were omnipotent gods who could control the life and death of any living being. I don't have the right to know? Ha ha! The old man in white was so angry that he laughed. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. How preposterous of this fella to look down on him. Sigh, no one actually believes me when I speak the truth. Gufei shook his head, helplessly. Go to hell. The old man in white was completely enraged by Gufei. This fella actually dared to ignore him. He deserved to die. Rumble, a large hand appeared in the void and grabbed towards Gufei. Slash! Gufei bellowed. A sword light rushed out from his body. He grabbed it and slashed out. The extremely sharp sword light soared thousands of meters into the sky and directly slashed the large hand in half. Slash! Gufei bellowed again and slashed out again. This time, the old man was actually slashed in half. A dignified immortal expert actually couldn't dodge this slash. This immortal didn't even know who he had offended until his death. This, after seeing Gufei kill the immortal expert with a single slash, the entire city lord mansion instantly fell silent. Everyone stared at the scene with their mouths agape, especially the soldiers and generals in the city lord mansion. All of them were dumbfounded. How is this possible? An old general said with a trembling voice. Am I seeing things? Another general rubbed his eyes hard and said in disbelief. Even the cultivators outside the city lord mansion who witnessed this scene were dumbfounded. At this time, Gufei ignored these fellows. He directly leaped onto the back of the armored bull king and swaggered into the city lord mansion. No one dared to stop Gufei. At this time, Yang Zhan also stood up from the ground and hurriedly chased after Gufei. Gufei rode the armored bull king directly into the city lord mansion's main hall. Everyone was shocked to the extreme when they saw this scene. All of you, get out of the city lord mansion. Gufei's voice came from the main hall of the city lord mansion. Everyone in the city lord's mansion woke up from the shock and hurriedly rushed out of the city lord's mansion. The battle soldiers even scrambled out of the city lord's mansion. They had no choice. That person was too terrifying. He actually killed an immortal. In front of this person, they were simply like ants. I'm afraid even the city lord is no match for this guy. Someone said in despair. Chapter 3694. Male. The city lord of the heavenly cloud city would never have imagined that he had a bunch of pig subordinates who dared to provoke Gu Fei. Hence, the city lord's mansion of the heavenly cloud city had a new owner. Gu Fei and Yang Zhan fought their way into the city lord's mansion. Anyone who resisted was crushed by them. Yang Zhan couldn't win, and Gu Fei didn't even need to do anything. The armored bull king would be able to tear the guards of the city lord's mansion into pieces. Only an immortal realm old man overseeing the city lord's mansion was cleaved in half by Gu Fei's sword and died on the spot. Even an immortal realm old man was killed by Gu Fei with a single slash. Everyone in the city lord's mansion was dumbfounded. With a single sentence from Gu Fei, all of them were kicked out of the city lord's mansion. The news of the city lord's mansion being occupied was like a volcanic eruption. It quickly spread throughout the entire Sky Market City. All the cultivators who received the news were dumbfounded. Who is so fierce to actually occupy the city lord's mansion? Amazing! I heard that person's surname is Gu, and the other person's surname is Yang. They seem to be the young man who subdued the armored bull king at the northern gate. All the cultivators in the Sky Market City were discussing this matter. Compared to the beast tide, they were actually more concerned about the matter of Gu Fei and Yang Zhan entering the city lord's mansion. He actually occupied the city lord's mansion. Yun, she who was at the northern gate, was greatly shocked when she heard the news. What is going on? Yun, she quickly came down from the city wall and rushed toward the city lord's mansion. She was a void-controlling realm expert. She flew across the rooftops like a phantom and quickly arrived in front of the city lord's mansion. Then, she landed outside the gates of the city lord's mansion. "Your Highness, you are back." Outside the city lord's mansion, a few warriors saw Yun Shi and quickly rushed over. "What is going on?" Yun Shi swept her gaze over these generals and said coldly, these warriors were extremely arrogant before, but in front of Gu Fei, they were scared witless by Gu Fei and immediately ran out of the city lord's mansion. Now, in front of Yun Shi, these fellows were all sullen. "We don't know what happened either. Those two people suddenly attacked the city lord's mansion and chased us out." A short general who looked like two Xingsuans said in a terrified tone. "Humph, if you hadn't provoked those two, they definitely wouldn't have attacked the city lord's manor for no reason," Yunshi said angrily as she stared at the general. "It's really like that. We wouldn't dare to lie to her royal highness." Another general said, hurriedly, "Get lost." Yunshi was really angry. The words of these guys could not be trusted. Who was that Gu Fei? How could he kill people for no reason? "Your Highness, Elder Xing also died in battle. He was killed by that black-robed youth with a single slash. What a miserable death!" A female general exclaimed in horror. She could not help but shudder at the thought of the black-robed young man killing old Xing. What? Yun Shi's shock was no small matter. Old Xing was the other immortal in Cloudy Sky City apart from her father. He was actually killed with a single slash. How was this possible? Yun Shi knew that old Xing was overseeing the city lord's mansion. If Gu Fei and Yang Zhan wanted to take over the city lord's mansion, they would definitely have to fight with old Xing. However, Yun Shi would never have thought that old Xing would actually die in the hands of Gu Fei. "I'll go take a look." "Yun," she said as she directly walked towards the city lord's mansion. "Your Highness, don't go." Those generals hurriedly rushed up to stop Yun Shi. "All of you, get out of my way." Yun Shi waved her hand, and those generals immediately staggered backwards. Yun Shi was a void, resisting realm expert. This was the benefit of having an immortal as a father. As a descendant of an immortal, Yun Shi's talent was very shocking. One must know that she was only in her 20s. In the vicinity of the Sky Market City, Yun Shi was the only void resisting realm expert who was in her 20s. Seeing that she actually directly strode into the city lord's mansion, those generals all felt very complicated. The fierce person in the city lord's mansion was an existence that could even kill an immortal with a single slash. They did not dare to enter the city lord's mansion again. "Your Highness is going to be out of luck," that general who looked like Tu Xing-sun sighed and said. "I don't think so." That female general looked at Shi's back and suddenly said such words. What? Everyone was shocked. They did not expect that the female general would say such strange words. At this moment, the generals guarding the 4 city gates also arrived outside the city lord's mansion. These generals were extremely powerful, and some of them even had the cultivation of demigod realm. The arrival of a white-faced, middle-aged general made the eyes of the generals gathered outside the city lord's mansion brighten. "Young lord, it's great that you're here." When that female general saw this middle-aged general, she immediately came forward to welcome him. "Greetings, young lord." The group of generals quickly bowed to this middle-aged general. This middle-aged general was the son of the city lord of Cloudy Sky City. His name was Yun-Ao, and he had the cultivation of demigod realm. He was only 1 step away from becoming an immortal. Yun-Ao was a heaven-defying genius born in Cloudy Sky City. He was only in his 30s, but he was already halfway to becoming an immortal. Yun-Ao was the most promising existence among the Yun clan in Cloudy Sky City to reach the immortal realm. Yun-Ao and she were both geniuses among geniuses. The group of generals quickly told Yun-Ao about what had happened. Naturally, there was a lot of embellishment in the story. Yun-Ao was shocked and angry at the same time. When he heard that his sister had entered the city lord's mansion, Yun-Ao immediately turned pale with fright. Yun-Ao did not think too much and directly rushed into the city lord's mansion. When Yun-Ao arrived outside the main hall of the city lord's mansion, he faintly heard his sister's voice coming from the hall. This made him heave a sigh of relief. Yun-Ao wanted to rush into the main hall, but just as he was about to reach the main door, the armored barbaric bull, lying outside the main hall, suddenly stood up and blocked the entrance with its huge body. "What? An armored bull? No, it's a barbaric bull king." Yun-Ao couldn't help being shocked when he saw the armored bull king. This was a beast king. Why would it appear here? A powerful fiendish aura exploded from the beast king's body. The armored bull king glared fiercely at Yun-Ao, as if it would pounce on him at any moment. "Moo!" The armored bull king growled in a low voice. "Who's outside? Do our brother phase? Words no longer matter. You still dare to come in? Are you really not afraid of death?" Yang Zhan's cursing voice rang out from the main hall. Chapter 3695. The Yun siblings had actually entered the city lord's mansion one after the other. This shocked all the cultivators watching outside the city lord's mansion. The native cultivators of Cloudy Sky City knew the background of the Yun siblings, which was why they were even more shocked. The Yun siblings were monstrous existences in Cloudy Sky City. At such a young age, their cultivation was already much stronger than the cultivators of the older generation. Yun-Ao, in particular, was a demigod. He was only 1 step away from entering the immortal realm and becoming the 3rd immortal in Cloudy Sky City. However, Elder Xing had already been killed by Gu Fei. In Cloudy Sky City, there was only the city lord, Yun Tianyue, who was an immortal. At this time, Yun-Ao had already arrived outside the main hall of the city lord's mansion. There was actually an armored barbaric bull king guarding outside the main hall. The moment the armored barbaric bull king saw Yun-Ao, it stood up abruptly and glared fiercely at Yun-Ao. White smoke came out of its nostrils, and its front hooves dug into the ground, as if it would charge at Yun-Ao at any time. When Yun Ao saw the armored barbaric bull king, his pupils involuntarily shrank. The beast king's entire body looked like it was made of black, godly metal. Its entire body was covered in black scales, and under the scales were bulging muscles that were full of power. "Who are you? Aren't you afraid of death?" Yang Zhan opened the main door of the main hall and was stunned when he saw the middle-aged warrior. He couldn't help but admire this guy's courage. Why should I be afraid of death? Yun Ao stared at Yang Zhan with a serious expression. This guy was only at the peak of the postnatal realm. What was going on? He originally thought that anyone who could enter the city lord's mansion would be a top expert. Who would have thought that this guy who walked out of the main hall wasn't even an innate realm expert? Humph, you dare to look down on me? Yang Zhan was infuriated when he saw Yun Ao's disdainful gaze. "Go, kill him." Yang Zhan pointed at Yun Ao and ordered the armored barbaric bull king. Moo. The armored barbaric ox king let out a low roar and charged at Yun Ao. Sparks flew as its iron hooves collided with the hard ground. Humph! Yun Ao sneered. He placed his left hand behind his back and stretched out his right hand, pressing it against the armored barbaric ox king's head. The armored barbaric ox king's huge body that was charging towards Yun Ao came to a halt. Yun Ao stood there like an immortal divine mountain, unmoving. Yang Zhan was directly dumbstruck when he witnessed this scene. After all, this armored barbaric ox king was a beast king that could tear first heaven realm experts apart. Yet it was actually stopped by a single hand of this pretty boy. Moo. The armored barbaric ox king roared again and again, exerting its strength. However, no matter how ferocious this beast king was, the ground beneath its feet was crushed, and it was unable to move an inch forward. An extremely powerful aura erupted from Yun Ao's body, an existence that surpasses the void-controlling realm. Could it be a half-deity? Yang Zhan was greatly alarmed. That wave of pressure was too powerful, almost crushing him to the ground. Yang Zhan held on with all his might. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans continuously seeped out of his forehead, flowing down his face and dripping onto the ground. His legs were trembling uncontrollably. Roar! Yun Ao let out a loud roar and grabbed the armored barbaric ox king by its horns, ruthlessly flinging it away. Boom! With a loud bang, the armored barbaric ox king smashed heavily into the ground in front of the main hall. The ground trembled, and a cloud of dust rose into the air. The beast king had actually smashed a large crater into the ground. Humph! A mere beast king dares to be so impudent in front of me? You don't know what's good for you. Yun Ao sneered as he looked at the armored barbaric ox king that was struggling to stand up. This Yang Zhan was indescribably shocked. He had never imagined that this pretty boy would actually be this powerful, able to easily defeat the armored barbaric ox king. Half-deities are not to be bullied. Tell me, how should I deal with you? Yun Ao said coldly as he looked at Yang Zhan. What do you mean by not to be bullied? In front of our brother Fei, you are nothing but trash. Yang Zhan forcefully withstood the powerful pressure and glared at the pretty boy. Hearing Yang Zhan's words, Yun Ao couldn't help but be taken aback. Could the brother Fei that this guy spoke of be that ruthless person who killed Elder Xing? When he thought of this, his aura immediately weakened by half. I want to see if the brother Fei you speak of is as powerful as you say. Yun Ao stopped underestimating Yang Zhan and was about to walk in through the open door of the main hall. At this moment, a strong gust of wind suddenly blew out of the main hall. In the next moment, Yun Ao was actually blown away by this gust of wind and smashed out of the main hall like a cannonball. Big brother! A cry of alarm came from within the main hall. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud sound. Yun Ao directly smashed through the wall opposite the main hall and flew out of the city lord's residence. He directly smashed through a few houses before falling into a pile of broken bricks and tiles. Yun Ao was completely dumbfounded. His eyes were wide open as if he had become a fool. His chest and abdomen violently bulged as he panted heavily. The people who witnessed this scene outside the city lord's residence were all dumbfounded. They looked at this scene in disbelief. Big Brother! A figure immediately rushed out of the city lord's residence and appeared in front of Yun Ao. At this moment, Yun Ao was half sitting in the ruins. His body was trembling nonstop as if he had been scared out of his wits. His face was covered in dust, and he looked extremely pathetic. Big Brother, are you all right? The person who had rushed out of the city lord's residence was naturally Yun Shi. When she saw her big brother in this state, she could not help but be shocked. She thought that Yun Ao's injuries were not light. However, after a careful examination, Yun Shi could not find any injuries on her big brother's body. Thinking about what she had just seen with her own eyes, Yun Shi could not help but shiver. Her big brother's life or death could only be decided by a single thought from Gu Fei. Just now, Gu Fei had merely blown a puff of air and had actually directly blown Yun Ao out of the city lord's residence. Her big brother Yun Ao was a demigod. A demigod could even easily kill a beast king. Even if he encountered a beast king, he could also put up a fight. However, such a powerful existence had been blown away by a seemingly casual puff of air from Gu Fei. Seeing that her big brother was not injured, Yun Shi felt a lot more at ease. She knew that Gu Fei had already shown mercy. Otherwise, her big brother would have been dead long ago. Too powerful, too terrifying. After a long while, Yun Ao finally said these words with a trembling voice. At this moment, the beast tide outside was still attacking Cloud Sky City. In the depths of the Cloud Sky mountain range, a dark cloud had appeared. It was a dark cloud formed by the gathering of countless ferocious birds. This dark cloud moved quickly in the sky, quickly approaching Cloud Sky City. Chapter 3696. Gu Fei merely blew a breath of air, and the arrogant Yun Ao was blown out of the city lord's residence. Yun Ao was dumbfounded. He originally thought that he wanted to show Gu Fei his strength, but he didn't expect that he didn't even have the right to make a move. Yun Ao knew very well that if the other party wanted to kill him, that breath would have been enough to kill him. Big Brother, what's wrong? Yun, she asked anxiously. Although Yun Ao didn't seem to be injured, who knew if an expert like Gu Fei injured his primordial spirit? If his primordial spirit was injured, it definitely wouldn't be an easy task to recover. I'm fine. Yun Ao still hadn't recovered from his shock. It's good that you're fine. That Gu Fei is really too much. No, I'm going to settle the score with him. Yun Shi stood up and said angrily, What? Don't go. Yun Ao hurriedly jumped up from the ground and grabbed Yun Shi. He did not dare to provoke this fellow, who was like a demon god again. Actually, this genius of Cloudy Heaven City had long been scared out of his wits by Gu Fei. How would he dare to provoke Gu Fei again? He knew that he wouldn't be so lucky next time. Yun Ao knew very well that experts of this level didn't have any qualms about killing people like him. They wouldn't even frown if they killed someone like him. Otherwise, why would the immortal that was guarding the city lord's residence be killed by Gu Fei? In front of Gu Fei, immortals were like trash. So what if he was killed? Father is still fighting with those beast lords outside the city. I have to endure it and wait for the beast tide to pass and Father to return. Yun Ao made up his mind. I'm already giving you face by not killing him. At this moment, a voice rang out from the city lord's residence. Yunxi was shocked and angry. This Gu Fei was really too despicable. Was I not outstanding? This Gu Fei actually didn't even look at him in the eye. She even began to doubt her own charm. She was the center of attention in cloudy Heaven City. She had many suitors, but she didn't like any of them. If her man was a peerless hero, he would come to marry her on a 9-colored cloud. However, such an existence could only appear in dreams. However, Yunxi met Gu Fei. Gu Fei's battle prowess and elegance at the North Gate had won over Yunxi, the publicly acknowledged goddess of Cloud Sky City. If there's nothing important, don't disturb my brother Fei. Another voice came from the city lord's mansion. What? She was stunned, but there was nothing she could do. Ao, the young master of Yuntian City, didn't even dare to let out a fart. Let's go. She pulled Ao up and gazed deeply in the direction of the city lord's manor before leaving with Ao. At this moment, everyone who witnessed this scene outside the city lord's mansion was shocked. The Yun siblings are leaving just like that. The Yun family was the sky in cloudy Heaven City. Who would dare to provoke the Yun siblings? However, now that the Yun siblings had been chased out of the city lord's mansion by a guy named Gu Fei, everyone was dumbfounded. Even the warlords outside the city lord's mansion were dumbfounded. Brother Fei is awesome. Inside the city lord's mansion, Yang Zhan looked at the warlords outside the gate proudly. It was really important to follow the right boss. If the boss was awesome, his subordinates would be awesome too. However, Gu Fei ignored Yang Zhan. He closed his eyes and rested on the throne in the main hall of the city lord's mansion. At this moment, he suddenly sensed countless ferocious beasts flying towards cloudy Sky City from 1,000 miles away. This had nothing to do with him. He didn't want to get involved in cloudy Heaven City's affairs. However, the iron-armored bull king that was guarding outside the main hall suddenly stood up and looked into the distance. Its front hooves dug into the ground, and its nostrils puffed out white gas. It was very uneasy. At this moment, outside cloudy Heaven City, the city lord and the 2 beast sovereigns were fighting their way into the depths of the mountain range. Countless mountains collapsed, and the entire region was shaking. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. The walls of cloudy Heaven City's North Gate were filled with people. These people were all cultivators. Apart from cultivators, all the ordinary people were hiding in their houses. Only cultivators dared to climb the walls to watch the battle. The powerful aura of an immortal god kept spreading out, and the pressure was so great that all the cultivators could barely breathe. The fact that cloudy Heaven City didn't have a protective formation stunned the outsiders who came from the ancestral realm to participate in the Ingtian sect's entrance trial. If cloudy Heaven City had a protective formation, the city lord wouldn't be in such a sorry state. He wouldn't have to go out of the city to fight the 2 beast sovereigns. This was the importance of a protective formation. In the ancestral realm, even a small city would have a protective formation as long as there were cultivators guarding it. Boom! In the distance, a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds suddenly exploded. 2 silhouettes rushed out and fought their way up to the sky. The terrifying might of the immortal gods spread out, and the entire world seemed like it was going to crumble down at any moment. A figure surrounded by immortal light fought fiercely with a white wolf. Immortal blood dripped from the sky. This was the blood of a real immortal god. It contained powerful essence, energy, and immortal nature. To alchemists, the blood of an immortal god was even rarer than immortal medicine. This immortal blood was definitely a great medicine of this world that could be used to concoct immortal pills. There were many alchemists in cloudy Heaven City, but no one dared to pick up the blood of an immortal god at this time. Rumble, like muffled thunder, the extremely shocking sound continued to be heard. At this time, the wild beasts outside the city started to attack. They all madly rushed towards the city gate. The wild beasts, especially the wild beasts, were as big as small mountains and were covered in long hair. Boom! A wild beast slammed into the north gate, causing the heavy gate to shake violently. The cultivators on the city wall could no longer sit still. Their expressions changed. Out of the way! Out of the way! At this time, a group of soldiers led by a fierce-looking middle-aged general rushed up the city wall. They then skillfully set up their crossbows and shot at the wild beasts below the city wall. Swoosh! 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 The crossbow bolts, each more than 6 meters long, transformed into beams of black light and shot towards the wild elephant beasts at the foot of the city wall. When the crossbow bolts hit the body of the barbarian elephant beast below the city wall, they bounced off, unable to penetrate the thick, shield-like skin of the barbarian elephant beast. Everyone was dumbfounded at the sight of this. The cultivators in the city had already witnessed the power of these crossbows. The wyverns that attacked Cloudy Heaven City from the sky were shot down by these crossbows, change into spiritual arrows. The general roared angrily. Some of the warriors hurriedly untied the rectangular boxes on their backs and opened them. Inside the boxes was actually a black arrow that was surrounded by spirit chi. These black arrows were only about 3 meters long, much shorter than the previous crossbow arrows. The soldier operating the crossbow skillfully loaded the arrow. Then 2 soldiers worked together to pull the crossbow and aimed at the wild beasts below the city wall that were madly charging at the city gate. The heavy north gate was on the verge of collapse from the wild beasts. Kill! The general roared angrily and immediately gave the order. This time, a spirit arrow directly hit a barbarian elephant beast that was charging at the city gate. In the next moment, the barbarian elephant beast was pierced through by the arrow. The barbaric elephant beast roared and fell down like a small mountain, crushing many of the other beasts to death. As spirit arrows were shot out from the crossbows, the barbaric elephant beasts outside the north gate fell one after another. The barbaric elephant beasts' huge bodies actually blocked the barbaric beasts that were rushing towards the city gate. More than 10 wild beasts were all shot dead. This made everyone on the city wall heave a sigh of relief. The wild beasts' defense was indeed astonishing. Ordinary crossbow arrows could not harm these wild beasts at all. However, spiritual arrows were different. The power of spiritual arrows was many times stronger than ordinary crossbow arrows. However, these were spiritual arrows after all. They were spiritual weapons, and it was not easy to refine them. The soldiers on the north wall could only use a dozen or so spiritual arrows. The cost of each spiritual arrow was very high. Every time a spiritual arrow was shot, the general felt extremely pained. Just when everyone thought that the crisis had been temporarily resolved, a dark, dark cloud suddenly appeared on the horizon. The dark cloud was quickly moving towards Cloud Sky City. Everyone was shocked by the sudden appearance of the dark cloud. "Wyvern?" someone on the city wall exclaimed. "No, this is a rock that is even stronger than the wyvern," someone said in horror. The great rocks were more powerful than the wyverns because the great rocks could hunt and eat the wyverns. The rock possessed the blood of the rock. Although it was unknown how many generations had passed, the rock that was charging towards Cloud Sky City was still extremely powerful. Countless rock quickly flew to the sky above Cloud Sky City. A terrifying aura exploded from the rock and covered the sky. Kill! An angry roar came from the ancestors' ground of Cloud Sky City. The rock that was originally hovering in the sky immediately swooped down from the sky and charged into Cloud Sky City. Miserable screams and wails filled the air. Some of the mortals and even cultivators in the city had ugly expressions on their faces. There was even a cultivator who was captured by the rock beast. In an instant, Cloud Sky City was in a mess. Die, evil beasts! Yun, she roared angrily. She immediately soared into the sky and charged towards the countless rock. Buzz! A rumbling sound came from Yun-Shi's body. In the next moment, extremely sharp sword lights shot out from her body. Kill! Yun-Shi began a massacre. She directly charged into the rock in the sky. In an instant, countless rock fell from the sky. Chapter 3697. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go, Talk.net provides you with wonderful novels to read. It's actually a rock. Another wave of beasts attacked. This time, what appeared before the eyes of the cultivators of Cloud Heaven City was the rock from the depths of the Cloud Heaven mountain range. This caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Love, go, small talk, net, the rock was not a rock. Of course, there was no such thing as a rock in this trial. Otherwise, Cloud Heaven City would have been destroyed a long time ago. However, even if it was a rock, it was still incredible. It was a type of beast that could fly in the sky, much more powerful than the wyvern. The rock's body didn't have feathers, but a feather-like scale armor. When its wings were spread out, they were even bigger than 2 doors. Moreover, at the end of the rock's wings, there were extremely sharp claws. Its beak was like a sharp spear that could easily pierce through a person's body. Whether it was defense or attack power, the rock was much stronger than the wyvern. The arrows of Cloud Heaven City could not penetrate the thick layer of scales on its body at all. Countless rock swooped down from the sky. The countless cultivators and mortals in the city were immediately thrown into chaos and ran for their lives in fear. One of the cultivators who had fled into an alleyway was instantly pounced on by a great rock that descended from the sky. Next, the great rock grabbed him up into the sky, and the other great rock charged forward to snatch the cultivator. Instantly, the cultivator was torn to pieces by several great rock. Kill! Kill all these guys! Furious roars could be heard coming from all over Cloud Heaven City. The generals guarding Cloud Heaven City were giving orders to the soldiers under their command. The soldiers of Cloud Heaven City were indeed not bad. They did not panic in the face of danger and immediately organized a counterattack. Countless arrows rained down from all over the city towards the rock in the sky. However, ordinary iron arrows could not penetrate the thick layer of scales on the rock's body. Change arrows. There was no other way. After shooting a round of profound iron arrows, the generals of Cloud Heaven City had no choice but to order for them to switch to spiritual arrows. This was their trump card. Soon, the spiritual arrows turned into rays of spiritual light that soared into the sky and directly shot into the group of great rocks. The unique cries of the great rocks resounded. Then, the great rocks that were shot by the spiritual arrows fell from the sky. Every rock had a spirit arrow stuck in its body. Most of the great rocks that were shot by the spirit arrows were directly shot to death, but some great rocks were shot in the wings or thighs. Although they fell from the sky, they didn't die. At this time, a battle general led the battle soldiers towards the rock beasts that were still alive. The rock beasts' defense was too strong. Spiritual weapons were needed to kill these beasts, and only warriors at the warrior level could use spiritual weapons. The spear-wielding warriors were actually cannon fodder. Of course, these cannon fodder were also very useful. A group of battle soldiers rushed towards an injured great rocks. Dozens of battle soldiers scattered in a practiced manner. The leader of the battle, general, raised his left hand. The battle soldiers immediately stopped. At this time, although the great rocks were injured by the spiritual arrows, they were still extremely ferocious. They struggled and pounced towards the battle soldiers. Release! The battle general looked coldly at the great rocks and waved his hand. 2 crossbow bolts were immediately shot out, and a large black net spread out at the same time, directly catching the pouncing great pung. The great pung immediately fell heavily to the ground, desperately struggling to get out. Humph! The battle general snorted coldly. He rushed forward and pierced the head of the great rocks with his spear. The great rocks immediately stopped struggling. After twitching a few times, they stopped moving. The battle general pulled back his spear and led the battle soldiers towards another injured great rocks. These battle soldiers were equipped with beast hunting nets, so it was not difficult for them to hunt these injured great rocks. However, there were exceptions. When another group of battle soldiers was hunting a great rocks, the great rocks killed more than 10 battle soldiers before they could assassinate the great rocks. Spiritual arrows continuously shot into the sky from within the city. The countless great rocks circling above Cloudy Sky City felt threatened and had no choice but to fly up into the sky. However, the power of the spiritual arrows was extraordinary. Even if the great rocks hit in the sky, they would still be hit by the spiritual arrows shot out from Cloudy Sky City and fall from the sky. The mortals and cultivators in the city had to pay attention to the corpses of the great rocks that fell from the sky. Although the great rocks that fell from the sky would not be smashed to pieces, it would be hard for them to survive. They would fall to their deaths. At this time, the entire city was in a state of panic. They were afraid that the great rocks in the sky would kill their way into the city. There were not many spiritual arrows in the city. Although they had temporarily deterred the great rocks, they would not be able to hold on for long. This was because once the number of spiritual arrows shot out from the city decreased, the great rocks in the sky would take the opportunity to fly down. The entire Cloudy Sky City had been dyed red with blood. The mortals were trembling, and the cultivators were in danger. Driven by the desire to survive, some of the dark side of human nature was revealed. Some people pushed the people around them towards the great rocks and escaped by themselves. Of course, the positive energy absolutely overwhelmed the dark side. There were many heroes who sacrificed themselves to save others. In order to save the dozens of mortals that were blocked by the great rocks in a small alley, a cultivator risked his life to fight the great rocks alone. In the end, he perished together with the great rocks. At this time, Yun Shi and Yun Ao also made their move. Yun Shi was a powerhouse of the Imperial Void Realm and could fly in the air, while Yun Ao was a demigod. The 2 siblings soared into the sky and killed their way to the sky, pouncing into the crowd of rock beasts. In the next moment, countless great rocks fell from the sky like dumplings. The mortals and cultivators in the city couldn't help but cheer when they saw this scene in the sky. In the entire Cloudy Sky City, only the area near the City Lord's mansion was devoid of great rocks. No one knew why the great rocks didn't dare to approach the mansion. Could it be because of the armored barbaric Ox King? Only Yang Zhan knew that the armored barbaric Ox King was unable to intimidate the great rocks in the sky. For some reason, the armored barbaric Ox King appeared to be very frightened. It was extremely irritable and constantly roared. Could it be that a big guy is about to appear? Yang Zhan looked at the sky in the distance. The Yun siblings' battle prowess was not bad. Killing those ferocious great rocks was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables for them. At this time, some people realized that the area around the City Lord's mansion was a safe zone. Countless cultivators gathered there, but no one dared to barge into the City Lord's mansion. Very soon, the City Lord's mansion was filled with people. Roar. At this time, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the sky. In the next moment, all the savage beasts that were attacking the city were terrified to the extreme. They directly fell to the ground and trembled. A huge shadow of a beast appeared on the horizon, and it was charging towards the Cloud Heaven city at high speed. Yang Zhan was dumbfounded. At this time, the armored barbaric ox king was also so scared that it curled up on the ground. Its body trembled as if it was scared out of its wits. In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, Gu Fei, who was sitting on the throne with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 3698. It had already been several hours since the beast tide started. Powerful beasts started to appear. Among the beasts attacking the city, there were quite a few king-level ones. See below the city walls, the corpses of the beasts were piled up like a small mountain. Their blood formed small streams on the ground, and the smell of blood filled the air. At this moment, a terrifying roar came from the distance. All the beasts attacking the city were so scared that they fell to the ground and trembled. This shocked the cultivators of Cloudy Heaven City, who were desperately defending the city walls. They looked in the direction of the sound and saw a gigantic beast appear in the sky. In the next moment, a terrifying and monstrous fiendish aura came from the front. The moment the cultivators on the wall sensed the fiendish aura, their expressions changed drastically. Everyone was terrified to the extreme. Everyone looked at the beast approaching them in disbelief. Their terror seemed to come from the depths of their souls. Some cultivators were so scared that they fell to the ground and trembled. What? The heavens want me dead. At this moment, the city lord of Cloud Sky City, who was fighting against the two beast sovereigns, couldn't help but turn pale when he saw the terrifying beast. In a moment of distraction, the city lord was immediately sent flying by the white wolf sovereign's claw. He smashed through a mountain and was buried in the rubble. Father! In the sky above Cloudy Heaven City, Yun Ao and Yun Shi, who were fighting countless rock beasts, were shocked when they saw this scene. The aura emitted by the rapidly approaching giant beast was simply too powerful, causing their souls to tremble. However, after sensing the aura of the giant beast, the great rocks became even more ferocious, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They pounced towards the Yun siblings with all their might. "Little sister, let's retreat." Yun Ao roared at Yun Shi. With his demigod cultivation, he knew very well how powerful the beast was. It was much more powerful than the white wolf sovereign and the demonic ape sovereign. Boom, as the gigantic beast rapidly approached, the entire sky began to tremble. The gigantic beast was too big, even bigger than the mountains. Yun Shi and Yun Ao hurriedly rushed down from the sky. Behind them, countless rock beasts chased after them. It was a magnificent sight. The two siblings were quite smart. They immediately rushed towards the direction of the city lord's mansion. As they approached the city lord's mansion, the rock beasts chasing after them suddenly stopped, as if they had some misgivings and didn't dare to fly any further. Even though the great rock beast was ferocious, it would not charge forward even if it knew that it would die. Savage beasts of this level had already developed intelligence and possessed a certain level of intelligence. Although these rocks didn't dare to approach the city lord's mansion, the situation was different in other parts of Cloud Heaven City. At this time, there were no more spirit arrows being shot out of the city. Countless great pung beasts swooped down from the sky like a black cloud. The people in Cloud Heaven City immediately fell into chaos. They cried for their parents and fled in fear. However, these rocks were very smart. They grabbed a human and flew high up into the sky, far away from Cloudy Sky City. Only then did they want to eat the delicious flesh and blood of humans. Could it be? How is that possible? The cultivators of the older generation in Cloud Heaven City were incomparably shocked as they looked at the rapidly approaching giant beast. The great pung beasts have not appeared in nearly 100 years. Why did they all come out today? The cultivators of the older generation muttered to themselves. Although the Cloud Heaven mountain range had a beast tide once every 10 years, the great pung beasts had disappeared in the past 100 years, without the participation of the great pung beasts. Even if there was a beast tide in the Cloud Heaven mountain range, the city lord would be able to ruthlessly defeat it. But now, the great pung beasts had appeared. The most serious thing was that behind these great pung beasts, there was a beast sovereign, the great pung beast sovereign. The legendary great pung beast sovereign. Someone in Cloud Heaven City exclaimed. What? Everyone in the city was indescribably shocked. Wasn't the great pung beast sovereign a legend? How could there really be such a beast sovereign in the Cloud Heaven mountain range? At this moment, the cultivators and mortals in the city rushed towards the area near the city lord's mansion like a tide. Those who were slower were caught by the great pung beasts and captured. Those who were faster were secretly glad that they had escaped. The moment Yun-Ao and Yun-Shi landed on the ground, the entire sky suddenly darkened. Then a huge figure pressed down on the void, as if it was about to collapse. Asterisk, rumble, asterisk, the void shook violently. All the mortals and cultivators in Cloud Heaven City were in despair. They all thought that it was over for them. At this moment, an extremely powerful beast claw directly swiped down from the sky. Asterisk, boom. Asterisk, with a loud bang. A pavilion in Cloud Heaven City was actually crushed by the beast's claw. Humph! With a cold snort, a huge primal chaos hand suddenly appeared in the sky above Cloud Heaven City without any warning and directly sent the huge beast flying. This, Yun-Shi and her sister were dumbfounded. Asterisk, roar. Asterisk, a terrifying roar came from the sky. The huge beast that was sent flying was actually a huge great pung beast. The ferocious aura that erupted from the great pung beast made everyone's heart palpitate. The great pung beast sovereign. It really is the great pung beast sovereign. Some of the older cultivators in Cloud Heaven City exclaimed. The great pung beast sovereign was definitely one of the strongest beast sovereigns in the trial land. Even the two beast sovereigns that were fighting with the city lord of Cloud Heaven City had no choice but to behave themselves. Scram! A loud roar came from Cloud Heaven City. Everyone was dumbfounded. How dare someone speak to the great pung beast sovereign like this? Isn't this courting death? The direction of the voice came from was the city lord's mansion. This made the cultivators in Cloud Heaven City even more shocked. Everyone had already guessed that the person who sent the great pung beast sovereign flying was probably Gu Fei. Where did this Gu Fei come from? How could he not be afraid of the great pung beast sovereign? One must know that even the city lord of Cloud Heaven City would not dare to tell the great pung beast sovereign to scram. At this moment, the city lord of Cloud Heaven City, who was buried in the ground, broke through the layers of soil and rocks and rushed out. When he saw the great pung beast sovereign being sent flying, he was dumbfounded. This Gu Fei is too powerful. When Yun-Ao thought about how he had offended Gu Fei before, he could not help but break out in cold sweat. This was no different from courting death. Luckily, Gu Fei did not lower himself to his level. Otherwise, Yun-Ao would not even know how he died. If you don't scram, I'll have to start a massacre. At this moment, another voice came from the city lord's mansion. Chapter 3699. The attack of the legendary Great Rock Sovereign caused all the cultivators in Cloud Sky City to feel despair. It has to be said that the true ruler of the Cloud Sky mountain range was the Great Rock Sovereign. The White Wolf Sovereign and the Demonic Ape Sovereign were merely its subordinates. Roar! At this moment, an angry roar was heard. The city lord of Cloud Sky City, who had been sent flying by the White Wolf Sovereign's claw, shook off the sand and stones on his body and rushed out from the collapsed mountain. The city lord's body emitted an endless amount of immortal light. He shot up into the sky and saw the rock being pushed back by a giant chaotic hand. He was inexplicably shocked. Could it be that Gu Fei was so powerful that he could repel the rock venerable beast? How was this possible? The city lord knew that Gu Fei was an outsider. When a large number of outsiders suddenly appeared, he realized what was going on. A trial had begun. At the city lord's level of cultivation, he naturally knew that these outsiders came from the same place called the ancestral realm. In the eyes of the trial takers from the ancestral realm, the city lord's group was merely a group of natives. Even though the city lord was an immortal, he was only a native with a slightly higher cultivation. After all, there were many experts in the ancestral realm. Immortals were like mortals in the mortal realm, the lowest existences. Of course, the lowest existences in the ancestral realm were mortals who had yet to become immortals. Everyone wanted to become strong and become a big shot in the world. However, no one could casually succeed. The competition in the ancestral realm was even more intense and tragic. This time, there were more than 100,000 young cultivators participating in the entrance trial of the Yingtian sect in the ancestral mountain range. However, not many of them could actually pass the trial. Countless people died or were injured during the trial. Of course, some people were extremely lucky and obtained some treasures or even inheritances from their predecessors. Although the trial wasn't a complete world, there were still extremely powerful natives here. The city lord of Cloud Sky City was an immortal. An immortal's inheritance was also a priceless treasure in the eyes of these trial takers. Roar! At this moment, the great rock beast sovereign raised its head to the sky and let out a long cry. A terrifying sound wave spread out, causing the entire world to tremble under the impact of the sound wave. Some of the ferocious birds that had retreated far into the sky were directly stunned by the sound waves that spread out and directly fell from the sky. Even the great rocks were hiding far away, not daring to get close. In this way, the mortals and cultivators in the city escaped a calamity. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. These rock beasts were too fierce and too strong. They could only be killed with spirit tools. It was impossible for an ordinary cultivator to possess a spiritual weapon, let alone an ordinary mortal. After the rock beast's rampage, the entire Cloudy Sky City was gloomy and gloomy. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Corpses of rocks could be seen everywhere in the city. The sinister corpses looked very frightening. Although many of the rock beasts were shot to death, the number of mortals and cultivators who died under the claws of the rock beasts was even higher. Even the outsiders who came for the trial were killed. Terrifying sound waves spread out, and a good number of the mortals in the city without cultivation bases were instantly quaked to death. The cultivators with cultivation bases were shaken to the point that their bloodstreams roiled. As for the weaker cultivators, they bled from their 7 orifices. It was an incomparably ferocious sight. At this moment, a cold snort came from the city lord's mansion. The sound wasn't loud, but it dispelled the terrifying sound wave produced by the great rock beast sovereign. The cultivators who were lying on the ground in fear of the great rock beast sovereign were directly killed by the sound wave because they were too close to it. Those who survived were cultivators who had reached the postnatal realm. This was definitely a one-sided massacre. In the eyes of an existence like the great rock beast sovereign, cultivators, and mortals in the city were all like ants. A single sneeze from the great rock beast sovereign could kill countless people in seconds. In the entire Cloudy Sky City, only the city lord was worthy of the great rock beast sovereign's attention. But now, the great rock beast sovereign was dumbfounded. He was sent flying out of the city with a single slap. How is this possible? There can't be such a powerful existence in Cloudy Sky City. That person is definitely not the City Lord. Kill. At this time, the City Lord of Cloudy Sky City let out a furious roar. The immortal weapon on his body instantly turned into a sharp sword energy. In the next moment, the City Lord of Cloudy Sky City turned into a shocking sword light and slashed at the mountain-like great rock beast sovereign. Swoosh! The sword light pierced through the void and arrived in front of the great rock beast sovereign in an instant. Roar! The rock beast, venerable, roared angrily and slapped its claw at the incoming sword light. The extremely swift and fierce sword light was slapped away by the rock beast venerable. The sword light swept through a mountain ridge in the distance, slicing off the top of the entire mountain ridge. A rumbling sound came from the mountain ridge. In the next moment, the sword light disappeared, and the City Lord of Cloudy Sky City appeared in the void. He stared at the great rock beast sovereign in the distance with a trace of blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. The great rock beast sovereign was too powerful. The white wolf beast sovereign and the magical ape beast sovereign were like children compared to it. They were not on the same level at all. The City Lord of Cloudy Sky City wanted to escape, but he was reluctant to do so because his children were still in the city. Both Yun Shi and Yun Ao were his flesh and blood, especially Yun Ao, who was already a demigod and was likely to become a real immortal. The City Lord of Cloudy Sky City naturally could not give up on such excellent children. However, at this time, the white wolf beast sovereign and the magical ape beast sovereign had already approached the City Lord of Cloudy Sky City. Both of them were injured. However, this completely aroused the ferocity of the two beast sovereigns. At the end of the day, beast sovereigns were still beasts. Once their ferocity was aroused, they would become even more ferocious and difficult to deal with. You evil beasts, why are you still here? Are you ignoring my brother Fei's words? At this moment, a loud roar came from the City Lord's mansion. Roar! High up in the sky outside the city, the great rock beast sovereign roared. How dare someone look down on me? I am the king of all beasts in the Cloudy Sky mountain range. The great rock beast sovereign was enraged. It took a deep breath, and its stomach immediately swelled up. A surge of fire energy emerged from its body. Boom! The great rock beast sovereign opened its mouth, and a terrifying aura of destruction immediately burst out from its mouth. An endless amount of fire energy condensed, and in the next moment, a huge fireball shot out from its mouth and headed toward the Cloudy Sky City below like a cannonball. Everyone in the Cloudy Sky City was dumbfounded when they saw this terrifying scene in the sky. Chapter 3700. The infuriated rock beast sovereign made its move. Its terrifying aura spread in all directions. All the mortals and cultivators in the city were dumbfounded. A fireball that looked like a burning meteorite came crashing down from the sky towards the City Lord Mansion of Cloudy City. The power of the fire element that erupted from the fireball was extremely powerful. The space around the fireball was being destroyed. If the rock beast sovereign were to spit out this fireball, the entire Cloudy City would be turned into a sea of fire, let alone the City Lord Mansion. Mortals and cultivators in the city would be burned to ashes. Even the most powerful cultivators would be destroyed in both body and soul. There was no way they could survive. That lunatic in the City Lord Mansion is going to provoke the rock beast sovereign. We are all going to die. When the nobles in the city saw the fireball flying towards them, they all cursed Gu Fei's 18 generations of ancestors in their hearts. Some nobles hurriedly hid underground. The mortals and cultivators in the city looked at the fireball descending from the sky in despair. No one in the city would have a chance to escape from such an attack. This was the terror of the rock beast sovereign. A casual attack from it could cause terrifying destruction. rumble. As the fireball reached the sky above the Sky Market City, the entire sky shook. To all the mortals and cultivators in the city, this scene was simply earth-shattering. "Grandpa, I'm scared." A little girl hid in the arms of an old hunter, not daring to look at the scene in the sky. The old hunter gently patted the little girl's back and comforted her with a smile. However, when the old man looked up at the fireball descending from the sky, his face was filled with despair. The little girl thought that she would be safe under the protection of the adults. Little did she know that it was useless. Roar! Seeing this, the city lord's eyes turned red. He immediately turned into a sword light and rushed over to the fireball. In an instant, he caught up to the fireball and stood in front of it. The white wolf beast sovereign and the demonic ape beast sovereign did not stop him. In their opinion, the city lord was committing suicide by daring to be the rock beast sovereign's fireball. Damn it! The city lord's body was surrounded by immortal light. He pushed his hands forward with all his might. An immortal shield appeared in front of him and collided with the incoming fireball. Boom! With a loud bang, the Fire Cloud City Master's body shook violently. The immortal shield that he condensed was instantly smashed by the fireball. The terrifying divine fire instantly burned the Cloud Sky City Master's body. The next moment, the clothes on Cloud Heaven City Master's arms turned into ashes, his hair was set on fire, and his body was covered in black smoke as he fell from the sky. There were no protective immortal lights or immortal robes. They were all destroyed by the divine fire that erupted from the fireball. Father, seeing this scene, the Yun siblings, who were already hiding outside the mansion, were shocked. Yun Ao immediately flew into the sky and caught the falling Yun Tian City Lord. Yun Ao landed on the ground with Yun Tian City Master in his arms. Yun Tian City Master was barely breathing. His flesh had been burnt to a crisp, and some of his bones were exposed. The Yun Tian City Master was seriously injured and dying, which made the Yun siblings angry and sad. They looked at the fireballs that continued to rain down from the sky, and all of them despaired. Even the Cloud Sky City Master couldn't withstand an attack from the Rock Beast, let alone the others. The City Lord of Cloud Sky City was an immortal god. He was the most powerful, immortal god in the vicinity of Cloud Sky City. How dare you ignore my brother Fei? Inside the mansion, Yang Zhan was also shocked by this scene. How dare these beasts make a move? The armored barbaric Ox King was already shivering on the ground. It was terrified to the extreme. In front of the rock sovereign beast, this beast king didn't even dare to have any thoughts of resisting. Whoosh! At this moment, a chaotic, primordial divine light rushed out from the mansion and entered Yang Zhan's body. Brother Fei, Yang Zhan was shocked, but in the next moment, he felt a powerful force forming in his body and condensing. It was as if he had turned into an immortal god. An illusory figure appeared on his body. Go! Gu Fei's voice came from the mansion. Ha! All right, let's kill him, then. Yang Zhan laughed heartily as he soared into the sky, charging towards the fireball descending from the sky. This Yun Ao and the others were stunned by this scene. Yang Zhan threw a punch at the fireball. Everyone thought he was crazy. Even the Cloud Sky City Master wasn't a match for the Rock Beast, but this guy who wasn't even an immortal dared to attack. He must be tired of living. However, just when everyone thought that Yang Zhan was overestimating himself, Yang Zhan's fist had already landed on the fireball. In the next moment, a loud boom sound rang out. To everyone's disbelief, the fireball exploded from Yang Zhan's punch. An endless amount of divine fire exploded and was blown into the sky by the force of Yang Zhan's punch. The rocks were unlucky. The rocks that were burned by the divine fire turned into a pile of ashes that dissipated into the void. The white wolf beast sovereign and the magical ape-beast sovereign were blind. How was this possible? How could this guy destroy the rock beast sovereign's fireball? At this time, Yang Zhan's body still emitted the aura of the peak of the acquired realm, but the combat strength he displayed was definitely not weaker than an immortal. How could something so strange happen? His combat strength was seriously inconsistent with his cultivation level. This guy was like a puppet that was being controlled by someone else. There was a powerful force supporting him. This was a kind of blessing that could be used to strengthen a person with a weak cultivation level, allowing that person to explode with shocking combat strength in a short period of time. This was a small matter for Gu Fei. However, it was strange and impossible for the cultivators in the trial ground. Even the great rock beast sovereign was taken aback. Damn it, I told you evil creatures to scram. If you don't, then come over and accept your death. After destroying the fireball, Yang Zhan arrived in front of the rock beast sovereign. He stared at the rock disdainfully. At this moment, he felt that he could even destroy the heaven and earth with a single punch. This feeling of supremacy surprised and delighted Yang Zhan. He was more and more in awe of Gu Fei. The rock beast sovereign didn't say anything. It responded to Yang Zhan with action. A huge claw directly slapped towards Yang Zhan. The claw was even bigger than a small mountain. If it hit, even an immortal would be injured. Hee. Yang Zhan only laughed twice and directly rushed towards the claw, like a divine arrow. He instantly pierced through the great rock beast venerable's claw, causing a cloud of blood to spray out. How is this possible? Everyone's jaws dropped as they looked at the scene in the sky in disbelief. Chapter 37:01. Wang Chun had actually blasted apart the head of the heavenly market city's old man Zheng, with one shot, instantly killing off Zheng Peng, a half-step gold immortal. Seeing that, everyone who witnessed it under the night sky became dumbfounded. How is this possible? A figure in the shadows of a pavilion in the distance muttered to himself. His voice was trembling. This person was none other than Xia Wei, the prince of Great Xia dynasty. His face turned extremely ugly when he saw Wang Chun instantly killing Elder Zheng. Lin Xian and the others were already stunned. Zheng Peng, Elder Zheng, someone who could stand on equal footing with City Lord Lin Yu, was instantly killed off by an unknown heavenly immortal using a special immortal artifact. How was that possible? If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Wang Chun was only a first-stage heaven immortal. In front of a half-step golden immortal, he was as insignificant as an ant. No one would believe that an ant could kill an elephant. That immortal weapon. Under the night sky, the cultivators who were hiding in the dark began to stare at the immortal sniper rifle that Wang Chun had just refined. Only he could use such an immortal sniper rifle. Even if others obtained an emperor's immortal sniper rifle, they wouldn't know how to use it. However, the power displayed by the sniper rifle in Wang Chun's hand was too powerful. Therefore, no matter what kind of immortal weapon it was, it attracted everyone's attention. Who else wants my life? Wang Chun held the emperor's immortal sniper rifle and glanced around. Everyone who met his gaze lowered their heads. Who else would dare to take Wang Chun's life now? No one said a word. The onlookers who were hiding and watching the show also stopped eating. Everyone looked at Wang Chun in a different light. Could it be that this guy refined such an immortal weapon in the #1 crafting room in the Heaven series? This is an emperor's immortal weapon. It's not something that just anyone can refine. At this moment, Feng Jianyang suddenly said from afar, "What?" The golden, immortal elder of the Tao Enlightenment Tower was shocked. He then said to Feng Jianyang, "Go to the #1 crafting room in the Heaven series immediately." "Yes, Uncle Master." The shopkeeper of the Tao Enlightenment Tower, Feng Jianyang, immediately turned and left. Soon, Feng Jianyang returned angrily. What happened? The golden immortal elder hurriedly asked. The crafting furnace in heaven and earth number 1 crafting room has been destroyed, Feng Jianyang said with a bitter expression. The golden immortal elder was dumbfounded. The refinement furnace in the number 1 refinement room was destroyed. That was a king's celestial weapon. How could it be destroyed? The golden immortal elder felt like he was going crazy. He had actually lost a king immortal weapon. But very quickly, the golden immortal elder calmed down. Ren Tianqing, was also a prominent figure in the southern immortal domain. A king's immortal weapon was something that even he coveted. He was sure that Wang Chen had destroyed his crafting furnace, which was also a king's celestial weapon, when he was refining the king's celestial weapon. That crafting furnace was the treasure of the Sky Market City's Dao Comprehension Tower. Now that it had been destroyed, it was definitely a great loss for the Sky Market City's Dao Comprehension Tower. King Celestial Artifact. The eyes of the golden immortal elder. Ren Tianqing fell on the celestial weapon in Wang Chen's hand that had instantly killed Zheng Peng, a half-step golden immortal. He almost couldn't help but rush over to kill Wang Chen and snatch the king's celestial weapon. I didn't expect him to be a crafting master. If we can befriend such a figure, it will definitely be a good thing for our Dao Comprehension Tower. Feng Jianyang said. That's right. This guy can actually refine a king's celestial weapon. Ren Tianqing thought that this also meant that Wang Chen could refine a second or even a third king's celestial weapon. The value of a crafting master was definitely much greater than a king's celestial weapon. Most importantly, this guy was already a heaven immortal at such a young age. He had a boundless future ahead of him. Such a genius must not be offended. Moreover, if this guy was a disciple of some superpower who came out to gain experience, he would offend the power behind this guy if he killed him. At that time, even the Dao Comprehension Tower might not be able to protect him. Thinking of this, the golden immortal elder, Ren Tianqing, couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Damn it, why haven't those guys from the Lunar Prayer Tower made a move yet? Xia Wei, who was in the pavilion far away, was getting impatient. When he saw Wang Chen's majestic appearance in the distant sky, he was so angry that he couldn't wait to trample on Wang Chen. Your Royal Highness, what's the hurry? The people from the Lunar Prayer Tower should be nearby. They're waiting for a chance to kill us in one strike. A young man in black stood beside Xia Wei. This young man in black seemed to be one with the darkness around him. If one didn't see him with their naked eyes, no one would be able to sense his existence. This person was like an elf in the dark, strange, sinister, and his eyes were filled with a gloomy and cold light. Humph, Tai Yinzi, if you're willing to help, I'll give you 2 king's celestial weapons. Xia Wei glanced at the young man in black beside him and said. When the young man in black heard Xia Wei's words, a trace of disdain appeared on his face. Not interested. If Yang Zhan or Imperial Prince Kangwu were here, you would be interested. Xia Wei said coldly, but he didn't take it seriously. This guy from the Taiyin celestial sect was really despicable. He was so arrogant just because he had a high cultivation. If they were here, of course I'd be interested in sparring with them. Tai Yinzi said calmly. His eyes were fixed on Wang Chen in the distant sky. Roar. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar came from the direction of the city lord's mansion. In the next moment, a beam of celestial light shot up from the city lord's mansion, connecting heaven and earth. In the next moment, the essence of heaven and earth within a radius of 1,000 miles frantically gathered towards the city lord's mansion, forming a huge whirlpool of spiritual chi above the city lord's mansion. Celestial light pierces the sky. A golden immortal has appeared. Someone has cultivated the golden immortal Tao fruit again. Ren Tianxing, the golden immortal elder of the Tao Enlightenment Tower, couldn't help but be moved when he saw this scene. All the cultivators in the Sky Market City were alarmed. When these cultivators saw the strange scene above the city lord's mansion, they were all extremely shocked. A powerful, celestial aura spread out from the city lord's mansion. All the cultivators in the city were terrified, and the weaker cultivators were already shivering. Golden Immortal. Wang Chen looked at the celestial light. He could feel the endless vitality in the celestial light, which was very similar to the scene when he successfully transcended the immortal tribulation. Little guy, I think we'd better run away. Black poked half of his head out from Wang Chen's chest and transmitted his voice to Wang Chen. With Wang Chen's current cultivation, he was no match for a golden immortal. No one knew if the celestial weapon in Wang Chen's hand could defeat a golden immortal. Run away? How can we do that? We should say goodbye to Lin Yu. Wang Chen suddenly smiled strangely and rushed towards the city lord's mansion. Chapter 3702. Rumble. A massive vortex of spiritual energy appeared in the sky above Cloud Heaven City, and an extremely terrifying aura spread out. The countless mortals and cultivators within the city were terrified to the extreme. All of them fell to the ground, trembling. So, at this moment, in front of the main hall of the Cloud Sky City's City Lord Mansion, the City Lord's body was glowing with golden light. Countless immortal runes appeared on his body. Faint sounds of the grand Tao could be heard coming from his body. His immortal body was transforming like a bottomless black hole, devouring spiritual energy from all directions. Golden Immortal. Yun, she had already retreated. She stared at her father in shock. Her father, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death just a moment ago. Not only was he brimming with energy, his cultivation had also broken through from the immortal realm to the golden immortal realm. That was a golden immortal. That was definitely a legendary existence within the training grounds. In the Cloud Sky Mountain Range, there had not been a golden immortal for at least 10,000 years. A golden immortal represented invincibility in the trial world. At this moment, Yun Ao, who was outside the City Lord mansion, stared at his father in a daze. He knew very well what a golden immortal meant to him. His father's cultivation had already broken through to the golden immortal realm. He was invincible in the trial world. The higher his father's cultivation, the more stable his position would be. Yun Ao was already a demigod. One more step, and he would be an immortal god. The primordial chaos chi that Gu Fei shot into the City Lord's body could actually allow an immortal god's cultivation to break through to the golden immortal realm. This shocked everyone. Roar. The City Lord roared towards the sky. His voice was like a dragon's roar, soaring into the sky and reverberating above the 9 heavens. The next moment, he turned into a sword light and rushed out of Cloud Sky City. The powerful pressure of a golden immortal shocked all directions. Both humans and beasts had to lower their heads. Even the white wolf sovereign and the demonic ape sovereign were dumbfounded. The City Lord took a deep breath, and the endless spiritual energy that gathered from all directions above Cloud Sky City was sucked into his body. Kill! The Cloud Sky City Lord roared. He waved his right hand, and a golden sword light flashed in the air. The white wolf sovereign's head flew into the air. At the next moment, the white wolf beast sovereign's head and headless corpse were blown away by the wind and turned into dust that dissipated into the air. The Cloud Sky City Lord killed the powerful white wolf beast sovereign with just one strike. This shocked everyone in the Cloud Sky City. Gold Immortal. That's impossible. The cultivators of the older generation in Cloudy Heaven City were extremely excited. they had actually witnessed the birth of a golden immortal in their lifetime. The beast sovereign in the Cloud Sky Mountain range was like a chicken in front of a golden immortal. Father actually became a golden immortal outside the main hall of the city lord's residence. Yunshi looked up at the sky and muttered to herself, "His aptitude is too low." At this moment, a voice came from the main hall. What? She couldn't help but stare blankly when she heard this. She still couldn't quite react. My aptitude is too low? Who has the worst aptitude? Who else? Isn't it your old man? Gufei's calm voice came from the hall. What did you say? She was hopping mad. Her father was the first golden immortal to be born in the Cloud Sky Mountain range in the past 10,000 years. How dare this guy say that her father's aptitude was poor, and it was too low? She was going crazy. Isn't that so? A single strand of primordial chaos is only enough to become a golden immortal. If it's not because of poor aptitude, then what is it? Gufei's voice was still calm. She was speechless. At this moment, she suddenly realized that the gap between her and Gufei was truly too great. Thinking of this, she couldn't help feeling a little dejected. What is primordial chaos chi? Asked Shi. She was very curious. It was definitely a miracle that a strand of primordial chaos chi could raise an immortal's cultivation to the golden immortal realm. It's the ancestor chi of heaven and earth, said Gufei. He didn't plan to hide it. Ancestor chi of heaven and earth. When Yunshi heard this, she was shocked again. Could it be that this was the spiritual essence that her father had mentioned at the beginning of the world? Those who were able to cultivate to the immortal God stage had a certain level of understanding and comprehension of the heaven and earth. Perhaps the Cloud Sky City Lord didn't know about the primordial chaos energy, but he knew that the energy essence from the beginning of the heaven and earth was the most primordial energy in the world. You wouldn't know even if I told you, said Gufei. Humph. How do you know that I don't know? She said unhappily. All right, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. If there's nothing else, don't disturb me. Gufei said no more. She glanced at the tightly shut door of the hall with a sad expression. She then looked up at the sky. His father slashed out with his sword again, directly slicing the demonic ape beast sovereign into two. Under the impact of the powerful sword chi, the demonic ape beast sovereign's physical body also turned into dust and dissipated in the void, directly destroyed in both body and spirit. This was the terror of a golden immortal. An immortal beast sovereign was no match for them. They didn't even have the strength to fight back. This guy is mine. Seeing that City Lord Yuntian was about to attack the rock beast sovereign, Yang Zhan quickly shouted at him. Although he was talking, his hands did not stop. Boom! He sent the rock beast sovereign flying with a punch. Then he took a step forward and appeared in the sky above the rock beast sovereign in an instant. Without hesitation, Yang Zhan stomped down on the rock beast sovereign. Boom! To think that the rock lord, which was even larger than a mountain, would be stomped down from the skies by a mere human. This was something that had everyone in the world absolutely flabbergasted. At this level of cultivation, size no longer had any advantage. Even if the rock beast sovereign was huge, Yang Zhan could still easily kill it if he was strong enough. Of course, the premise was that Yang Zhan was strong enough to suppress everything. Hearing Yang Zhan's words, City Lord Yuntian stopped attacking. To him, after breaking through to the golden immortal realm, he was no longer afraid of anyone. City Lord Yuntian was confident that he could easily kill the rock beast sovereign. The rock beast sovereign fell from the sky and smashed a huge pit on the ground. Instantly, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Dust rose high into the sky and covered the entire area. Seeing this, even City Lord Yuntian, who had become a golden immortal, was dumbfounded. Who exactly was that Gufei? How could he possess such a method that allowed a little cultivator at the peak of the Hotian realm to instantly possess such a powerful and unbelievable combat strength? City Lord Yun Tian was very afraid of Gu Fei. At the same time, he was also very curious about where Gu Fei came from. One should know that 10 years ago, there wasn't such a powerful existence among the outsiders. Chapter 3703. The so-called Ingtian sect's training ground was actually an abandoned, inferior world. The experts of the primogenitor realm divided the worlds into inferior, intermediate, superior, and extreme. In the eyes of the great characters of the primogenitor realm, inferior worlds were nothing. Because the laws of the inferior worlds were incomplete, the spiritual energy in the entire world was very thin. There were only a few places where spiritual energy gathered. Countless cultivators in the inferior worlds couldn't become immortals even if they cultivated for a lifetime, let alone golden immortals. Only those forces that occupied spiritual lands could give birth to immortal god-level experts. However, there were very few spiritual lands in low-class worlds. There were too many wolves and not enough meat. The competition between the major powers in the inferior worlds was even more intense. The Cloud Sky City was a place where spiritual energy gathered. Otherwise, the Cloud Sky City Lord wouldn't have been able to become an immortal. The fact that the Cloud Sky City Lord occupied a spirit cave in the Cloud Sky City made countless people envious. The reason why the wild beasts in the Cloud Sky Mountain Range would have a beast tide every 10 years was largely because of the spirit cave in the Cloud Sky City. At this time, Yangzhan, this little cultivator, had obtained the support of Gu Fei's power. His entire body seemed to have turned into a god of war, beating the rock until it couldn't fight back at all. All the cultivators who saw this scene were shocked. Boom! Bang! The rock was continuously sent flying by Yangzhan. Its blood dripped from the sky, staining the soil on the ground red. It wasn't that the rock wasn't strong, but that Yangzhan was too strong. Although Yangzhan was only a peak Hotian cultivator, the battle power he displayed was extremely powerful. Roar! The great rock beast sovereign kept roaring in anger. Endless power of fire erupted from its body, burning the space around it to the point of annihilation. The Cloud Sky City Lord had experienced this kind of divine fire before. It was extremely tyrannical and could burn immortals to death. However, Yangzhan was able to ignore this terrifying divine fire. A faint layer of primordial chaos energy surrounded Yangzhan's body. A faint and illusory figure could be faintly seen on his body. With the primordial chaos energy protecting him, no matter how strong the divine fire was, it was impossible for it to harm Yangzhan. The divine fire that erupted from the great rock beast sovereign was refined and swallowed by the primordial chaos energy. Primordial chaos chi was the ancestral chi of heaven and earth. It could refine all essence chi in the world, be it immortal chi, divine chi, devil chi, or even death chi. Simply put, the primordial chaos chi could devour all tangible and intangible essence energy to strengthen itself. In other words, the more Yangzhan fought, the stronger he became while the great rock beast sovereign grew weaker. By then, even the average cultivators could tell that the great rock beast sovereign would lose. City Lord Yun Tian had just broken through to the golden immortal realm. Initially, he wanted to settle the score with the great rock beast Venerable. But now, it seemed like there was no need for him to do anything. Roar! At this time, the rock Venerable directly spat out a ball of divine fire at Yangzhan. In the next moment, the ball of divine fire instantly exploded, and the terrifying destructive divine fire instantly enveloped the entire sky. Yang Zhan was instantly engulfed by the divine flames. The void that was enveloped by the divine flames was distorted and annihilated. The destructive divine flames seemed to be able to incinerate everything in the world, including the void. However, a figure directly walked out of the divine flames that filled the sky and walked towards the great rock beast sovereign step by step. Endless divine flames raged around his body, but they couldn't do anything to him. This extremely terrifying destructive divine flames were blocked by a faint layer of primordial chaos chi that emerged from Yang Zhan's body. The destructive divine flames around Yang Zhan continuously gathered towards him and were devoured by the primordial chaos chi that emerged from his body. The primordial chaos chi that emerged from his body gradually condensed. At this time, the great rock beast sovereign was dumbfounded. "All right, I don't want to play with you anymore. I'll send you on your way." Yang Zhan's expression turned solemn. He opened his mouth and inhaled, completely devouring the destructive divine flames that filled the sky. The great rock beast sovereign was shocked and turned to flee. At this moment, Yang Zhan opened his mouth and spat out a ray of fire. It turned into a battle spear and instantly pierced the great rock beast sovereign's body. After the battle spear formed by the power of fire pierced the great rock beast sovereign's body, it continued to fly forward for tens of feet before disappearing into the void. Seeing this scene, the eyeballs of all the cultivators in the Sky Market City almost fell to the ground. Even the golden immortal lord of the cloud Sky City was dumbfounded. Yang Zhan's combat strength was too strong. It was definitely at a heaven-defying level. One should know that the great rock beast sovereign was no weakling. What truly shocked the Cloud Sky City Lord was not Yang Zhan, but Gu Fei. Gu Fei's methods were too unbelievable. Why would such a person come to the Cloud Sky City? What beast tied? What beast venerable? In front of him, they were just like ants. The Cloud Sky City Lord was very confused. How could he possibly guess Gu Fei's thoughts? In fact, even Gu Fei himself did not know what he was going to do. At his level, he could no longer improve his cultivation by simply meditating. However, entering or leaving the world was a form of cultivation. It was definitely not an easy task to take the final step and become an extreme supremacy. Since ancient times, there were many people who were more outstanding than Gu Fei, but there were very few who could become an extreme Tao Supreme. Gu Fei's cultivation had long reached a bottleneck. Now, he could only follow his heart and not forget his original intention. Meanwhile, in the sky, although the great rock beast sovereign's body had been pierced by the battle spear formed by the power of fire, it did not die. The great rock beast sovereign let out a furious roar and turned into a ray of fire that soared into the sky in an attempt to escape. Yang Zhan sneered. He stretched out his hand, and a giant primal chaos hand directly grabbed the flame, directly grabbing it in his hand. "Don't!" The great rock beast sovereign was scared out of its wits and hurriedly begged for mercy. However, Yang Zhan's chaotic primordial hand immediately destroyed the ray of fire that the great rock beast sovereign had turned into. The great rock beast sovereign's divine body immediately exploded into a bloody mist. A beast sovereign had fallen just like that. The great rock beast sovereign was crushed by Yang Zhan's chaotic primordial hand without any suspense. The king of beasts in the Cloud Sky Mountain Range was no match for Yang Zhan. Yang Zhan killed the great rock beast sovereign as easily as taking something out of his pocket. Just as Yang Zhan killed the great rock beast sovereign, his body suddenly trembled and a blurry figure directly rushed out from his body. The figure directly rushed down from the sky and disappeared from the city lord's mansion. Yang Zhan was instantly beaten back to his original form. Chapter 3704. With the fall of the great rock beast sovereign, the entire beast stampede came to an end. countless savage beasts fled back into the depths of the mountains, and it was likely that they would not come out for a very long time. Previously, with the 3 beast sovereigns leading the beast clans, the countless savage beasts in the Cloud Heavenly Mountain Range would have a beast tide every 10 years. But now, without the beast sovereigns leading the beast clans, the Cloud Heavenly Mountain Range would not have another beast tide in the next 100 years. With the end of the beast tide, the mortals and cultivators in Yuntian City gradually came out of their hiding places. The streets were littered with the corpses of the rock beasts and wyvern beasts. Only these ferocious birds and beasts that could fly could attack Cloud Heaven City. The walls of the Cloudy Heaven City were over 100 feet tall. Even if the Beast Highness were to personally attack, it would be impossible for him to break them in a short period of time. The cultivators were not interested in the corpses of the ordinary wild beasts in the city. However, the mortals were different. They began clearing the corpses of the wild beasts in the city. All the mortals seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they frantically fought over the corpses. The wyvern's corpse was quickly emptied, and even the great rock's corpse was being fought over by the mortals. However, the scales on the body of the rock were too difficult to break, and only cultivators could deal with them. However, the Cloud Heaven City dispatched generals with spirit artifacts to help the mortals deal with the Great Pung Beast. The Great Pung Beast's leather armor could be made into all kinds of battle clothes, and this kind of battle clothes had astonishing defensive power. The rock's skin was stripped off by the general, and the meat left behind by the general was taken advantage of by the mortals in the city. For the mortals in Cloud Sky City, the lean meat of the Great Pung Beast was definitely a great supplement. The meat of this kind of savage beast contained some spiritual essence. For ordinary people, eating the rock beast's meat would naturally have the effect of strengthening their bodies, especially children and young people. At this time, the Cloud Heaven City was filled with people. After the savage beasts surrounding the city retreated, the tightly shut city gates of the Cloud Heaven City slowly opened. Each of the city gates was blocked by a small mountain of beast corpses. All kinds of beast corpses had completely blocked the city gates, and the smell of blood filled the air. The ground was covered in sticky, half-congealed blood. It was slippery and sticky when one walked on it, making it easy for one to slip. Before the guards of Cloud Heaven City could open the city gates, the city was already crowded with countless mortals and even some low-level cultivators. As soon as the city gate opened, everyone rushed forward like crazy, fighting over the beast corpses outside the city gate. Even the city guards of Cloud Heaven City joined in the scramble. For a moment, the 4 city gates were in a mess. Those who managed to snatch the corpses left happily, while those who didn't continued to snatch the corpses. Although the beast corpses blocking the city gates were piled up like a mountain, there was strength in numbers. In less than half an hour, the beast corpses blocking the 4 city gates were all snatched up. Only the giant corpses of the beasts were left untouched, because they were untouchable. For example, the corpse of the barbaric elephant beast was like a small hill. It was impossible for a mortal to move it. Only those Peak Hotian or Xiantian realm cultivators had the ability to handle the corpse of this huge beast. Gu Fei naturally wouldn't snatch the corpses of these beasts. Even the corpses of the beast venerables were like the corpses of ants in his eyes. Why would a mighty dragon pay attention to an ant? Moreover, it was a dead ant. However, Yang Zhan and the armored barbaric beast king couldn't sit still. Yang Zhan had already returned to the city lord's mansion, but he rushed out again. He was riding on the armored barbaric ox king, which was incomparably flashy. He swaggered out, and no one dared to stop him. The armored barbaric ox king was an existence that could easily tear apart a Xiantian realm cultivator. Most importantly, no one dared to stop Gu Fei's people. At this time, the Cloud Sky City Lord brought Yunao and Yun Shi to the main hall of the city lord's mansion. They wanted to see Gu Fei, but Gu Fei didn't pay any attention to them. The dignified Cloud Sky City Lord could only stand outside the main hall and obediently wait. He didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. The Cloud Sky City Lord was a golden immortal. All the big shots in the city were paying attention to the Cloud Sky City Lord and the others inside the City Lord's mansion. Unexpectedly, even the Cloud Sky City Lord and the others were given the cold shoulder. Although Gu Fei had only subdued the armored barbaric Ox King and hadn't made a move since, no one dared to look down on him. Those Beast King corpses are all mine. Whoever dares to fight with me, I'll fight with them. Yang Zhan, who was riding the armored barbaric Ox King, directly rushed out of the Cloud Sky City and shouted at the top of his lungs. "Who's so arrogant? Do you think you're the city lord of the Cloud Sky City?" A dark-skinned man said with disdain. He was dealing with a Beast King's corpse. He had just dug out the condensed Beast King crystal core from the Beast King's body. The crystal core was still stained with blood. Beast Kings were stronger than Xiantian realm cultivators. Such existences had already condensed beast crystals in their bodies. That was the source of the Beast King's power and the essence of the Beast King. Beast crystals were rare treasures for the cultivators in the trial grounds. A beast crystal could allow a peak Hotian realm cultivator to cultivate for a period of time. Even if a Xiantian realm cultivator refined a beast crystal, their cultivation would increase by a certain amount. "I'm arrogant. What's wrong?" A voice rang out directly behind the dark-skinned man. The dark-skinned man only felt 2 waves of hot air assaulting his back. "Outrageous! Are you courting death?" The dark-skinned man was enraged and turned around abruptly. In the next moment, the dark-skinned man was dumbfounded. He almost bumped into a huge ox head. The ox head's nose was spewing out white gas. The hot air was coming from the ox's nose. "I'm courting death. What do you want?" A young man on the ox's back stared coldly at the dark-skinned man. At this moment, the surrounding people looked at the dark-skinned man as if they were looking at an idiot. "This guy is awesome. He actually dared to go against this awesome man. Who's the one courting death? This guy is too daring." Many people wanted to see how the dark-skinned man would be unlucky. At this moment, the dark-skinned man was dumbfounded. He did not move, afraid that if he moved, the Beast King in front of him would tear him to pieces. I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai, an offended fellow Taoist. I hope fellow Taoist won't take offense. This beast crystal will be given to fellow Taoist as a form of filial piety. The dark-skinned man quickly said as beads of sweat continuously appeared on his forehead. Yang Zhan saw the dark-skinned man lower his head. He was very proud and said, "What? You want me to let you go just because you want a beast crystal? Then what do you want?" The dark-skinned man's intestines turned green with regret. He shouldn't have spoken without seeing clearly. This time, he had really kicked an iron plate. "Leave the beast crystal and scram." Yang Zhan hated these guys who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Yes. I'll scram right away." The dark-skinned man hurriedly handed over the beast crystal with both hands. Then he directly lay down on the ground and rolled away. Chapter 3705. Near the Cloud Sky mountain range. The beast tide had already retreated. Countless wild beasts in the Cloud Sky mountain range left behind a large number of corpses before fleeing into the mountain range. Outside the Cloud Sky City, there were beast corpses everywhere. There were even some Beast King corpses among them. Among the countless wild beasts in the Cloud Sky mountain range, the ones that could become Beast Kings were extremely powerful and had condensed beast cores in their bodies. These beast king corpses became the targets of competition between the cultivators in the Cloud Sky City and the cultivators from outside. Yang Zhan's shout offended all the cultivators outside the North Gate. However, no one dared to say anything. He rode on the armored barbaric bull king and charged towards the corpse of a beast king. This was a black tiger. To be precise, it was a black tiger king. This black tiger king was not small. It was lying on the ground with a broken arrow stuck in its forehead. It seemed like the arrow was the fatal wound of this black tiger king. Yang Zhan did not care so much. He rushed forward to dig out the beast crystal, but the armored barbaric bull king stomped on the black tiger king's head and crushed it. The armored barbaric bull king directly swallowed the beast crystal in the black tiger king's head. This time, Yang Zhan was dumbfounded. After eating the black tiger king's beast crystal, the aura emitted by the armored barbaric bull king gradually became stronger. The ferocious aura caused the surrounding cultivators to feel their hearts palpitate. They hurriedly hid far away. What a joke! This was a beast king, a living beast king. It was not like the dead beast kings outside the city. My beast crystal, Yang Zhan could not do anything. He did not dare to fight with the armored barbaric bull king for its beast crystal. Soon, Yang Zhan and the armored barbaric bull king dealt with 8 beast kings. Originally, he should have obtained 8 beast crystals. However, because of the armored barbaric bull king's interference, he only obtained 3. The other 5 beast crystals were eaten by the armored barbaric bull king. This almost drove Yang Zhan crazy. Those were 5 beast crystals. 5 beast crystals could allow him to break through his bottleneck and become a Sciention expert. Now, he only obtained 3 beast crystals. Brother Ox, you go to the east gate. I'll go to the south gate. Yang Zhan didn't wait for the armored barbaric ox king to respond. He leaped off the ox's back and rushed toward the south gate. He and the armored barbaric ox king had already dealt with the beast king's corpse at the north gate. The armored barbaric ox king could only charge towards the east gate. Aside from the north gate, there were still many beast king corpses lying outside the other 3 gates. No one had bothered to deal with them. Naturally, by then, the cultivators in Cloud Sky City had already started moving. Quite a number of them managed to obtain the beast crystals. Everyone get lost. Arriving at the south gate, Yang Zhan roared again. Some of the cultivators who were handling the corpses of the beast kings were enraged and were about to scold Yang Zhan, but when they saw Yang Zhan's face, they were dumbfounded. No one dared to speak. Previously, Yang Zhan had displayed his prowess in the sky above Cloud Heaven City and killed the strongest of the 3 beast sovereigns, the Rock Beast Sovereign. The invincible scene was witnessed by the cultivators in the city. Now, Yang Zhan was famous in Cloud Sky City. He was even more awesome than the city lord of Cloud Sky City. The cultivators who were digging for beast crystals outside the south gate all stopped and immediately turned to leave. These cultivators did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. At least these guys are tactful. Yang Zhan couldn't help but feel proud as he watched the cultivators leave. There were 7 beast kings outside the south gate. 2 of them had their beast crystals dug out, but the remaining 5 still had their beast crystals. Yang Zhan was very happy and quickly started digging for the beast crystals. Very quickly, he obtained 5 beast crystals. In addition to the 3 from before, he now had 8 beast crystals. Yang Zhan directly rushed towards the west gate. At this time, there was a sea of people outside the west gate. They were all moving the beast corpses. There were a few places outside the west gate that mortals did not dare to approach. At this time, the armored barbaric ox king also arrived outside the west gate. When Yang Zhan saw this, he immediately pounced towards the beast king corpse closest to him, while Yang Zhan and the armored barbaric Ox King were fighting over the beast crystals. The eyes of the cultivators in the city all fell on the city lord's mansion. The city lord and the others have been standing there for more than an hour. That guy called Gu Fei still hasn't come out. Outside the city lord's mansion, the battle generals were whispering. That guy called Gu Fei, what kind of background does he have? How would I know? That guy is really mysterious. The cultivators gathered outside the city lord's mansion were also whispering. No one was optimistic about the city lord's chances. However, if the Yun family wanted to continue being the ruler of Cloud Sky City, they would need the approval of someone in the city lord's mansion. Time continued to pass. The city lord of Cloud Sky City and the others had waited for 3 days. These 3 days were the most difficult for them to endure. At this time, Gu Fei was still resting on the throne in the main hall. On the east wall of the city lord's mansion stood a cultivator with white teeth and red lips. This person was the little overlord of the Feng clan, Feng Yu. Behind Feng Yu stood 2 young men dressed in black. These 2 young men dressed in black carefully stood behind Feng Yu. They seemed a little nervous because Feng Yu was the number 1 person among the younger generation of the Feng clan. At this time, a group of people arrived in front of Cloud Sky City. They were extremely shocked when they saw the rivers of blood and the countless beast corpses on the ground. There were 22 people in this group. The leader was a bald young man who was blind in one eye. This young man's body actually emitted an aura that only beasts could emit. At this time, outside the west gate, Yang Zhan, who had just dug out a beast crystal from the Beast King's body, suddenly saw a group of people walking towards Cloud Sky City. However, he actually saw a familiar figure in this group. Lei Dong. He saw Lei Dong, a disciple of the Lei clan with an extremely powerful cultivation. Yang Zhan. At this moment, Lei Dong also saw Yang Zhan from within the group. Lei Dong's gaze suddenly fell on the beast crystal in Yang Zhan's hand. Lingering spiritual energy, this is good stuff. Lei Dong muttered to himself. Ever since he entered the trial grounds, he had been miserable. If he hadn't met this group of people, he would have died a long time ago. Yang Zhan, hurry up and come over here. Hand over the beast crystal in your hand. Lei Dong shouted at Yang Zhan. When Lei Dong's voice rang out, the people outside the west gate immediately quieted down. Even the countless mortals who were fighting over the beast corpses stopped talking. They all looked at Lei Dong in shock. This kid is awesome. Chapter 3706. Ing Tian Sec's Primogenitor Mountain Ranges. Primogenitor Mountain Ranges' 9 great trials were actually not created by a supreme existence to allowing Tian Sec's Primogenitor Mountain Ranges' 9 great trials. The 9 stone doors were actually an inferior world discovered by Ing Tian Sect that had been abandoned by the primogenitor realm for countless years. Due to the fact that the laws of heaven and earth were very incomplete, the great figures of the primogenitor realm simply didn't care about such a lowly world. A power like Ing Tian Sect could only be considered a second-rate power in the primogenitor realm. Only a power with an extreme supremacy could become one of the strongest powers in the primogenitor realm. A power with a quasi-supremacy, like Ing Tian Sect, could only be considered a second-rate power. It wasn't even a first-rate power, let alone one of the strongest super first-rate powers. Even the Ying Tianzong only treated this relic as a training ground for their disciples. This trial was actually very simple. Within 10 days, if one could come out of the trial in perfect condition, it would be considered as completing the trial. Of course, this was only the first trial of Ing Tian Sec's entry trial. After this trial, the young cultivators who came out of the trial would have the right to enter Ing Tian Sect. However, this was only the right to enter Ing Tian Sect. After that, These young cultivators would have to undergo a large competition. At this time, those who won the competition would have the opportunity to become the disciples of the Ing Tian sect's elders. Those who lost in the competition could only become ordinary disciples of Ing Tian sect, or even servants. Becoming an elder's disciple would allow one to reach the heavens in a single step. This was the goal of all young disciples who wanted to enter Ing Tian sect. However, to be chosen by the elders of the Ing Tian sect, one would have to display extraordinary cultivation and talent. Although Lei Dong was the most outstanding figure of the Lei clan's younger generation, he was still quite inferior to the Feng clan's little overlord, Feng Yu. One had to know that Feng Yu was an expert that surpassed the Xiantian realm. In Gu Fei's opinion, Feng Yu was in existence at the void-controlling realm, only one step away from becoming a demigod. Above that was the paramount saint realm. In fact, cultivators could already break through to the immortal god realm when they were in the demigod realm. This was because the paramount saint realm was the realm between the demigod realm and the immortal god realm. Lei Dong wanted to raise his cultivation as soon as possible, and it would be best if he could break through to the void-controlling realm in the training grounds. In this way, he might be chosen by one of the elders of the Ing Tian sect. Lei Dong's big brother, Lei Zhen, was chosen by an elder of Ing Tian courtyard and became an elder's disciple. In a short 10 years, he successfully cultivated to become an immortal. The beast crystals of the beast kings in the Cloud Sky Mountain range were treasures that could increase one's cultivation. Before Lei Dong participated in the trial, he had already learned about this from his big brother. Therefore, when he saw Yang Zhan collecting the beast crystals, he immediately jumped out and yelled at Yang Zhan arrogantly, wanting him to obediently hand over the beast crystals. When Lei Dong shouted at Yang Zhan, everyone outside the West Gate was shocked. This guy was too arrogant. He actually dared to shout at Gu Fei's men. Lei Dong. When Yang Zhan saw this guy, his pupils shrank. This guy was still as arrogant as ever. What, are you deaf? Why aren't you kneeling down and handing over the beast crystals? Lei Dong was like a high and mighty ruler looking down on Yang Zhan. He was a Khanate cultivator, while Yang Zhan was only at the peak of the acquired realm. There was nothing wrong with the strong looking down on the weak. However, at this moment, everyone outside the West Gate looked at Lei Dong as if he was an idiot. Are you sure you want me to kneel down and hand over the beast crystals to you? Yang Zhan looked at Lei Dong with a smile that wasn't a smile. What? You're just a little Khanate cultivator. Do you want to ignore my words? Lei Dong's expression instantly turned cold. At this moment, all the cultivators outside the West Gate were looking at Lei Dong. Lei Dong also noticed that the people around him were looking at him strangely, but he didn't care. Moo. At this moment, a huge beast suddenly stood up from afar. A pair of big red eyes stared fiercely at Lei Dong, and a strong killing intent erupted from the body of this beast king. The cultivators around the West Gate hurriedly retreated in fear. Even the mortals who were handling the beast corpses were terrified and rushed towards the city gate. At this moment, the leader of Lei Dong's group, the bald youth who was blind in one eye, retreated without making a sound. Iron-armored Bull King? Someone exclaimed. You want my beast crystals? Let's see if you have the ability. Yang Zhan suddenly said with a smile. Lei Dong stared in shock at the armored Bull King that was spewing out white gas from its nostrils. How could there be a living beast king here? He didn't expect that there would be another beast king at the West Gate. He also didn't expect that this beast king had already been subdued. Little Bull, kill him. Yang Zhan couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Lei Dong. He pointed at the beast king in the distance and said, What? When Lei Dong heard Yang Zhan's words, he was shocked. How was this possible? How could this iron-armored bull king listen to Yang Zhan's orders? One had to know that this iron-armored bull king was a beast king. It was much stronger than a Xiantian expert. How could it listen to a Hotian realm cultivator? Yang Zhan, are you trying to scare me? You think you can order the iron-armored bull king? What a joke. Lei Dong said disdainfully. He thought that this beast king would listen to Yang Zhan's orders. However, he didn't know why this iron-armored bull king had its eyes on him. This was very bad for him. Little bull, what are you waiting for? Kill him, and I'll give you a beast crystal. Yang Zhan said directly to the iron-armored bull king in the distance. The iron-armored bull king looked at the beast crystal in Yang Zhan's hand. Then it lowered its body and exerted force with its 4 hooves. In the next moment, the beast king rushed towards Lei Dong like an arrow. When Lei Dong saw that the armored barbaric ox king was actually charging towards him, he was extremely shocked. How is this possible? Lei Dong was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that Yang Zhan could actually summon this beast king. At this time, all the cultivators outside the west gate of Cloud Sky City looked at Lei Dong with schadenfreude. This guy must be tired of living. He actually dared to provoke this fierce person. Even the bald young man in Lei Dong's group had a glint in his eyes. He stared at Yang Zhan and wondered where this guy came from. Chapter 3707. Outside the west gate of the Cloudy Sky City, Lei Dong was dumbfounded. He had never expected Yang Zhan to be able to command the armored barbaric bull king. What the hell is going on? Lei Dong was sweating profusely. The armored barbaric bull king had arrived in front of him in an instant, and a gust of wind blew in his face. Swoosh! Lei Dong soared into the sky, and the armored barbaric bull king charged right under his feet. If he had been half a step slower, he would have been crushed by the beast king. After all, he was an inborn expert. In the world of mortals, he was considered an expert. However, in the face of an immortal, he was nothing more than an ant. Lei Dong cultivated the lightning Dao technique, and his movement technique was as fast as lightning. If it was an ordinary inborn expert, he would not be able to dodge the armored barbaric bull king's charge. Moo! The armored barbaric bull king bellowed, turned around, and used its sharp horns to pick Lei Dong. As long as Lei Dong was hit, he would definitely be pierced by the horns. Lei Dong roared and struck out with his palm. The heavy palm force landed directly on the armored barbaric bull king's head. He felt as though his right palm had struck a piece of divine metal. Not only did he not hurt the beast king, but his right hand was also numb from the impact. Damn it! Lei Dong made use of the recoil force to turn into a phantom and retreat. However, the armored barbaric bull king had been struck by Lei Dong's palm, and it had triggered the beast king's ferocity. The armored barbaric ox king roared in anger and chased after Lei Dong. Its speed was also extremely fast. Lei Dong, didn't you want my beast crystals? Why? You don't want them anymore? Yang Zhan shouted at Lei Dong, who was retreating pathetically. How could Lei Dong have the time to care about Yang Zhan now? Survival was the most important thing now. This was a battle without any suspense. Lei Dong, an inborn expert, was actually being chased by the armored barbaric bull king. All the cultivators were shocked. The armored barbaric bull king could actually ignore an inborn expert. It seemed like this beast king was not to be trifled with. As Lei Dong dodged the barbaric armored ox king's attacks, he brought out his weapon. It was a battle lance. Additionally, it was an immortal artifact that was even stronger than a spirit artifact. That's right, it was an immortal artifact. This was given to him by Lei Dong's big brother Immortal before he entered the trial grounds. He thought that he wouldn't need to use this immortal artifact, but now it would appear that he had no choice but to use this immortal artifact. Evil creature, die! Lei Dong took advantage of this opportunity and charged towards the armored barbaric Ox King with his immortal spear. His spear stabbed towards the armored barbaric Ox King's forehead. The armored barbaric Ox King rolled to the side, dodging Lei Dong's spear. However, the armored barbaric Ox King was still grazed by Lei Dong's spear. Its incomparably hard scales were directly pierced through, leaving a bloody mark on the Beast King's body. What? Yang Zhan couldn't help being startled by this scene. Lei Dong was truly formidable. He had almost managed to kill the armored Bull King with a counterattack. Moo! The armored barbaric Ox King was infuriated. The Beast King's forehooves pushed off the ground, and its huge body directly shot up from the ground, pouncing towards Lei Dong. Kill! Lei Dong bellowed. The immortal spear in his hand turned into a dazzling immortal light that pierced towards the armored barbaric Ox King. Lei Dong smirked disdainfully. How could a mere mortal body contend against an immortal artifact? Even if Lei Dong couldn't fully activate the immortal spear's power, it wasn't something that an ordinary Xiantian expert could withstand. Even a void controlling realm expert or a demigod realm expert wouldn't dare to take a blow from the immortal spear head-on. Swish! Right at that moment, the armored barbaric Ox King suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a fireball. Within the fireball was a divine pearl. Boom! Lei Dong's immortal spear instantly collided with the divine pearl of raging flames spat out by the armored barbaric Ox King, resulting in a loud explosion. In the next moment, Lei Dong felt a jolt in his right hand that was holding the immortal spear. An intense pain came from his hand, and the immortal spear in his hand flew out of his hand. He lowered his head and saw that his hand was covered in blood. How is this possible? Lei Dong couldn't believe it. One should know that the weapon in his hand was an immortal artifact. An immortal artifact was actually sent flying by the opponent's pearl. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. However, at this moment, the fireball directly smashed into Lei Dong's body. In the next moment, Lei Dong's entire body was enveloped by divine flames. Lei Dong screamed, but very quickly, his screams completely disappeared. This was because he had already been burnt to ashes, leaving nothing behind. To be more precise, although Lei Dong was dead, he left behind an immortal artifact, an immortal spear. Everyone's eyes were incomparably bloodshot. At this moment, the armored barbaric Ox King opened its mouth and sucked the fireball into its mouth. The immortal spear that was sent flying fell from the sky and stabbed into the ground. Immortal chi coiled around the body of the spear, and faint immortal runes could be faintly seen. Ha! This spear is actually an immortal artifact. Yang Zhan's figure flashed and instantly appeared next to the immortal spear. Just as he was about to reach for it, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and grabbed the immortal spear. What? Yang Zhan quickly turned around and saw that the person who grabbed the immortal spear was actually a bald young cultivator who was blind in one eye. I didn't expect that guy to have an immortal artifact on him. If I had known earlier, I would have killed him a long time ago. The one-eyed bald young man fiercely stared at the immortal spear in his hand, his single eye flashing with radiance. You! Yang Zhan was both shocked and furious. He never thought that someone would dare to snatch something from him. The fat meat was already in his mouth, but it was still going to be eaten. It was impossible for Yang Zhan not to be angry. With an immortal artifact in hand, the world is mine. Ha! The one-eyed bald young man laughed loudly, his voice echoing far and wide, causing all the cultivators in the city to be incomparably shocked. Hey, who are you? Who the hell do you think you are? You actually dare to come here and act like this? Yang Zhan directly shouted at the one-eyed bald young man. He felt a sense of disgust when he looked at this fellow. This bald young man was clearly not a good person. Who am I? You aren't qualified to know," the one-eyed, bald young man arrogantly said. Hearing this, Yang Zhan immediately burst into laughter. This fellow actually dared to say that he wasn't qualified to know his name. Was he not afraid that the wind would cut his tongue? Moo. At this time, a low voice rang out. Everyone turned towards the direction of the voice and saw that the armored barbaric Ox King was actually staring at the one-eyed, bald young man. For the fastest updated website for this book, please visit Yunlai Pavilion. Chapter 3708. After Gu Fei subdued the armored barbaric Ox King, he casually tossed a fire element divine pearl to the armored barbaric Ox King. To Gu Fei, this fire element divine pearl was just an artifact. He could casually grab a handful of these immortal artifacts. However, to the armored barbaric Ox King, this divine pearl was a supreme treasure among supreme treasures. It was a legendary immortal artifact. With this divine pearl, this beast king was qualified to become a beast sovereign. If it wasn't for the protection of this divine pearl, the armored barbaric Ox King would have been killed by Lei Dong. Unfortunately, Lei Dong was the one who died this time. He originally thought that he could sweep through everything with an immortal artifact, but in the end, he still ended up dead. At this moment, the armored barbaric Ox King stared at the bald youth in black. "Little Ox," he said, "that I'm not qualified to know his name. What do you think?" Yang Zhan crossed his arms and looked at the bald youth with a faint smile. Moo. The armored barbaric Ox King let out a low roar, and the space around it rippled like water. In such a low-grade world, cultivators above the Xiantian realm could shake the void, and immortals could easily destroy a region. The reason for this was naturally because the laws of the low-grade world were incomplete. The void of the low-grade world was the weakest. The armored barbaric Ox King's red eyes stared at the bald youth holding the immortal spear. At this moment, the only eye on the bald youth emitted a dazzling light. No one could remain calm after being stared at by a beast king that could easily kill an Xiantian realm expert. Moreover, this beast king had just used a fairy weapon to destroy Lei Dong's body and soul. "I'll give you a chance. Return the spear to me, and then scram. How about it?" Yang Zhan looked at the bald youth playfully. The bald youth tightened his grip on the immortal spear. This was an immortal artifact. How could he hand it over? He knew better than anyone what an immortal artifact represented. Yang Zhan could clearly see the reluctance in the bald youth's single eye. He shook his head and said, "I've already given you a chance. In that case, I have no other choice. This is your choice. You can't blame others." Swoosh! The one-eyed bald youth soared into the sky and fled into the distance. In the end, he still couldn't bear to hand over the immortal artifact that he had already obtained, so he fled with all his might. "Xiaoniao, go!" Yang Zhan pointed at the fleeing fellow. Moo. The armored barbaric Ox King immediately let out a low roar, and its four hooves stomped on the air as it charged up from the ground, chasing after the fleeing, one-eyed bald youth. Everyone was indescribably shocked when they saw this scene. That person actually dared to snatch Yang Zhan's spoils of war. Wasn't this courting death? Without any suspense, the armored barbaric Ox King caught up to the one-eyed bald young man. Seeing that he couldn't escape, he turned around and started fighting the armored barbarian Ox King. The immortal spear in his hand stabbed at the armored barbarian Ox King. The armored barbaric Ox King dodged to the side with extreme speed. What? The one-eyed bald youth was shocked. The battle prowess displayed by this beast king seemed to be even stronger than when it had killed Lei Dong. This made him extremely shocked. Boom! In the next moment, the body of the armored barbaric Ox King burst into flames. In an instant, the beast king had turned into a flaming ox. The armored barbaric Ox King had advanced and transformed into an armored flaming ox emperor. A powerful aura erupted from the body of this beast king, and the divine fire that erupted from the body of this beast king caused the surrounding void to distort. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the scene in the sky. Even Yang Zhan's mouth was wide open in shock. The powerful pressure emitted from the body of the armored flaming ox emperor caused countless cultivators to almost be unable to breathe. Even the big shots in Cloudy Sky City were alarmed. That beast king actually advanced. Someone on top of Cloudy Sky City exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Some people found it hard to believe. Although the physique of beasts was stronger than that of humans, it was much more difficult for beasts to cultivate. In fact, there weren't many beast kings in the entire Cloudy Sky mountain range, and there were even fewer beast kings. But now, the armored barbaric ox king had actually advanced at this moment. It had advanced from a beast king to a beast king. The one-eyed bald young man immediately turned around and fled. With his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to contend against a beast king. The pressure that erupted from the armored barbaric ox king was enough to shake his soul. However, just as the one-eyed bald young man was about 100 feet away, the armored flaming ox emperor turned into a flame and instantly caught up to him. It directly collided with him. The speed of the armored flaming ox emperor was too fast. The one-eyed bald young man didn't even have time to scream before he was directly smashed by the armored flaming ox emperor. The divine fire burned the unlucky guy into ashes. A battle spear fell from the sky and directly stabbed into the ground. Everyone was stunned by the scene in the sky. It actually advanced. Yang Zhan looked at the armored flaming ox emperor bathed in divine fire in the sky and was extremely envious. When would he be able to break through the shackles of cultivation and become a Xiantian expert? In fact, Yang Zhan was very clear about his own situation. Even if he passed the trial and entered Ing Tianzong, he was afraid that he could only be a part-time disciple. A part-time disciple of Ing Tianzong was the disciple with the lowest seniority and the lowest status in Ing Tianzong. One had to know that although part-time disciples were called disciples, they were actually servants of Ing Tianzong. Any disciple with a bit of status could order a part-time disciple around. However, if his cultivation could break through to the Xiantian realm, then he would have the opportunity to become an elder's disciple. Even if he couldn't become an elder's disciple, he could still become an ordinary true disciple. Even becoming an ordinary true disciple would be better than being a part-time disciple. Thinking of this, Yang Zhan couldn't help but turn around and look in the direction of the city lord's mansion. This armored flaming ox emperor's luck was too good to have encountered Gu Fei. The things that Gu Fei casually gave out were all immortal items. Yang Zhan shook his head to clear his mind. Then he walked step by step towards the immortal spear that was stabbed into the ground. At this time, no one dared to make a move against Yang Zhan for the immortal spear. Yang Zhan directly arrived in front of the immortal spear and proudly swept his eyes around. Although he didn't say anything, no cultivator dared to look at him. Boom! At this time, a loud bang resounded, and the ground shook. The armored flaming ox emperor in the sky fell down from the sky like a fireball landing in front of Yang Zhan. "Oh, my God, you scared me." Yang Zhan was startled and said. At this time, the armored flaming ox emperor stared at Yang Zhan. A powerful emperor aura erupted from its body, pressuring Yang Zhan to the point that he couldn't stand up straight. I know. I will give you the beast crystal." Yang Zhan directly took out a fist-sized beast crystal and threw it to the armored flaming ox emperor. The iron-armored fire bull emperor swallowed the beast crystal in one gulp. Soon, an even more powerful aura spread out from the iron-armored fire bull emperor. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 3709. The Armored Barbaric Ox King. that Gu Fei had subdued had actually advanced. This was something that even Gu Fei had never expected. He had only casually tossed a god bead to the Beast King. He had not done anything at all. It could only be said that this Beast King's luck was not bad. The fire element immortal energy contained in that fire element divine pearl was very strong. Although the armored barbaric Bull King could not refine the divine pearl, it was still able to refine the divine pearl. Although the iron-armored Bull King couldn't refine the bead, its body was constantly being nourished by the celestial fire energy from the fire element divine bead. As a result, the Beast King successfully broke through its cultivation bottleneck and became a Beast King, the king of the Cloud Sky mountain range. Yang Zhan was very envious of the iron-armored Bull King. It had followed Gu Fei for so long, but it was still at the peak of the Hotian realm. When would it be able to break through to the Xiantian realm? At this moment, the iron-armored Bull King swallowed the beast crystal that Yang Zhan threw to it and retreated to the side. Yang Zhan grabbed the immortal spear and pulled it out of the ground. The immortal spear was very heavy. Even with Yang Zhan's cultivation, it was difficult for him to pull it out. This kind of weapon could only be used by cultivators above the Xiantian realm. Even if a Hotian cultivator obtained an immortal artifact, they wouldn't be able to use it. Yang Zhan didn't care so much. Immortal artifact. He actually obtained an immortal artifact. He was very excited. It has to be said that this was something he didn't dare to imagine in the past. Outside the Primogenitor mountain range, the Yang clan was just a little guy. The most powerful clan leader was only a peak Xiantian realm cultivator. Peak Xiantian realm was just a joke to those big clans. Just like the Feng clan, Feng Yu was a powerful existence that surpassed the Xiantian realm. Yang Zhan put the immortal spear in his hand into the storage bag on his waist. Then he waved at the iron-armored Bull King and walked toward the city gate. At this time, the spectators outside the west gate woke up from their shock and continued to deal with the beast corpses outside the city. With the end of the beast tide, more and more people came to the Cloud Sky City. Most of them were outsiders who entered the trial ground. Time passed by. In the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed since the beast tide. In a few days, all the outsiders who entered the trial grounds would have to leave. During these 6 days, City Master Yun Tian of the Yun family and his son and daughter had been waiting outside the main hall of the City Master's mansion. At their level of cultivation, it wouldn't be a problem even if they didn't eat or drink for more than 10 days. Are you guys sick? Why are you still waiting? Yang Zhan walked in from outside and glanced at Yun Shi and the others standing outside the main hall. He couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Sincerity can split metal and stone. Yun Ao said indifferently. Tisk. Yang Zhan had a look of disdain on his face. For an existence like Gu Fei, as long as he didn't care about Yun Shi and the others, even if they stood outside the main hall until the seas dried up and the rocks crumbled, it would still be useless. At this time, the iron-armored Fire Bull Emperor was dozing off outside the main hall. It seemed to be sleeping, but it wasn't. There was a layer of fire on this Beast King's body. The iron-armored Fire Bull Emperor originally cultivated the Fire Elemental Cultivation technique. In addition to the Fire Elemental Divine Pearl that Gu Fei threw to it, the iron-armored Fire Bull Emperor's cultivation base rose along with it. Then you guys can continue. Yang Zhan shook his head helplessly. The time of the trial was almost up, and they were about to leave this place. However, his cultivation base still hadn't broken through to the Xiantian realm. This was definitely not a good thing for Yang Zhan. Yang Zhan didn't pay any more attention to Yun Shi and the others. He went straight to the cultivation room. Today, he was going to try to break through to the Xiantian realm. Success or failure would be decided by one move. Yun Shi and the others looked at Yang Zhan's back with envy. On the 8th day, The young cultivators who entered the trial through the 9 stone gates continued to arrive at the cloudy sky city. The city was overcrowded. On this evening, Wang Long finally arrived at the cloudy sky city. At this time, Wang Long was in an extremely sorry state. His clothes were ragged and hung on his body like rags. There were 5 or 6 young cultivators who entered the cloudy sky city with Wang Long. These people must have formed a group to make it to the cloudy sky city. This was actually a good method. One must know that one person's power was limited. However, if one formed a group, the chances of successfully passing the trial would increase greatly. Wang Long came, and so did Ling Feng. However, compared to Wang Long, Ling Feng was much more miserable. He was crippled and had to crawl to the cloudy sky city. No one sympathized with him. Those who participated in the Yingtian sect's entrance trial couldn't wait for others to suffer. Who would be willing to help or save others? If others lost the right to enter the Yingtian sect, their chances of successfully entering the Yingtian sect would increase. In the primogenitor's realm, where the strong preyed on the weak, everyone was very cold and ruthless. When Wang Long saw Ling Feng, he was sitting in the corner of the north gate. He looked at Ling Feng and suddenly sighed. Then he left without saying anything. Ling Feng naturally saw Wang Long. His lips moved, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He had already lost the right to enter the Yingtian sect. With a crippled leg, he was the loser of the entrance trial. Wang Long, on the other hand, was not injured and had successfully arrived at the cloudy sky city. He was the winner and could enter the Yingtian sect. Compared to Ling Feng, Wang Long was destined to soar, but Ling Feng's fate was destined to be a tragedy. Of course, Ling Feng was still alive. Compared to Lei Dong, he was much luckier. On the 9th day, an extremely powerful aura suddenly came from the cultivation room of the cloudy sky city's City Lord mansion. An astonishing pressure spread out from the mansion. What's going on? What happened? Yun Shi and the others were indescribably shocked outside the main gate of the mansion. A powerful pressure of the Xiantian realm had arrived, causing them to involuntarily be moved. As for the cultivators outside the City Lord mansion, they were utterly shocked. All the cultivators in the cloudy sky city felt the powerful pressure coming from the mansion. The entire city was shocked. This aura, Wang Long happened to be near the mansion. When he felt the mighty aura coming from the mansion, he couldn't help but be shocked. He actually broke through to the Xiantian realm. How is this possible? Wang Long hurriedly rushed out of the mansion. Suddenly, a figure charged out from the cultivation room to appear in the open space before the main hall. A formidable innate aura of power radiated out from the figure, causing the cultivators outside the City Lord residence to feel suffocated. So, it's really him. At this time, Wang Long, who was outside the mansion, was shocked. He couldn't believe that the person inside the mansion was Yang Zhan. Yang Zhan's cultivation had actually broken through to the Xiantian realm. How was this possible? Although Wang Long couldn't believe it, the truth spoke louder than words. Yang Zhan had actually become a Xiantian realm expert. Chapter 3710. The pressure of the Xiantian realm spread out in all directions from the City Lord's mansion, shaking the entire city. Even the City Lord couldn't help but be moved. This person was only at the peak of the acquired realm before. How could he have broken through to the Xiantian realm in such a short time? Could this also be the work of that Gu Fei? The City Lord thought to himself. He was really curious as to what kind of existence the black-clothed young man in the main hall was. How could he have such a method? At this moment, Yang Zhan, who was standing in the open space in front of the main hall, was extremely excited. His eyes were as bright as the stars, but the divine light in his eyes began to fade quickly. The powerful Xiantian realm aura also receded like the tide, completely disappearing from Yang Zhan's body. At this moment, his entire person seemed to have changed. His skin became smoother, and there seemed to be a layer of light flowing on it. Yang Zhan's cultivation had finally broken through from the peak of the acquired realm to the Xiantian realm. This was definitely a leap. Whether it was his 5 senses, physical strength, speed, etc., they were all greatly enhanced. At this moment, he only felt that his entire person was different. It was as if he had been reborn. Especially at this moment, Yang Zhan had divine will. This was the difference between an acquired realm cultivator and a Xiantian realm cultivator. Divine will spread out from Yang Zhan's body, and in the next moment, countless information directly rushed into his mind from all directions. Buzz. Yang Zhan only felt his vision go black, and he almost fainted. This feeling was unprecedented. No one had taught him how to use divine will, and this was a big lesson for him. He quickly retracted his divine will, and then slowly spread it out. This time, he was very careful. He wanted to explore how to use divine will by himself. This is as his divine will spread out under the cover of his divine will. He felt many auras, some strong and some weak. These auras were like lamps, some bright and some dark. Among the cultivators outside the city, there were actually 9 extremely strong auras. These 9 people, each one of them was as dazzling as a divine sun. Xiantian realm experts? Yang Zhan was extremely shocked. There were actually so many Xiantian realm experts in this cloud sky city, and this was what he sensed with his divine will. There should be more inborn experts in Yuntian City than these 9. Little guy, didn't your parents tell you that you can't use your divine sense to investigate others? At this time, a voice suddenly sounded in Yang Zhan's mind. Yang Zhan was startled and quickly withdrew his divine sense. Actually, he also knew that the people outside just didn't want to be calculative with him. Otherwise, those inborn experts would have attacked him long ago. His own cultivation had just broken through to the Xiantian realm, but he didn't know how long those people outside had broken through to the Xiantian realm, so their divine senses were naturally much more powerful. Yang Zhan was one of Gu Fei's people. At this time, anyone with a brain wouldn't be stupid enough to touch Gu Fei's people. Meanwhile, the iron-clad fire bull emperor lay outside the entrance of the hall, and it seemed to be on the verge of falling asleep. But everyone knew that this beast emperor was extremely dangerous. Yang Zhan suddenly sensed a familiar aura. He quickly turned around, only to see the figure that was about to leave. Wang Long. Yang Zhan pondered for a moment. His right foot stepped on the ground, and he immediately leaped over the wall that was more than 2 feet high. Then, he landed behind that person. Wang Long, Brother Wang, since you're here, why don't you go in and have a gathering? Yang Zhan looked at that person and said, at this time, seeing Yang Zhan suddenly come out from the city lord's mansion, the cultivators gathered outside the city lord's mansion were very surprised. Sigh. Wang Long sighed, and then slowly turned around. He looked at Yang Zhan with a somewhat complicated expression. When he thought of the day when he chose to part ways with Gu Fei because he was afraid of offending the Feng clan and Lei clan, he regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Congratulations, Brother Yang, on your great progress in cultivation. Wang Long said bitterly. Originally, he had the highest cultivation among the 3 of them, and Yang Zhan was the weakest. However, now he was still in the half-step to inborn realm, while Yang Zhan was already an inborn expert. Moreover, Yang Zhan had just broken through to the Xiantian realm. If he had continued to follow Gu Fei, would he have also become an inborn expert? It was absolutely impossible to say that Wang Long did not envy Yang Zhan. He was extremely envious and regretful. However, it was all too late now. A missed opportunity was a missed opportunity. There was no turning back. Where's Ling Feng? Why aren't you two together? Yang Zhan asked. Wang Long and Ling Feng had advanced and retreated together that day. Now, only Wang Long and Ling Feng were seen. Could it be that Ling Feng had died in the trial? That day, the three of them had traveled together to Yingtian Sec's courtyard. However, only Yang Zhan and Wang Long had met now. Ling Feng was still paralyzed at the city gate. Wang Long wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, he did not say anything. Ling Feng had lost a leg and was out of the trial. It was impossible for him to rise again. Even if he could make it out of the trial, he was destined to be annihilated in the world of cultivation. In fact, if Wang Long and Ling Feng had stood on Gu Fei's side that day, they would not have ended up like this. Wang Long was doing well. At least, he had arrived at Cloudy Sky City safely. However, Ling Feng was extremely miserable. Seeing that Wang Long wanted to say something, Yang Zhan thought that Wang Long had something that he could not say. Hence, he did not pursue the matter. Brother Wang, do you want to go in and have a seat? Yang Zhan asked. I think we should forget about it. Wang Long really did not have the face to see Gu Fei. In that case, let's meet again at Yingtian Sect. Yang Zhan said. Wang Long was unlucky, but he could not blame anyone else. If he had been willing to support Gu Fei and stand on Gu Fei's side, he might have been able to break through the Hotian realm and become an innate realm expert. Goodbye. Wang Long cupped his hands at Yang Zhan and turned to leave. Soon, he disappeared into the crowd. Brother Yang, congratulations on breaking through to the innate realm. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the crowd. Then, a cultivator who looked like a child walked out from the crowd. Feng Yu. When Yang Zhan saw this person, he was shocked. This person was the little overlord of the Feng clan. Feng Yu. This Feng Yu was incredible. He was an existence that had surpassed the innate realm. This made Yang Zhan feel flattered. Why did this person, whom he looked up to, come to find him? Brother Yang, what happened between us that day was just a misunderstanding. I, your little brother, am here to ask for your forgiveness. Feng Yu came before Yang Zhan and cupped his hands at him. What is this guy trying to do? Yang Zhan looked at Feng Yu cautiously. He was bewildered. Chapter 37:11. Those who acted tough in front of Gu Fei that day finally realized how stupid they were. Gu Fei's strength had reached an unimaginable level. Even the city lord of Cloud Sky City had to obediently wait outside if he wanted to see him. The city lord of Cloud Sky City was a golden immortal. A golden immortal, even in Yingtian sect, was an existence on the same level as an elder's disciple. Feng Yu of the Feng clan and the other cultivators of the Lei clan hurriedly came out, wanting to resolve the misunderstanding between them and Gu Fei. To them, this was definitely a misunderstanding. Our brother Fei isn't someone you can meet just because you want to. All of you, scram. Yang Zhan didn't give any face to Feng Yu and the others. Mother ***, how powerful were these people that day? Even though they were defeated by Gu Fei, they were still arrogant. These people only thought that their clans were powerful enough to ignore Gu Fei. However, it seemed that the Feng clan behind Feng Yu and the Lei clan behind Lei Dong were simply a joke in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei simply didn't put these guys in his eyes. Feng Yu was shocked and angry. He didn't think that Yang Zhan would dare to talk to him like this, telling him to scram. He almost couldn't help but attack. A puny Xiantian cultivator dared to be presumptuous in front of him. If it was an ordinary person, he would have already slapped him to death. However, Yang Zhan wasn't an ordinary person. He had the backing of Gu Fei. If he slapped Yang Zhan to death, then he would definitely be buried together with Yang Zhan. He didn't want to be buried together with Yang Zhan. I'll endure. Feng Yu suppressed the anger in his chest and smiled at Yang Zhan. Brother Yang, please introduce me to Brother Gu. Feng Yu will remember this kindness. This was Feng Yu's promise. Ever since his debut, Feng Yu, the little overlord of the Feng clan, had never been so easy to talk to. Scram! Yang Zhan looked at Feng Yu with disdain and said coldly, You, very well. Feng Yu almost exploded from anger. He glared at Yang Zhan and walked away without looking back. The other cultivators of the Feng clan quickly followed. When the Thunder clan's cultivators saw this, they didn't dare to say anything and tactfully scrammed away. Lei Dong had died in vain. No one dared to look for Gu Fei to settle the score. The Thunder clan still wanted to resolve the previous misunderstanding with Gu Fei, but now this misunderstanding could not be resolved. TSK, you little shrimps want to see our brother Fei? Can't you see that even golden immortals have to wait obediently? Yang Zhan said disdainfully. At this time, all the surrounding cultivators looked at Yang Zhan in awe. Even a gold immortal would have to obediently wait. Could that Gu Fei be even stronger than a gold immortal? Someone whispered. Yang Zhan no longer paid attention to the others, directly turning around and walking into the city lord's mansion. At this time, he needed to stabilize his cultivation. Moreover, he had just broken through to the Xiantian realm, and his body was undergoing some kind of change. The impurities in his body were beginning to be expelled from his body. That Yang Zhan actually dared to look down on me. When we return to Yingtian's sect, I'll make him pay. Feng Yu turned around and glanced in the direction of the city lord's mansion. Feng Yu, was not someone to be trifled with. Let's see how long Gu Fei can protect him. Without Gu Fei's protection, that Yang Zhan is just a scum. Lei Rin of the Thunder clan stared coldly at the city lord's mansion. His Thunder clan was a family with an immortal. Moreover, Lei Dong's elder brother, Lei Zhen, was a legacy disciple of Yingtian's sect's Yingtian side courtyard. Moreover, he had already cultivated to the immortal realm. Lei Dong was dead. As his elder brother, Lei Zhen naturally wouldn't let this matter rest. Many people were waiting to watch a good show. After returning to Yingtian's side courtyard, there was still an entrance tournament. To be more precise, it was an entrance tournament. The top 10 disciples in the entrance tournament would be able to become the disciples of the elders. Time passed, and Cloudy Sky City gradually regained its peace. On the 10th day, early in the morning, the doors of the city lord's mansion were opened from the inside. A figure walked out of the hall. The iron-armored Fire Bull Emperor, who was lying outside the hall's entrance, immediately stood up. A blazing aura spread from this beast emperor's body. Brother Gu, you finally came out. City Lord Yun Tian, who had been waiting outside for so many days, quickly brought Yun Ao and Yun Shi inside. City Lord Yun Tian was very polite to Gu Fei. Seeing that their father was actually talking to Gu Fei as an equal, Yun Ao and Yun Shi were extremely shocked. It's time to leave. Gu Fei looked up at the sky and said, At this moment, Yang Zhan came out of nowhere. You're leaving? Although Yun Shi already knew that Gu Fei would leave, when Gu Fei really said that he was leaving, she was actually a little reluctant. How could this be? Hee, my little princess, are we going to stay here forever? Yang Zhan said to Yun Shi with a smile. Gu Fei looked at Yun Shi and said, To this world, we are just passers-by. Hearing Gu Fei's words, Yun Shi's expression couldn't help but become a little sad. Brother Fei, is it almost time? Yang Zhan no longer paid attention to Yun Shi and the others and looked at Gu Fei. Yes, about an hour or so. Gu Fei nodded and said, we're going to enter Yingtian's sect. Yang Zhan was overjoyed. Entering Yingtian's sect was his dream. Hearing that they would be back in an hour or so, he was naturally very excited. Ingtian sect, you guys really came from the same place. City Lord Yun Tian suddenly said. Brother Gu, please take us out of here. City Lord Yun Tian suddenly knelt in front of Gu Fei. As soon as City Lord Yun Tian knelt, Yun Shi and Yun Ao also quickly knelt. What are you guys doing? Seeing this, Yang Zhan became unhappy. Gu Fei didn't say anything and only looked at Yun Shi. The strongest beings here are golden immortals. We have no future here. I heard that the place you guys came from has even stronger beings. We want to become even stronger. City Lord Yun Tian quickly said. One had to admit that City Lord Yun Tian was very ambitious. At this moment, everyone outside the City Lord mansion was shocked. The City Lord, a golden immortal, actually knelt in front of a black-robed youth. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? How is this possible? Everyone couldn't believe it. Gu Fei thought for a moment and said, if I take you guys out of here, what benefits will I get? There is no free lunch in this world. Something like a pie falling from the sky will never happen in front of Gu Fei. If you want something, you must pay a price. No one can casually succeed. When City Lord Yun Tian and the others heard this, they were startled. For a moment, they did not know what to say. Chapter 37:12. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If the Cloud Sky City Lord wanted to leave the training ground, he would have to pay a certain price. Think about it carefully. There are still 2 hours left. Gu Fei looked at the Cloud Sky City Lord indifferently and said, to him, bringing the Cloud Sky City Lord and the others out of the training ground was not a difficult task. It could be said that it was as easy as lifting a hand. Gu Fei no longer paid attention to the Cloud Sky City Lord and the others. He turned around and walked back into the main hall. If there is nothing special, don't disturb me. As the door closed, Gu Fei's voice could be heard. Yes, Brother Fei. Yang Zhan quickly said. The iron-armored Flaming Bull King also let out a low roar and looked at the gate with its big red eyes in awe. At this time, countless young disciples of the Cloud Sky City, who were participating in the Ingtian sect's entrance trial, were walking on the streets. In less than 2 hours, they would be returning to the ancestral world. Everyone was very excited because once they returned to the Ingtian sect, they would be able to enter the Ingtian sect to cultivate. Although the ancestral mountain courtyard was the weakest courtyard among the 36 courtyards of the Ingtian sect, as long as they could enter the ancestral god courtyard, they would have a chance to become famous. After all, they were disciples of the Ingtian sect. For ordinary cultivators, this was definitely a step to the heavens. However, at this time, a scream suddenly came from the north gate of the city. There was a commotion on the street as the young cultivators were all hiding from something. A person fell to the ground with a small black arrow stuck between his eyebrows. The place where the arrow hit was oozing black blood. Unexpectedly, someone had killed someone on the street just as they were about to leave the training ground. At this time, a group of soldiers led by a general rushed over and dispersed the crowd. Poison arrow! The general was a middle-aged man at the peak of the postliminary realm. He squatted down and carefully examined the young cultivator on the ground. No one would kill someone for no reason, and no one would be killed for no reason. The murderer must have hidden himself and could not be found in a short period of time. The general of the Cloud Sky City immediately ordered people to carry the corpse away and left. It seems like Chun Mu from the Chun clan was killed. Could it be the Chun clan's archenemy, the Bull clan? The enmity between these two families runs very deep. They have been fighting for hundreds of years. The surrounding cultivators were all discussing. In these less than 2 hours, everyone felt insecure. It was definitely not a good thing to be targeted by an enemy when they offended someone. Soon, another scream was heard from another place in the Sky Market City. The people nearby quickly rushed over, only to see a person lying in a pool of blood in a small alley. He had long since died. Another person was killed. Many people chose to kill the descendants or disciples of their enemies at this time. These people did not want to see their enemies enter the Ingtian sect and become its disciples. The soldiers and generals in Cloudy Sky City turned a blind eye to this situation. In less than an hour, hundreds of people had been killed in the Cloud Heaven City. These people naturally died with grievances. Just as they were about to leave the trial, they were killed by someone. Many unlucky fellows died with their eyes wide open. These bastards. Yang Zhan was shocked to see the trial takers in the city killing each other. Did he have to kill the disciples of the Lei clan and the Feng clan? Lei Run, give me your life. At this time, in a small alley, Wang Long held a spear and forced a young cultivator into a corner. Wang Long, you want to kill me? The young cultivator was Lei Run, a disciple of the Lei clan. Lei Dong was not the only disciple of the Lei clan who came to participate in the trial. Hee, who will know if I kill you? Wang Long stared at Lei Run with a murderous look. There were people in the Lei clan who had become a true disciple of the Ingtian sect. This made many people not dare to attack the disciples of the Lei clan who participated in the trial. However, Wang Long had no choice but to kill this guy. This was because Lei Ren had tried to kill him just now. If he was not lucky, he would have died in Lei Ren's hands. Lei Ren's forehead was sweating. Go to hell. Wang Long could not be bothered to talk nonsense with this guy. The spear in his hand pierced towards Lei Ren. The spearhead turned into a cold light and flew towards Lei Ren's eyebrows. Wang Long was a half-step too inborn. When the spear pierced out, there was an explosion in the air. Lei Ren was taken aback and quickly dodged. The spearhead in Wang Long's hand brushed past Lei Ren's forehead. A strand of hair fell from the air. Lei Ren reached out and touched it. When he looked down, he saw that his hand was covered in blood. There was a sharp pain on his forehead, and a bloody scar had appeared. Swoosh! Lei Ren did not dare to fight anymore. He flew into the sky and tried to escape. Humph! Wang Long sneered. The spear in his hand seemed to have turned into a black dragon. It instantly caught up to Lei Ren and nailed him to death in the void. At this time, there were shadows flashing nearby. Someone had noticed something strange in the alley and was approaching it quickly. Wang Long quickly withdrew the spear in his hand. Before Lei Ren's body fell to the ground, he had already rushed out of the alley and disappeared quickly. He did not even take Lei Ren's storage bag. Just as Wang Long left, a black shadow appeared in the alley. Lei Ren? Dead. This person was tall and skinny. He was shrouded in black and stood in the dark like a ghost. In the next moment, a few more figures rushed into the alley. You killed Lei Ren? When those people saw Lei Ren dead on the ground, they immediately surrounded the black-clothed man. Humph! Watch your words. Why would I kill Lei Ren? The black-clothed man said coldly. A cold and gloomy aura immediately spread out from the black-clothed man. Those people were shocked. They seemed to have suffered a great shock and could not help but take a few steps back. The black-clothed man walked out of the alley, and the few people quickly made way for him, not daring to stop him at all. I didn't expect to meet this evil star. After seeing the man in black leave for a while, the young cultivator who was the leader wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Who is this from the Cho clan? A young cultivator asked in horror. Who else could it be? The cultivator, who was the leader, said with lingering fear. He really disdained to kill Lei Ren. Even if he killed Lei Run, the Lei clan would not dare to seek revenge. Someone said in horror, his voice trembling. Chapter 37:13. Among the human clan forces outside the primogenitor mountain range, the Cho family was the strongest. Even the Thunder clan could not catch up to them. Cho Tian was the most outstanding rising star of the Cho family. He was already a half-step immortal at such a young age. Given his character, as long as Lei Rin did not provoke him, he would definitely not attack Lei Run. However, the news of Lei Rin being killed had spread far and wide. All the cultivators in the city were dumbfounded. The Thunder clan had definitely suffered a heavy loss this time. Not only was Lei Dong dead, but even Lei Run was killed in a small alley. At this moment, the entire Cloudy Sky City was in a frenzy of attacks. People were constantly being attacked, and some even fought on the streets. Many outstanding disciples from various clans had stayed in Cloudy Sky City forever. A terrifying atmosphere enveloped the entire Cloudy Sky City. The city lord of Cloudy Sky City had no time to care about what was happening in the city. He was thinking about how to get Gu Fei to bring him out of this place. Yun Shi and Yun Ao, the siblings, did not care about the attacks outside. All of this had nothing to do with them. Even if all the outsiders were to die, they wouldn't even frown. Only Yang Zhan could not bear to see such a scene. After all, they came from the same place. However, he could not do anything about it. He also did not have the ability to stop it. In Yang Zhan's opinion, there was only one person who could frighten all the cultivators in the city. That person was Gu Fei. Gu Fei was not in the main hall. Instead, he had entered his inner world and arrived at the place where Yen lived in seclusion. He saw that Yen was holding the little girl he had saved and was feeding the little girl. Gu Fei only watched from afar. He did not want to break the warm scene in front of him. He just watched quietly from the side. Unknowingly, he stood there for half an hour before he came out of his inner world. Gu Fei opened the door of the main hall and walked out. What's going on? He immediately sensed the smell of blood that permeated the Cloudy Sky City. In an instant, his divine will enveloped the entire Cloudy Sky City. These guys, Gu Fei was speechless. With the help of his spiritual force, the movements of all the cultivators in the city instantly appeared in his mind. There was actually a rain of blood and foul winds in the city. Countless cultivators were attacking their enemies. This was simply too crazy. The time was almost up, but these fellows were still killing each other. Gu Fei did not make a move. Since these fellows wanted to court death, he would let them. Brother Fei, when Yang Zhan saw Gu Fei come out from the main hall, he immediately ran over. The iron-armored fire bull emperor also instantly woke up. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it came to Gu Fei's side, and rubbed against Gu Fei in a flattering manner. It's almost time. Have you made up your mind? Gu Fei said as he looked at the Yuntian City Lord and his family. The Yuntian City Lord hesitated for a moment before he took out a wooden box from his storage bag and handed it to Gu Fei. Yang Zhan quickly took the wooden box and handed it to Gu Fei. Gu Fei was a little curious. There was an unusual aura coming from the wooden box. Could there be some kind of heaven-defying treasure in this inferior world? The laws of heaven and earth in this inferior world were too incomplete, and the spiritual energy was too thin. It was impossible for a heaven-defying immortal treasure to be born. He took the wooden box and directly opened it. At this moment, the Yuntian City Lord and the others looked at Gu Fei nervously. This was a moment that concerned the fate of their family. Gu Fei looked at the wooden box in his hand and saw a fist-sized wooden bead inside. The unusual aura was coming from the wooden bead. How could there be such a thing in this inferior world? Gu Fei was really moved because this ordinary-looking wooden bead was actually an extraordinary item. It was a sovereign inner core of an extreme Tao sovereign. This was a sovereign inner core, left behind by a divine tree of extreme Tao. It could be called an ancestral core. There seemed to be naturally formed patterns on the wooden bead. A very weak aura of the extreme Tao principle spread out from the wooden bead. The extreme Tao essence inside the wooden bead had almost completely disappeared. Otherwise, the Yuntian City Lord would not have been able to obtain this wooden bead. The power of the extreme Tao was too strong. Just a strand of the power of the extreme Tao could crush everything and cause terrifying destruction. In this inferior world, if a true power of the extreme Tao appeared here, the entire inferior world would probably collapse. Although the extreme Tao essence inside the wooden bead had almost completely disappeared, there was still an extremely weak aura of life hidden inside the wooden bead. The wooden bead still had vitality. In fact, this wooden bead was also the seed of the divine tree of extreme Tao. As long as there was enough essence qi, it could regain its vitality and germinate. Gu Fei was very curious about what kind of tree this wooden bead belonged to. "All right, I'll take it," Gu Fei said calmly. He then put the wooden bead back into the wooden box and kept it in his inner world. The Yuntian City Lord was overjoyed. You're willing to take us out of here?" The Yuntian City Lord asked with a trembling voice. He was very excited. Gu Fei nodded. Hearing this, the Yuntian City Lord and the others were ecstatic. "All of you, go pack up everything." The Yuntian City Lord said to Yun Shi and Yun Ao. "Yes, Father." Yun Shi and Yun Ao quickly rushed out and disappeared behind the City Lord's palace. Just as Yun Shi and Yun Ao left, the sky above Yuntian City suddenly shook. In the next moment, a giant whirlpool appeared in the sky. At this moment, everyone looked up at the giant whirlpool in the sky in shock. Rumble, waves of shocking noises came down from the sky. Soon, an immortal light rushed out of the whirlpool and lit up the sky. The cultivators who were illuminated by the immortal light turned into immortal light that shot into the sky and disappeared into the whirlpool. These cultivators who disappeared into the whirlpool were the young cultivators who were participating in the Yuntian sect's entrance trial. Rays of immortal light shot into the sky from Yuntian City. The scene was so spectacular that the native cultivators in Yuntian City were dumbfounded. "It's time." Gu Fei raised his head and looked at the huge whirlpool that enveloped the entire sky with a calm expression. He could do this too. The guys from the Yuntian sect had left some kind of immortal mark on the cultivators. Once the time was up, the experts from the Yuntian sect in the primogenitor realm would use a great technique to summon the living cultivators back. Chapter 37:14. In the Yuntian sect, the primogenitor mountain courtyard was divided into two parts, the ground and the sky. A sacred mountain that seemed to have existed since ancient times floated in the sky. This was the upper courtyard of the primogenitor mountain courtyard, while the ground was the lower courtyard. The lower courtyard was where the true disciples and the new azure-robed disciples cultivated. As for the upper courtyard, it was where the elders and hall masters cultivated. Only the disciples of the elders and summoned disciples could enter the upper courtyard. In the square of the lower courtyard, 9 ancient stone doors were slowly opening. Ancient immortal runes began to appear on the stone doors, emitting powerful immortal light. To mortals, this was definitely a legendary immortal, but to the immortals of the Yuntian sect, it was nothing out of the ordinary. As the 9 stone doors opened, the immortal light from the 9 stone doors formed a huge vortex in the sky above the square. Soon, rays of immortal light rushed out of the vortex and landed on the square. The immortal light dissipated, revealing many figures. These people were looking around blankly. They were the young cultivators who had come out of the trial to participate in the Ingtion sect's entrance trial. "I'm back! Ha ha! I'm back!" Many people shouted excitedly. Some even wept bitterly. It really wasn't easy to make it back here. It could be said that it was a narrow escape from death. Those who could make it back here were all very lucky. As the rays of immortal light descended from the sky, the entire square was soon filled with people. Everyone felt as if they had just escaped death. However, there were some exceptions. An immortal light larger than the average one fell from the sky, and two figures fell directly to the ground. The two guys hugged each other tightly, their bodies covered in blood. The two guys twitched a few times, and then there was no more sound. The surrounding people were shocked and quickly dodged to the side. "Perishing together, awesome!" someone exclaimed. The two of them fought with their lives at the last moment. They couldn't help but admire them. Just how much hatred did these two guys have between them? Everyone looked at this scene in shock. At this time, another huge ray of immortal light rushed out of the vortex in the sky and landed on the ground. The immortal light dissipated, and three figures appeared in front of everyone. In the next moment, the three of them didn't even look at where they were before they roared and started fighting each other. Outside the Ingtion Courtyard's plaza, there were many white-robed disciples of the Ingtion sect. These were all true disciples, but these people completely ignored the three guys fighting. Soon, a black-clothed young man killed the two young men who had besieged him on the spot. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were stunned. This black-robed youth was very strong. Baleful energy curled around his body. His hair was still dripping with blood, and his body was stained with blood. Although he killed the two cultivators, he was also injured quite badly. Buzz! The void trembled, and the vortex of immortal light that enveloped the entire square continued to spin. Beams of immortal light continued to descend from the sky, and there were even corpses falling out of the immortal light. The brutal killing continued in Cloudy Sky City. The disciples of the opposing factions all wanted to kill off their enemies before leaving the trial grounds. In the trial grounds, Cloudy Sky City could be said to have set off a bloody storm. Countless cultivators died. Even if some entered the immortal light, they were still shot down by an arrow. Everyone went crazy, and their eyes were bloodshot. This caused the natives in Cloudy Sky City to be inexplicably shocked. Were these guys crazy? Why were they killing each other? Outside the Primogenitor Mountain, there were more or less some conflicts between the major clans. Some were even mortal enemies with irreconcilable hatred. Taking advantage of this opportunity, many people wanted to settle old and new grudges at the same time. Brother Fei, in the open space in front of the City Lord Palace, Yang Zhan looked at Gu Fei and wanted to say something. Everyone has their own fate. Let them be. Gu Fei looked at the scene outside the City Lord Palace indifferently. He would not interfere, because all of this was brought upon by those guys outside. At this time, a beam of immortal light descended from the sky and instantly enveloped Yang Zhan. "This is the City Lord," and the others were shocked. In the next moment, Yang Zhan shot up into the sky under their shocked gazes. "Shit!" Yang Zhan only had time to roar before he instantly disappeared into the whirlpool in the sky. At this time, almost all the cultivators in Cloudy Sky City had left. At this time, a beam of immortal light fell towards Gu Fei. Brother Gu, seeing this, the City Lord could not help but be shocked and hurriedly shouted. It should be noted that once Gu Fei was enveloped by the immortal light, he would instantly disappear. Seeing the immortal light rushing towards Gu Fei, the City Lord and the others immediately became anxious. At this time, Gu Fei waved his hand, and directly put the city lord into his inner world. Mu, the iron-armored fire ox emperor, could not sit still anymore and directly lay down at Gu Fei's feet. Gu Fei glanced at the beast emperor and then also waved his hand to put the beast emperor into his inner world. The immortal light fell and instantly enveloped Gu Fei. In the next moment, Gu Fei was bathed in the immortal light and shot up into the sky. In an instant, he rushed into the whirlpool in the sky and instantly disappeared. Gu Fei passed through the barrier between heaven and earth, and soon he felt the aura of the primogenitor's realm. Swoosh! The immortal light dissipated, and Gu Fei looked around. He saw that he was already standing on the square of Yingtian's side courtyard, and the surrounding cultivators were looking at him. Brother Fei. At this time, a guy ran over. This guy was Yang Zhan. Being able to get close to a big tree like Gu Fei was definitely the best decision he had ever made in his life. On the square, Wang Long and Feng Yu also saw Gu Fei, and their expressions were somewhat complicated. Many cultivators did not know how powerful Gu Fei was, but they were very clear that this Gu Fei was incredible as he could compete with an immortal god. Even if this Gu Fei was not an immortal god, he was most likely already a half-step immortal god. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to subdue that iron-armored fire ox emperor. There were still quite a number of people who could return to Yingtian's side courtyard from the trial ground. There were more than 100,000 cultivators who entered the trial ground, but now there were less than 10,000 left. Those who couldn't come out from the trial ground had already perished inside. Among the less than 10,000 cultivators on the square, a large number of them were seriously injured during the trial. There were also many who had broken limbs. Ling Feng was also on the square, looking at Gu Fei, and Yang Zhan with a complicated expression. He was filled with regret. If it wasn't because he was afraid of offending the Thunder Clan and Feng Clan with Gu Fei, he would not have ended up in such a miserable state. With a crippled leg, he, Ling Feng, had completely lost the qualification to enter Yingtian's side courtyard. In this way, another group of people were directly swept away. There were only 1,208 people who were truly qualified to enter Yingtian's side courtyard. This was the cruel reality of Yingtian's side courtyard. Chapter 37:15. Ying Tianzong's entrance trial was too cruel. In the end, even though close to 10,000 people came out of the trial, there were only 1,208 people who passed the trial. Out of the 100,000 young cultivators that participated in the trial, only 1,208 people had the qualifications to enter Yingtian's sect. This result shocked everyone. This was the cruelty of reality. Those that failed the trial left. Some even died, while those that succeeded stayed. Those young cultivators that were injured in the trial after being treated by the people of Yingtian's sect also left. Only 1,208 people stayed to accept the next stage of the competition. This competition would determine who had the qualifications to become a true disciple of Yingtian's sect. And most importantly, this was also a good day for the elders of Yingtian's sect to accept disciples. If anyone was chosen by the elders of Yingtian's sect during the competition and was accepted as a disciple, then that was truly reaching the heavens in a single step. The status of an elder disciple in Yingtian's sect was much higher than that of a normal true disciple. This competition was set for half a month later. The cultivators had just returned from the trial and needed to rest and adjust their condition. Gu Fei returned to his residence. At this time, it was already difficult to see the scene of people moving around. It had to be known that the 100,000 people that participated in the trial were almost completely annihilated. Of course, those that survived and returned to the primogenitor's realm definitely had their own strengths. What? My little brother died. At this time, in Lei Zhen's residence, in the living room of the lower courtyard, Lei Jun was angrily glaring at another disciple of the Thunder Clan. Under Lei Jun's gaze, this Thunder Clan disciple trembled in fear. "Sir, it was that person called Yang Zhan who ordered the Beast King to kill your little brother." The Thunder Clan disciple lied on the ground as he trembled. "Yang Zhan, I want you to accompany me in death." Lei Jun said through gritted teeth. His eyes revealed a fiendish aura. He wanted to kill someone. He only had one little brother, yet he was killed. How could he accept this? As night fell, the area around Gu Fei and Yang Zhan's residence was very quiet. At Gu Fei's level of cultivation, it didn't matter if he didn't eat or drink, but Yang Zhan couldn't. He wasn't an immortal god. He was just a small cultivator in the Xiantian realm. He still needed to eat. Yang Zhan immediately started a bonfire. Then he took out some of the beast meat he had obtained from the trial grounds and roasted it over the fire. Soon, the fragrance of meat filled the air. Gu Fei and Yang Zhan sat by the fire, drinking wine while eating meat, enjoying themselves. However, right at this moment, a black shadow suddenly descended from the sky, grabbed Yang Zhan, and soared into the sky, disappearing into the darkness. "Humph." Gu Fei smiled. In the next moment, he stood up, took a step forward, and instantly disappeared on the spot. In the back mountain of Yingtian Courtyard's lower courtyard, in a remote forest, the black-robed man directly threw Yang Zhan to the ground. Moreover, he didn't seal Yang Zhan's cultivation. "Who are you? Why do you want to capture me?" Yang Zhan stared at the black-robed man and asked in a low voice. The black-robed man didn't say anything. He directly sent a palm towards Yang Zhan. The violent palm energy spread out, shattering the surrounding trees. Yang Zhan felt like he was about to suffocate. He wanted to dodge, but he found that he couldn't even move a finger. He could only watch helplessly as the black-robed man's palm bombarded towards him. In his eyes, the palm was rapidly enlarging. "My life is over." Yang Zhan's extreme joy turned to sorrow. He had just obtained the qualifications to enter Yingtian sect, but he was about to die. He was very unwilling. In fact, Yang Zhan didn't expect that there would be someone who dared to attack him in Yingtian Courtyard. This was simply not putting Yingtian Courtyard in their eyes. Bang! Just as Yang Zhan closed his eyes and waited for death, he heard a muffled sound of impact. In the next moment, he felt himself being sent flying backwards. Some people were surprised that someone actually dared to jump out to save this guy. "All of you, die for me." The black-robed man waved his hands, and golden threads that were almost tangible rushed out from his hands. In an instant, they interweaved into a golden net that enveloped the two of them. The person who had saved Yang Zhan was Gu Fei. He saw that wherever the golden net passed, the trees were cut into countless pieces, and the net enveloped him from above. Gu Fei smiled and waved his right hand. A divine light rushed out from his finger like a divine whip and fiercely lashed at the golden net that was enveloping them. This strike actually split the entire golden net in the middle, leaving behind a bunch of rotten things. At this moment, the black-robed man couldn't help but be shocked. The opponent's strength far exceeded his expectations. And at the same time that the black-robed man was shocked, Gu Fei silently appeared in front of the black-robed man. With a stretch of his hand, he tore off the black-robed man's mask. "It's you?" Yang Zhan saw the person and immediately cried out in surprise. "Lei Jun?" Gu Fei was also very surprised. After returning to Yingtian's side courtyard, he sealed his cultivation. Right now, he was only in the realm of immortals. From Lei Jun's point of view, Gu Fei was not an immortal. However, he was able to block his attack and easily tear off his mask. He was completely dumbfounded. Swoosh! Lei Jun retreated with extreme speed. Gu Fei reached out with his right hand and grabbed Lei Jun, who was flying out, and pulled him back. "What are you trying to do?" Lei Zhan's shock was no small matter. This guy was simply a monster. He could actually contend against him. He was an immortal god. Kill you. Gu Fei looked at Lei Zhan, who was being grabbed by the neck, and said calmly, as if he was talking about something unimportant, "You dare to kill me? Aren't you afraid that the entire Yingtian sect will hunt you down?" Lei Zhan gritted his teeth. At this moment, bang! Without any warning, Lei Zhan's head exploded and turned into a mist of blood. His primordial spirit also dissipated in the void. Seeing this, Yang Zhan was scared out of his wits. This Gu Fei was really audacious. He actually dared to kill Lei Zhan. This was going to be big trouble. Lei Zhan did not expect that Gu Fei would really kill him. Go! Gu Fei grabbed Yang Zhan and instantly disappeared into the forest. Just as Gu Fei and Yang Zhan left, a white shadow suddenly appeared next to Lei Zhan's headless corpse. Someone actually dared to kill a disciple of my Yingtian sect. The person said in a deep voice. A shocking, murderous aura exploded from his body. The surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. Chapter 37:16. Brother Fei, you killed Lei Zhan? Yang Zhan was still dumbfounded after returning to his residence. He was so shocked that he couldn't even speak properly. That scene just now almost made him pee his pants. Gu Fei quietly released his divine sense and instantly enveloped the entire lower courtyard of Yingtian Courtyard. So be it. Is there a problem? Gu Fei said calmly. He had merely killed an immortal-level little fellow. To him, it was as easy as crushing an ant. He needed a place to settle down in the ancestral realm. Unfortunately, he had his eyes on Yingtian sect. Ancestor Yingtian was a quasi-supreme. Only by knowing where he was could he kill him and replace him to successfully control the entire Yingtian sect. Gu Fei actually enjoyed all of this. It reminded him of his experience in the Taishan sect in the human world before he achieved the Tao. This made Gu Fei feel like he was going back in time. What do we do? What do we do? If someone finds out, we'll die without a burial place. Yang Zhan was truly frightened. Gu Fei glanced at him and said calmly, "What are you panicking about? Didn't I just kill an immortal? It's not the end of the world. So what if it is?" He didn't care at all. But now, Gu Fei still had to endure. The ancestral realm was the origin of myriad realms. The laws of heaven and earth were perfect to the extreme. The myriad realms couldn't compare to the ancestral realm. This was the most ideal place to undergo a tribulation, especially an extreme heavenly tribulation. If Gu Fei could successfully break through to the extreme realm here and become an extreme supreme, he would definitely be much stronger than the other supreme realms. However, there was no heavenly punishment here. There were supremes in the ancestral realm, and quite a few of them. Even Gu Fei didn't dare to be too aggressive. If he was targeted by an extreme supreme, the consequences would be unthinkable. Gu Fei had offended many extreme supremes in the ancestral realm. The moment he showed himself, he would probably be discovered by these enemies, and then it would be a tragedy. An immortal! Brother Fei, you killed an immortal, and it was Lei Zhan. Yang Zhan was still restless and terrified. Wait, Brother Fei, if you can kill an immortal, doesn't that mean you're even stronger than an immortal? Yang Zhan suddenly looked at Gu Fei as if he was looking at a monster. Although Gu Fei had a confrontation with the immortal city lord in Yuntian City, he didn't do much, so no one knew how strong he was. However, even the golden immortal city lord was respectful towards Gu Fei. This meant that Gu Fei was even stronger than a golden immortal. All right, if I say it's fine, then it's fine. No one will come looking for trouble with you. If it weren't for me just now, you would have been killed by Lei Zhan. After saying that, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the bed and closed his eyes, ignoring Yang Zhan. Yang Zhan didn't sleep at all. He spent the entire night in fear. However, just as Gu Fei had said, no one came to trouble him. Yang Zhan didn't know that the primogenitor mountainside courtyard was in an uproar that night. Someone had snuck into the lower courtyard and killed an immortal true disciple. How could this be? Even the courtyard lord was alarmed. That night, all the elders of the side courtyard were mobilized in an attempt to find the intruder. However, their efforts were in vain. The intruder didn't leave behind any traces after killing the disciple. For the 1,208 young cultivators who had just passed the entrance trial, they could not sense what was happening outside at all. Only Gu Fei could sense all of this. The hall master of the primogenitor mountain monastery was only a saint king. Even if Gu Fei sealed his cultivation, the hall master wouldn't be able to sense his existence. The courtyard lord personally watched over the side courtyard's divine mountain. When it was almost daybreak, all the elders who had gone out to chase the enemy returned to the main hall at the top of the mountain. The courtyard lord sat on his throne, looking down at the 12 elders below. Courtyard lord, we didn't find anything. A white-haired, white-clothed old man, who was the leader of the 12 elders, said to the dean on the throne, "What?" The courtyard lord was shocked. How was this possible? Who could sneak into the side courtyard and kill a disciple of the Yingtian sect without anyone noticing, and then escape unscathed? Could it be that the person who killed Lei Ting is still hiding within the monastery's gates? A middle-aged elder said in a low voice, "No way." The other elders in the main hall were shocked. If that was really the case, then the murderer was too bold. Activate the formation and seal off the side courtyard. The courtyard lord said, "Yes." The 12 elders hurriedly accepted the order and left the main hall. Very soon, an extremely powerful force of the immortal Tao erupted from the peak of the Upper Academy Divine Mountain, instantly enveloping a radius of several thousand kilometers. In the void, a layer of immortal light was faintly discernible. However, after a while, the layer of immortal light disappeared into the void, as if it had never been there. They actually activated the Guardian Array? Is there a need for such a grand formation? Gu Fei was sitting on the bed in his residence. He was speechless when he sensed all this. Didn't they just kill an immortal? This was something that Gu Fei would never have thought that the entire courtyard of Yingtian sect would be in a state of panic. Why do I care so much? Gu Fei didn't care. He still sat on his bed, unmoving. Dong. The melodious sound of a bell rang in the morning, spreading throughout the Yingtian sect. At this time, a disciple in green from the Yingtian sect shouted from outside, "Come out, all of you! What are you so slow for? Hurry up!" The disciples in green were arrogant, but the young cultivators who had just passed the trial didn't dare say anything. They didn't dare offend these disciples. In the Yingtian sect, the disciples of the Yingtian sect were clearly divided. The disciples in green were of the lowest status. To put it nicely, they were disciples, but to put it bluntly, they were servants. Above the disciples in green were the true disciples, the elders' disciples, and above the elders' disciples were the courtyard lord's disciples. Of course, it had been many years since the hall master had accepted a disciple. Within the Yingtian monastery, the hall master had very few personal disciples. There were only 7, but those 7 were incomparably powerful. The eldest disciple's cultivation base could even contend against some of the elders. Hurry up and come out. Eat and drink to your heart's content. Then gather at the plaza. The disciples in green kept shouting. Gu Fei's mind moved, and the scene outside immediately reflected in his mind. He saw a dozen disciples in green pushing huge wooden buckets outside, shouting. These buckets were pushed by wooden carts, and inside were buns and porridge. The buns were red, and the porridge was dark green. What surprised Gu Fei was that these buns and green porridge were imbued with spiritual energy. Although the spiritual energy was very weak, for cultivators, eating these things often could slowly change their physique. At this time, many cultivators came out, and some were already wolfing down the food. Chapter 37:17. Genius 1. Second, remember, if you want to go, Shua Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Ing Tianzong's food was pretty good. Even the food for the trial takers contained spiritual energy. The ancestral realm was worthy of its name. If this was the mortal world, perhaps only the core disciples of the great sects and great clans could enjoy this kind of food. The primogenitor realm's spiritual energy was the densest out of all the places Gu Fei had ever seen. Even if the people here didn't cultivate, they could still live up to 100 or 200 years old. The lifespan of cultivators was very long. It should be known that under the nourishment of spiritual energy, even a blade of grass could transform into a spiritual medicine. Soon, everyone was full, and then they walked towards the square. Gu Fei and Yang Zhan also arrived at the square. In the center of the square, there was actually a 3-zhang tall platform, and above the square, there was a cloud of qi. On top of the clouds sat 12 immortals in purple feather robes. These immortals were high up in the sky, surrounded by immortal light, as if they had merged with the great Tao of heaven and earth. They were the 12th elder of the Ing Tian courtyard. Even though the 12th elder was just sitting on the cloud and did not exude any immortal might, everyone was still very cautious in front of him, not daring to be careless. At this time, the challengers in the plaza were already stunned by the immortal atmosphere of Ingtian courtyard. The trial takers were all ordinary people, and the highest cultivation level among them was only a half-step immortal. When had they ever seen such a scene? At this moment, a figure directly leaped down from the divine mountain high up in the sky. He stepped on a rainbow-colored immortal cloud and landed on the high platform at the center of the square. Greetings, eldest senior brother. All the white-robed disciples in the square bowed towards the figure on the high platform. Love, go, small, say, Netqueven the 12th elder, who was squatting on the cloud, stood up. Junior brothers, there's no need to be so polite. The young white-robed immortal on the high platform said with a smile. The cultivators in the square were dumbfounded. New junior brothers and sisters, I am your eldest senior brother, Shangguan Feixiong. Next will be your second trial. More accurately, it will be an arena competition. In this competition, the top 12 will be able to become an elder's disciple. Below the top 12, but above the top 200 will be able to become a true disciple. However, I have a piece of bad news for you. Among the green-robed disciples in the monastery, all disciples below the immortal god realm can participate in the competition. Shangguan Feixiong said. As soon as Shangguan Feixiong's words fell, the trial takers in the plaza went into an uproar. Eldest senior brother, this is very unfair to us. Someone shouted at Shangguan Feixiong. That's right, those green-robed senior brothers have been cultivating in the sect for so long. How could we possibly be their match? A fat cultivator said. Shangguan Feixiong was still smiling as he looked at the trial takers below the stage. As long as you guys are outstanding enough, even those green-robed junior brothers who entered the sect earlier, then you won't be your match. Unless you're not stunning enough. Shangguan Feixiong continued. Everyone was speechless. All right, now let's talk about the rules of the competition. Shangguan Feixiong intentionally paused for a moment. Everyone's ears pricked up. What I want to say is, the rules of the competition are that there are no rules. You will fight until you can no longer fight. Not only will you win, but you will also die. This will also give you a chance to settle your grudges. As Shangguan Feixiong spoke, his expression gradually became solemn. In the cultivation world, the strong preyed on the weak. Although Ng Tian Sec's method of selecting disciples was cruel, it was also the most effective. Everyone was listening quietly. All right, I hereby announce the start of the competition. After saying that, Shangguan Feixiong soared into the sky and arrived in front of the 12th elder. He bowed to the 12th elder and sat down below him. This Shangguan Feixiong was the eldest disciple of the hall master and also the eldest senior brother of Ng Tian Courtyard. His cultivation and battle prowess were comparable to some of the 12 elders. At this moment, everyone below the stage stared at each other, and no one went up. One must know that this was a duel of life and death without any rules. The loser would either be injured or die. Ha! A bunch of cowards. If you don't go up, then I will. Right at this moment, a burst of laughter resounded, and then waves of tremors came from the ground as a figure the size of a small mountain charged towards the arena. After that, it leaped up and descended onto the arena with a bang, causing the entire arena to shake violently. Everyone was dumbfounded. They saw that the guy who jumped onto the stage was actually a big fatty dressed in green clothes. Isn't this the fatty who cooks in the workshop? A disciple in green recognized the fatty. It's this fatty. He can really eat. He seems to have put on a lot of weight. Someone ridiculed. Even the people from the workshop are here to participate in the written test. Many people were surprised. A bunch of cowards. Do you dare to spar with me? The fatty glanced at the crowd below the stage and said disdainfully. As soon as the fatty finished speaking, a figure rushed onto the stage. It was a young disciple who was participating in the written test. Yang Zhan happened to know him. He was a disciple of the Thunder Clan. Come. If you have any skills, then use them. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Fatty waved his hand at the man and said, Humph. The disciple from the Thunder Clan moved and immediately disappeared. In the next moment, his figure appeared above the fatty's head, and his foot stomped down on the fatty's head. This was a secret technique of the Thunder Clan called Lightning Force. This secret technique could instantly increase a person's speed to the limit, allowing them to burst out with the fastest speed possible. The fatty suddenly grinned. His right hand reached up and grabbed the sole of the Thunder Clan disciple's foot. The Thunder Clan disciple was shocked. His left foot also came down on the fatty's head. However, what caused the disciple to collapse was that his left foot was also caught by the fatty. In the next moment, the fatty swung the Thunder Clan disciple around and ruthlessly smashed him onto the stage. With just one smash, the Thunder Clan disciple spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. TCH, a piece of trash. Fatty threw the disciple of the Thunder Clan out of the arena as if he was a ragged sack. Although the fatty didn't kill anyone, the Thunder Clan disciple was already half dead. He would need to recuperate for a period of time before he could recover. Who else is there? Come up here for me. Don't be afraid. I won't beat you to death. The fatty said to the crowd below the stage. The crowd was incomparably shocked. The combat strength displayed by the fatty was too strong. It was definitely above the Xiantian realm. Who would dare to challenge this guy? How could they live? Chapter 37:18. Genius, 1 second. Remember love, go away? To provide you with wonderful novels to read. Many people were frightened by the fact that there were no rules to the battle. Victory and defeat were decided, and life and death were also decided. In other words, there would be people who would die. More than 1,000 cultivators had passed the trial with great difficulty. Who would want to go up and die? However, many people were unwilling. If they didn't go up and display their amazing cultivation and talent, they wouldn't be able to attract the attention of the 12 elders. If they wanted to become an elder disciple of the Primogenitor Mountain courtyard, one of the 36 courtyards, they had to go up to the arena. However, the most terrible thing was that the green-robed disciples of the Yingtian courtyard were also qualified to go up to the arena. This made this batch of cultivators feel that it was very unfair. 10 years was a very long time for mortals. Those green-robed disciples of the Yingtian courtyard had cultivated for 10 years. Even if they weren't immortals, they were almost there. Who would dare to say that they could win against these green-robed disciples? What, are you all cowards? If you're not a coward, then come up here. At this time, the fatty on the arena shouted to everyone below the stage. Too arrogant. This batch of cultivators were very unhappy. They wished they could throw that fat pig off the arena. However, they had learned their lesson. That unlucky guy from the Thunder Clan was still unconscious. Yang Zhan was also very angry seeing this scene. What, you want to go up and teach that guy a lesson? Gu Fei crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at the fatty on the arena. Although this fatty looked very strong, he was only at the mid-level Xiantian realm. However, this fatty's fat was very shocking. His ability to resist attacks was absolutely amazing. An ordinary Xiantian cultivator would find it difficult to win against this guy unless they used a weapon. However, not everyone could have a spiritual weapon. Yang Zhan had a spiritual weapon. Wang Long also had one. Ling Feng was crippled and had been eliminated. It was hard to say whether he could return to his clan or not. This batch of disciples doesn't seem to be very good. A purple-robed elder sitting high above the clouds shook his head and said, "It's still too early to say that." The great elder said indifferently, "Senior brother is right." The elder hurriedly said, "The monastery's 12 elders would accept disciples once every 10 years. But only the top 12 disciples from the unruly competition would have a chance to become an elder's disciple. It was just a chance. If the 12 elders didn't like the 12 disciples who won, they could choose not to accept disciples. So whether or not they accepted disciples depended on the mood of the 12 elders. The great elder had the fewest disciples. He only had 9, 2 more than the hall master. And the one with the most disciples was the 12 elders, with a total of 32 disciples. Love, go, small, say, Netku having many disciples was useless, as the hall master only had 7 disciples. On the other hand, Shangguan Feixiong alone was enough to sweep through all of the elders' disciples. At this time, the eldest senior brother, Shangguan Feixiong, who was sitting right below the 12th elder, looked at the new disciples on the square with a smile on his face. There were still a few good seedlings among this batch of new disciples. "I'll fight you." Just at this moment, a loud shout rang out from the square. A figure soared into the sky and landed on the martial stage. He then walked over to the fatty. This was a cultivator who looked like a 7 or 8-year-old child. But none of the cultivators on the square dared to look down on him. That was because this childlike cultivator had an incomparably domineering nickname, Little Overlord. He actually couldn't control his temper. Gu Fei couldn't help feeling a bit surprised when he saw that person. Was Fengyu impulsive? That shouldn't be the case. That fellow had people in the Yingtian monastery. Back when he had first entered the Yingtian monastery, Gu Fei had sensed that Fengyu was together with a Saint King. That Saint King was currently sitting on a cloud in the sky. The Wind Clan's foundation was truly deep. Of course, Gu Fei didn't place the Wind Clan in his eyes. "Hee, little fellow, I think you should go down. Otherwise, if I accidentally beat you to death, that wouldn't be good." The fatty grinned. Fengyu revealed a trace of disdain when he heard that. "With just you, you want to beat me to death. Come and try." Fengyu waved his hand at the fatty with a disapproving expression. "You're courting death." Feng Yu's disdainful gaze deeply hurt the fatty. Both of the fatty's legs pushed against the ground, causing the entire martial stage to shake. In the next moment, his entire body leaped up from the ground like a huge ball and directly smashed towards Feng Yu. No way. Seeing this scene, everyone below the martial stage was indescribably shocked. This fatty's attack was truly too strange. Could it be that he wanted to use his huge body to smash Feng Yu to death? Feng Yu stared at the fatty, who was smashing down from the sky. The corner of his mouth suddenly revealed a trace of a cold smile. In the next moment, his hands danced, and transparent wind blades immediately rushed out from his hands. Although the wind blades were invisible, when they moved quickly in the void, they emitted a faint sound of breaking through the air. This is, as the saying goes, once an expert makes a move, one will know whether or not he is an expert. Feng Yu's move immediately shocked the fatty. The fatty's clothes were instantly cut by the wind blades. When the wind blades landed on the fatty's body, it was as if they were chopping cotton. All of the wind blades were bounced off, unable to harm him at all. In the next moment, Feng Yu disappeared on the spot like a gust of wind, without a trace. Boom! The fatty directly smashed into the martial stage, causing the entire martial stage to shake. If it wasn't for the immortal force supporting it, this martial stage would have collapsed. Storm Fist. Feng Yu's figure appeared in the sky above the fatty. In the next moment, countless fists rained down on the fatty like a violent storm. Ha ha! Come on! The fatty laughed heartily. In the next moment, countless fists instantly smashed onto the fatty's body. Fist marks immediately appeared on the fatty's body, and these fist marks directly sank into the fatty's body. However, in the next moment, these fist marks disappeared, and the collapsed fatty's body bounced back. Countless violent fists smashed onto the fatty's body, but it actually felt like they were scratching an itch. Seeing this scene, everyone below the stage was indescribably shocked. This fatty is abnormal. Little fella, did you not drink your milk? Go back and drink your milk before coming back. As the fatty spoke loudly, he directly stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Feng Yu. Wind tornado! Feng Yu's body swayed, and an extremely strong gust of wind immediately gushed out from his body, forming a whirlpool that enveloped the fatty. The strong wind formed a tornado, and the fatty's cumbersome body actually staggered because of the wind. In the next moment, the wind suddenly increased, and the fatty was directly swept up into the sky. Chapter 37:19. Genius in a second, remember love, go away. The internet provides you with exciting novels to read. Feng Yu made his move. The combat techniques of the Feng clan were incomparably strong. A huge tornado appeared on the arena, sending the fatty flying into the air. There was no suspense in this battle. One should know that Feng Yu was an expert who had surpassed the inborn realm. In the next moment, the fatty's huge body flew out like a huge meatball. He landed on the ground and bounced a few times before standing firmly on the ground. What a meatball! Everyone in the square was secretly astonished when they saw this. The people who came out of the workshop were really extraordinary. At this time, the fatty stared at the figure on the arena. He was unwilling, but more than that, he felt helpless. He couldn't even defeat a kid. He had lived all these years in vain. Junior brother Fatty, you'd better stay in the workshop obediently. There's good food and a good place to live. We're all very envious of you. Ha ha. Someone mocked the fatty. Lin Xian, if you're capable, come up the arena. If you're not, then don't squabble here. The fatty stared at the disciple in green who mocked him and said angrily, "Humph, I'll go up then." "So what?" the disciple in green said as he leaped up and landed on the arena. "Little brat, it's not too late for you to jump off the arena now. If I make a move, you'll be in deep trouble. The disciple in green, named Lin Xian, smiled evilly and stared at Feng Yu. Feng Yu smiled and didn't say a word. However, he stretched out his hand and hooked his finger at the disciple in green. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Xian said coldly. In the next moment, he moved, leaving an afterimage on the spot. In an instant, he appeared in front of Feng Yu and threw a punch at Feng Yu's face. So fast, the spectators below the arena were shocked. The moment Lin Xian punched out, there was a loud piercing sound in the air. The speed and strength of his physical body had broken through the limits of the post-celestial stage, and even the post-celestial stage. An expert who has surpassed the inborn realm. Below the arena, Yang Zhan's eyes narrowed when he saw this. Looks like you better not go up, Gu Fei said. Among the green-robed disciples of Yingtian courtyard, there were many who were stronger than Yang Zhan. Some of these green-robed disciples even had 1 foot in the immortal God realm. Given Yang Zhan's current cultivation base, it was impossible for him to defeat these half-step immortals unless he helped him. I can't accept it. Yang Zhan clenched his fists as he stared at the 2 rapidly moving figures on the stage. Feng Yu and Lin Xian began to fight on the stage. Powerful qi exploded on the stage, and dense sounds of collisions kept ringing out. Powerful energy ripples spread out, creating a strong wind around the stage. Third brother, your Feng clan has produced a good seedling. A white-bearded elder sitting high above the clouds said to a white-haired elder beside him. Feng Yu is a good kid. The old man said proudly. Shangguan Feixiong, who was sitting beside the 12th elder, smiled and did not say anything. The third elder, Feng Feiyang, had a powerful cultivation and was a saint king. In the past 60 years, the Feng clan had not produced any outstanding figures. This made Feng Feiyang lose face, but the appearance of Feng Yu was a pleasant surprise. Congratulations, third elder, the other elders said with a smile. In their opinion, since the third elder was going to accept this disciple as an elder's disciple, the other elders were too embarrassed to compete with him. In the eyes of these elders, this batch of new disciples wasn't very good, but there were still a few good seedlings that were worth nurturing. The once-in-a-century Yingtian sect's 36 monastery competition was not far away. Among the true disciples and elders' disciples, only 1 or 2 would be able to hold the fort. At this time, the outcome of the battle between the 2 experts on the stage had been decided. Lin Xian was sent flying by Feng Yu's palm and fell off the stage. He staggered a few steps and forcefully swallowed the blood that had welled up in his throat. Without saying a word, he turned and left. Feng Yu looked at Lin Xian's back. Although he had defeated Lin Xian, his state of mind was very calm. He was neither happy nor sad, maintaining his peak state. Well done! The new disciples below the stage were all cheering for Feng Yu on the stage. Third elder Feng Feiyang, who was sitting on a cloud, smiled as he looked at Feng Yu on the stage. He nodded, very satisfied with Feng Yu's performance. At this time, a loud shout rang out. Everyone hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a tall and mighty disciple in green robes walking over like a fierce beast. Why is he here? Someone exclaimed. Isn't he already qualified to become a true disciple? Why is he here to fight? Those who knew this burly man looked at him in disbelief. Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw this man. This guy was definitely over 2 meters tall, and his muscles were well developed. His arms revealed his bronze skin. This burly man gave off a feeling of power. Zhao Tianlong, why are you here? At this time, a voice came from the sky. Eldest senior brother Gu Fei glanced at third elder Feng Feiyang before standing up. At this time, Gu Fei also learned about the background of this burly man from the conversation of the green-robed disciples. This burly man's name was Zhao Tianlong. He was originally the son of an ordinary hunter, but by chance, he obtained a body-tempering technique. Not only did he build a body of muscles, but he also cultivated true energy, from the outside to the inside. He became an inborn expert and was qualified to participate in the entrance trial of Yingtian sect. 10 years ago, he relied on a pair of iron fists to fight his way out of the trial. 10 years later, he was already a half-step immortal with a great mastery of the body-tempering technique. His body was strong enough to withstand the attack of a spiritual weapon, and he could destroy a small mountain with a single punch. Even the beasts in the primogenitor mountain that were known for their strength weren't a match for him. Someone saw Zhao Tianlong tear a tiger-elephant beast into two with their own eyes. At this time, third elder Feng Feiyang, who was sitting on the cloud, couldn't help but frown when he saw Zhao Tianlong. Zhao Tianlong was a lunatic. His body was extremely strong, and so was his strength. An ordinary half-step immortal was no match for him. If Feng Yu was killed by Zhao Tianlong, it would be a great loss to the Feng clan. When Zhao Tianlong was still a few dozen meters away from the arena, he stomped his right foot on the ground. With a bang, his entire body soared up into the sky and landed on the arena, half-step immortal. Feng Yu stared at Zhao Tianlong, his pupils constricting. In the next moment, rays of spiritual light rushed out from his body and flew back to his body. Soon, a golden vest appeared on Feng Yu's body. Swoosh! A pair of golden wings spread out from Feng Yu's back. This was a secret treasure of the Feng family. It was called the Wings of Wind God, a spiritual weapon. With the Wings of Wind God, Feng Yu's confidence was boosted. He was confident that he could even fight against a half-step immortal god. Chapter 37:20. Genius in a Second. Remember, love go divided by small? Talk Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. He's a body cultivator. Gu Fei looked at Zhao Tianlong in the arena and couldn't help but feel surprised. This was the first time he had seen a pure body cultivator in the ancestral realm. Love go small talk net ku, of course. The ancestral realm was huge with thousands of clans and all kinds of cultivation systems. The great figures of the ancestral realm controlled countless middle-grade and high-grade realms, absorbing the strengths of the realms to strengthen themselves. They smelted the Daos and achieved a metamorphosis, becoming an existence that surpassed the extreme Tao. This was the ambition of the big shots of the ancestral realm. However, since ancient times, even in the ancestral realm, no one had been able to transcend the extreme Tao and become an existence that stood above the Daos in the heavens. At this moment, Feng Yu and Zhao Tianlong had already started fighting on the arena. This battle was much more intense than the battle between Feng Yu and Lin Xian. Feng Yu's Wings of Wind were indeed powerful, increasing his speed by more than one-fold. To Feng Yu, speed was power. Swoosh! Feng Yu was like a golden divine eagle circling above the arena. Rays of golden light constantly shot out from his wings of the wind god. Those were extremely sharp sword lights. The power contained within each sword ray was enough to kill an ordinary void controlling realm expert. Even a demigod would not dare to face the sword rays head-on. However, Zhao Tianlong was completely unafraid of the incoming streaks of sword light. His fists continued to smash out, shattering the streaks of sword light one after another. Akin to a purplish gold god of war, he appeared extremely valiant. Zhao Tianlong displayed the body refinement technique that he cultivated. His entire skin turned purplish gold, as if he had turned into a piece of godly metal. At the moment when his fist collided with the golden sword light that was slashing down, a clanging sound that could only be heard when gold and iron collided. Is this guy really made of metal? All the spectators below the arena were indescribably shocked. Zhao Tianlong was like a ferocious beast cast from godly metal. There were no flaws on his body. Zhao Tianlong's strength seems to have increased by quite a bit again. Shangguan Feixiong, who was watching this scene from the sky, could not help but nod his head. It's a pity that the body tempering technique that he's cultivating isn't good enough. I'm afraid that he'll never be able to break through to the immortal god realm in this lifetime. Third Elder Feng Feiyang said indifferently. He was a Saint King, so he could see the problem with Zhao Tianlong's body at a glance. Although Zhao Tianlong appeared to be incomparably powerful on the surface, with the strength of his fleshly body reaching the level of being able to go head-on against a spiritual artifact, the body-tempering technique that he cultivated had a huge flaw. Zhao Tianlong had already reached the limit of what his body could endure by cultivating this body-tempering technique to such a degree, causing the hidden injuries on his body to become increasingly serious. Once the hidden dangers in Zhao Tianlong's body flared up, there would be no need for anyone to do anything for him to lose his life. It's a pity that our sect doesn't have any body cultivation techniques. Otherwise, Zhao Tianlong wouldn't have no hope of becoming an immortal. The first elder suddenly sighed. The other elders could not help but nod their heads upon hearing this. The Grand Elder was the elder with the highest cultivation amongst them. Since he had said such words, Zhao Tianlong was naturally sentenced to death. The small cultivators in the public square were naturally unable to hear the discussions of the big shots high up in the clouds. However, it was different for Gu Fei. The evaluation of Zhao Tianlong by the elders of Yingtian's side courtyard reached his ears without missing a single word. He merely smiled in response. It seemed like Zhao Tianlong was also quite a character. There was no doubt that a body cultivator was powerful. One must know that to a certain extent, Gu Fei was also a body cultivator. After all, he was a quasi-martial sovereign who had entered the path of cultivation through his martial arts. At this moment, Zhao Tianlong, who was standing on the stage, was as still as a mountain. No matter how many attacks Feng Yu unleashed, Zhao Tianlong simply threw out one punch after another, as if he was practicing his own fist technique. However, such a simple and direct fist technique had shattered all of Feng Yu's attacks. Going from complexity to simplicity, not bad. Gu Fei said indifferently as he looked at Zhao Tianlong, who was standing on the stage. Zhao Tianlong was very talented in martial arts and had a lot of battle experience. He was not a disciple of a powerful family who did not have any inheritance. He had relied on himself to carve out his own path to become an expert. One could imagine how much effort and sweat Zhao Tianlong had put in to obtain such a powerful cultivation base. Gu Fei seemed to see himself in Zhao Tianlong in the past. The outcome of the battle between Zhao Tianlong and Feng Yu had already been decided. Feng Yu had relied on the wings of Eelis to last until now. However, activating a powerful spiritual weapon required a large amount of elemental energy. "Get out of my sight!" Zhao Tianlong roared and threw a punch at Feng Yu in the sky. Violent energy erupted from his fist, and a dragon's roar seemed to resound in the void. A dragon-shaped fist energy soared into the sky and pounced at Feng Yu. Fist energy materialization. What a guy. At this moment, even the eyes of the elders in the sky lit up. The battle strength displayed by Zhao Tianlong was too shocking. He was only a half-step immortal, but he already had the ability to materialize his qi. To a certain extent, materializing his qi was already considered a divine ability. Only immortals possess divine abilities. Once one became an immortal, a divine ability would be born naturally. This was what it meant to be an immortal. The spectators below the stage were all stunned when they saw the scene on the stage. Feng Yu was shocked. He flapped his wings and soared into the sky. However, the momentum of the dragon-shaped fist energy was extremely ferocious and fast. It caught up with Feng Yu in an instant and blasted him high into the sky. Feng Yu felt as if he had been hit by a huge mountain. He spat out a mouthful of blood as if he was going to fall apart. He fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. At this moment, the third elder, Feng Feiyang, who was sitting on the clouds in the sky, saw this scene and his face instantly turned gloomy. Shangguan Feixiong glanced at Feng Feiyang and couldn't help but pray for Zhao Tianlong in his heart. Zhao Tianlong had offended the third elder. At this moment, a white-robed disciple from Yingtian's sect soared into the sky and wrapped his arms around Feng Yu. He took a deep look at Zhao Tianlong on the stage before turning around and leaving the square with Feng Yu in his arms. Feng Yu had actually been knocked unconscious by Zhao Tianlong's punch. At this moment, even the white-robed disciples of Yingtian sect looked at Zhao Tianlong differently. "Come on, defeat me, but I'm asking for a defeat." Zhao Tianlong stood on the stage and swept his domineering gaze across the cultivators below the stage. Most of them didn't dare to make eye contact with Zhao Tianlong. However, there were a few who weren't afraid of Zhao Tianlong. They directly met Zhao Tianlong's gaze with blazing battle intent. "Do you want to go up and show off your might?" Gu Fei suddenly asked Yang Zhan, who was beside him. "What?" Yang Zhan was startled when he heard this, but he was pleasantly surprised. Chapter 37:21. Zhao Tianlong had defeated Feng Yu. The battle prowess he had displayed in this battle had stunned the spectators in the public square. Even the white-robed direct disciples from the Yingtian sect were indescribably shocked. Fist energy transforming into a dragon, this could already be considered a type of divine ability. This was a battle technique divine ability that was extremely powerful. With just one punch, Feng Yu was already out of luck. Even the wings of the wind god couldn't protect him. For a moment, no one below the stage dared to step forward. However, this was only temporary because there were still a few cultivators in the public square who could compete with Zhao Tianlong. "Zhao Tianlong, I'll fight you." A figure directly walked out from the crowd. It was a green-robed disciple. He was short, skinny, and had tan skin. His arms were so long that they were almost touching the ground. At first glance, this green-robed disciple was simply an ape. "Mad Monkey Do You On?" When the green-robed disciples saw the monkey-like green-robed disciple, some of them immediately exclaimed. This Du Yuan was also a ruthless character. Among the green-robed disciples, only he dared to compete with Zhao Tianlong. Furthermore, his cultivation and battle prowess were definitely not weaker than Zhao Tianlong's. The mad monkey, Du Yuan, leapt up from the ground and landed on the stage. Then he walked step by step to stand opposite Zhao Tianlong. "I really admire your courage." Zhao Tianlong stared at the mad monkey, Du Yuan, and said coldly, "Humph." Du Yuan sneered and said, "Cut the crap. Make your move." "As you wish," Zhao Tianlong said as he took a step forward. In an instant, he appeared in front of Du Yuan and fiercely smashed his fist towards Du Yuan's head. So fast, Du Yuan was taken aback. He moved his feet, leaving behind an afterimage on his original spot. His real body had already appeared on Zhao Tianlong's left side in an instant. His hand directly chopped towards Zhao Tianlong's neck. Swish! An air-piercing sound rang out. It was as if a real sharp blade had cut through the void. The power of Du Yuan's hand chop could not be underestimated. In the eyes of the immortals, a battle between cultivators below the immortal realm was simply not worth watching. In fact, the 12th elder had only come out to support the situation. When they encountered a good seedling, these elders would naturally accept them into their sect. However, this batch of disciples didn't seem to be very good. which made the 12th elder even more disinterested. Kill! Zhao Qianlong's furious roar was akin to a sudden clap of thunder, causing the ears of the spectators in the square to ring. Completely ignoring Du Yuan's hand chop, he exhaled and sent a fist smashing towards Du Yuan's chest. This punch caused the clothes on Zhao Qianlong's body to swell up, while his long hair fluttered about in a disorderly manner. Those who were a little timid would have been scared out of their wits by his roar. A dragon-shaped fist force rushed out from Zhao Qianlong's fist. The violent power contained within it was even stronger and more ferocious than when he had sent Feng Yu flying. This guy was holding back just now. Everyone below the arena was shocked. Du Yuan did not dare to face Zhao Tianlong head-on. Like a nimble monkey, he shrunk his body, instantly evading Zhao Tianlong's dragon-shaped fist force before sending his hands straight towards Zhao Tianlong's face. He was very clear about Zhao Tianlong's weaknesses. Zhao Tianlong's entire body only had his eyes, mouth, and the anus as his weak points. However, those 3 spots on Zhao Tianlong's body weren't so easy to hit. Zhao Tianlong closed his eyes before sending his hands out to grab Du Yuan. As long as he managed to grab Du Yuan would be finished. Seemingly knowing that Zhao Tianlong would use this move, Du Yuan's body sunk before suddenly crouching on the ground. His right index and middle fingers came together before stabbing towards Zhao Tianlong's anus. This guy actually wanted to break his anus. "You're courting death." Zhao Tianlong roared furiously as he used his 2 forks to twist and break Du Yuan's arms. Du Yuan hastily retracted his hands. Zhao Tianlong's body was as hard as steel and as strong as a dragon. Being touched by any part of his body would be disastrous. Du Yuan was extremely slippery as he immediately rolled to the side. "Do you only know these despicable moves?" Zhao Tianlong stared at Du Yuan, who had stood up from the ground, as he spoke out in disdain. He did not give chase. Du Yuan had even used a move like gouging his eyes and inserting his anus, completely infuriating Zhao Tianlong. "Why do you care what move I use? It's fine as long as I can defeat you," Du Yuan said disapprovingly. In order to achieve his goals, he would do anything. Hearing this, Zhao Tianlong felt even more disdain. "Ambitious and ruthless." Gu Fei uttered these 2 words as he looked at Du Yuan on the stage. If Du Yuan was able to mature, he would definitely become a formidable and ruthless character. At this moment, the 2 demigod-ranked powerhouses on the stage started fighting once again. In the end, Du Yuan was unable to break Zhao Tianlong's anus and was thrown off the stage by Zhao Tianlong. One of his arms was crippled, turning him into a one-armed crazy monkey. As Gu Fei looked at the awe-inspiring Zhao Tianlong on the stage, a strange smile suddenly appeared on his face as he sent a hand seal into Yang Zhan's body. In the next instant, an extremely powerful energy fluctuation erupted from Yang Zhan's body. "What's going on?" Yang Zhan jumped in fright. "Junior brother, do you want to fight me? Come on up then." Zhao Tianlong's voice rang out from the stage. Yang Zhan raised his head and saw Zhao Tianlong glaring at him like a ferocious beast, as if Yang Zhan was his prey. This caused Yang Zhan's heart to palpitate. This guy is really something. He actually dared to challenge Zhao Tianlong. "Brother, I'm impressed. Brother, don't be a coward. Brother, it's all up to you now. Fight for the pride of our new batch of disciples. Brother, we support you." The surrounding crowd cheered. "Support your ass." Yang Zhan was on the verge of tears. How could he possibly be a match for Zhao Tianlong? "Brother Fei, you can't play with people like this. There's actually a new disciple who wants to challenge Zhao Tianlong." Even the elders in the sky were surprised. So that's the case. Peak demigod rank indeed has the qualifications to challenge Zhao Tianlong. In the next instant, the elders understood. They were able to see through Yang Zhan's cultivation with a single glance. To think that such a fellow was hiding among the new disciples. The eyes of the elders lit up as they looked at Yang Zhan. He's a good seedling. Don't fight with me. The second elder, who had been silent all this while, shouted at the other elders. A disciple like Zhao Tianlong could become an immortal with just a little guidance. In the eyes of the elders, he was naturally a good seedling. The other elders even had the thought of accepting him as a disciple. However, they would never have guessed that Yang Zhan's cultivation was only temporarily raised by Gu Fei. Chapter 37:22. Brother Fei, Yang Zhan was dumbfounded. He didn't want to go up the stage and fight against the ferocious beast Zhao Tianlong. This Zhao Tianlong was simply too strong. His body was as tough as steel, and even spiritual weapons couldn't injure him. Brother, don't be a coward. Go. Right, let these senior brothers witness our might. Go, go, go. The surrounding new disciples began to cheer. Soon, all the new disciples in the plaza were shouting in unison, their voices echoing throughout the plaza. These fellows, the big senior brother of the Yingtian courtyard, frowned when he saw this scene. He glanced at the 12 elders, who seemed to have turned a blind eye to this scene. These elders were all thinking about how to recruit Yang Zhan. They were also very curious about who was stronger between the two. Just go up and have some fun. Gu Fei looked at Yang Zhan with a smile. But Yang Zhan bitterly looked at Zhao Tianlong on the stage. Although Brother Fei had increased his cultivation and combat strength, how could he be Zhao Qianlong's opponent? This fellow had just defeated Feng Yu. Go on, it's fine. Gu Fei patted Yang Zhan's shoulder in consolation. Brother Fei, you have to watch me. Yang Zhan had no choice but to brace himself and go up. Good. Brother, you've got guts. The surrounding fellows, who wished to see the world in chaos, cheered again. Brother, I admire you. If you die, I'll collect your corpse. Someone shouted at Yang Zhan. Fuck, how about this daddy collect your corpse? Yang Zhan angrily shouted at the fellow. If you want to fight, then fight. Stop being so wishy-washy like a girl. At this moment, Zhao Qianlong's incomparably tyrannical voice resounded from the stage. He was already somewhat impatient. I'm coming. What's the rush? Yang Zhan said as he stomped on the ground with his right foot. His entire body soared into the sky and landed on the stage. Facing Zhao Tianlong's sharp gaze, Yang Zhan's heart palpitated. Humph, you dare to come up like this? What kind of person was Zhao Tianlong? Yang Zhan's subtle expressions were all seen by him. Such a coward actually had the guts to step onto the stage. What did you say? Upon hearing Zhao Tianlong's words, Yang Zhan abruptly raised his head and stared at Zhao Tianlong. His eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky as a powerful aura surged out from his body. In that instant, Yang Zhan seemed to have become another person. Zhao Tianlong could not help but gawk when he sensed the changes in Yang Zhan's body. Could this fellow be pretending to be a pig, to eat a tiger? A fellow who could cultivate to the demigod realm was definitely not a coward. Zhao Tianlong immediately retracted his contempt. You've angered me. The consequences will be dire. Yang Zhan glared at Zhao Tianlong as an ominous glint flickered in his eyes. This fellow actually dared to look down on him? This daddy even dared to contend against the beast's sovereign back in the training grounds. Who the hell do you think you are? Is that so? So what? Zhao Tianlong said proudly. He was very confident that who below the immortal god realm could be his match. Zhao Tianlong cultivated in the 9 heavens tyrant body technique. His fleshly body had been tempered to the point where he could block the attack of a spirit artifact with his bare hands. Among the demigods, Zhao Tianlong was confident that no one's fleshly body could be stronger than his. However, the Nine Heavens Tyrant Body technique that Zhao Tianlong had obtained was not a complete cultivation technique. It was merely a fragment. Otherwise, he would not have left behind such a huge hidden danger while cultivating this cultivation technique. Go to hell. Yang Zhan did not waste any more words with Zhao Tianlong. He directly sent a fist smashing towards Zhao Tianlong. This attack actually contained the power of the 5 elements. Even Yang Zhan was dumbfounded. This wasn't his battle technique. It was definitely Brother Fei's doing. Yang Zhan's guess was correct. This kind of battle was too boring for Gu Fei. He naturally wanted to find some entertainment for himself. Not only did he temporarily help Yang Zhan increase his cultivation, he also planted a strand of his will in Yang Zhan's body. Therefore, the current Yang Zhan was like Gu Fei in the demigod realm. No one present was able to see anything strange. Even the monastery master was unable to see anything. How could these saint kings or even saint emperors see through Gu Fei's techniques? That was the difference. Even though Gu Fei had sealed his cultivation base, the techniques he used were still not something anyone could see through. 5 elements energy? At this time, the eyes of the elders in the sky brightened. They had also misjudged. This disciple actually had a 5-element spiritual body. The Ying-Tian sect was an immortal cultivation sect. They paid great attention to the constitution, which was what they called a spiritual body. It was also known as an immortal root, immortal meridian, and so on. In short, these were just different names for the same thing. What Yang Zhan had used was the 5-element fist that Gu Fei had created. This kind of fist technique could draw upon the 5 elements' energy of heaven and earth for one's own use. That caused all the elders in the sky to be incomparably excited. There were thousands of spiritual bodies, but those who had a 5-element spiritual body were extremely rare. At least in the Ying-Tian sect's primogenitor mountain monastery, there hadn't been a 5-element spiritual body in over 500 years. It was no wonder that the elders of the Ying-Tian courtyard were so excited. Second brother, I want to discuss something with you. The first elder suddenly said to the second elder, Boss, you already have Lu Qin. Don't compete with me. The second elder's old face immediately sank. The first elder's eldest disciple Lu Qin was in existence second only to Shangguan Feixiong. Ha! Good seedlings are hard to find. The third elder, Feng Feiyang, laughed. Second brother, although I have many disciples, none of them are good enough. Why don't you give this little guy to me? The 12th elder said to the second elder with a smile, I'm going to get angry if you keep acting like this. The second elder's expression immediately darkened. Second brother, why are you so serious? Isn't it just a 5-element spiritual body? The first elder said disapprovingly. Humph. The second elder was in a bad mood. Then why are you still competing with me? Boom. Right at this moment, a loud sound came from below, attracting the attention of all the elders. On the stage below, 2 fists collided. A powerful demigod strength erupted, causing the stage to shake and the 2 experts to simultaneously take 2 steps back. Yang Zhan appeared as though he was possessed. The power of the 5 elements gushed forth from his body as he continued punching towards Zhao Tianlong. A blinding fiery light erupted from his fist as the power of the fire elemental attribute erupted forth. Good. Zhao Tianlong took a step forward and also punched out. His fist turned a purplish black, as if it had turned into a piece of divine metal. Boom. Another loud sound rang out as the 2 fists collided. The 2 forces were like volcanic eruptions, colliding together and spreading out in all directions. Chapter 37:23. It was as if Yang Zhan had been possessed by Gu Fei. Displaying the five-element fist, he directly clashed with Zhao Tianlong on the martial stage. At this moment, Yang Zhan had already lost control of his body. The will that Gu Fei had planted in his body had taken over his control. This was also the reason why Yang Zhan was no longer afraid. It had to be known that ever since Gu Fei had made his debut, he had been courageously advancing forward, crushing everything in his path. He had never been afraid. Right now, it was as if Gu Fei was exchanging blows with Zhao Tianlong. How is this possible? Zhao Tianlong was incomparably shocked. His opponent's fist was imbued with a powerful fire element fist energy, causing him to involuntarily take 3 steps back. There's nothing impossible about it. Yang Zhan calmly said. A powerful aura surged out from his body. At this moment, he was simply like a reincarnated god of war. Invincible. Zhao Tianlong could feel the enormous pressure coming from Yang Zhan. At this moment, everyone below the martial stage was stupefied. Although they had been clamoring for Yang Zhan to step onto the martial stage, none of them had imagined that Yang Zhan would actually be able to contend against Zhao Tianlong. I never imagined that there would be such a figure amongst this batch of disciples. The group of elders sitting high above the clouds were all shocked. Zhao Tianlong was known as the #1 disciple amongst the green-robed disciples, but this new disciple was actually able to suppress him. Even Shangguan Feixiong's expression had become incomparably grave as he looked at Yang Zhan on the martial stage. 5-element spiritual body. Shangguan Feixiong's pupils suddenly shrank as he stared at Yang Zhan on the martial stage. At this moment, Gu Fei, who was mixed within the crowd, revealed a complacent smile. Today, he would let Yang Zhan amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. That would be too fun. You can go down for me. Yang Zhan directly charged towards Zhao Tianlong. With just a single step, his aura soared to its peak. Swish! In the next instant, Yang Zhan's figure disappeared. At the same time, Zhao Tianlong felt all the hairs on his body stand on end. Without any warning, a figure suddenly appeared above his head. Then, a foot stomped down on his head. A violent earth element energy surged out from Yang Zhan's foot. The space beneath Yang Zhan's feet seemed to collapse from his stomp. Damn it! With a furious roar, Zhao Tianlong sent both his fists rumbling upwards. A dragon's roar seemed to ring out as 2 dragon-shaped fist energies rushed into the sky, instantly colliding against Yang Zhan's descending right leg. Boom! 2 dragon-shaped fist energies exploded in an instant, sending Yang Zhan flying high into the sky. Head down and feet up, he swooped down towards Zhao Tianlong like a divine eagle. A phantom of a golden divine eagle emerged from his body. Zhao Tianlong was incomparably shocked. How could this fellow's fleshly body be stronger than his? Could this fellow also be a body-tempering cultivator? At this moment, Yang Zhan's right hand stretched out. Like an eagle's claw, he grabbed at Zhao Tianlong's head. The divine eagle was incomparably ferocious and swift when it hunted its prey. Zhao Tianlong only had enough time to tilt his head to the side, allowing Yang Zhan's right claw to graze past his forehead. Zhao Tianlong felt a fiery pain on his forehead where Yang Zhan's finger had grazed. Reaching out to feel it, he discovered that there was actually blood on his hand. Zhao Tianlong's shock was no small matter. He hadn't been injured for a long time. He didn't expect that this fellow, who had just joined the sect and had yet to acknowledge a master, could actually injure him. Your body-tempering technique is only SOSO. Yang Zhan said indifferently. What did you say? Zhao Tianlong was both shocked and angry. This fellow actually dared to look down on his body-tempering technique. However, the battle strength displayed by this fellow was very shocking. This fellow had the capital to be arrogant. Could it be that this Yang Zhan has been acting dumb all this while? Below the stage, Wang Long, who was mixed in the crowd, couldn't help but be shocked and angry when he saw this scene. He didn't expect Yang Zhan to have such a cultivation base. It seemed that he had been fooled by Yang Zhan. No wonder this fellow had been following Gu Fei. Could it be that he and Gu Fei already knew each other before this? No one could answer Wang Long's question. Wang Long also didn't dare to ask Gu Fei or Yang Zhan. One should know that he and Yang Zhan belonged to two different worlds. Although Wang Long's cultivation base had broken through to the Xiantian realm, Yang Zhan was already a half-step immortal. The gap between them was too big. The current Yang Zhan was like a dragon in the sky in Wang Long's eyes, while Wang Long, had become a worm. "You're not my opponent." Yang Zhan looked at Zhao Tianlong indifferently, no longer attacking. At this time, the winner had been decided. Zhao Tianlong was being suppressed by Yang Zhan. This was an indisputable fact that everyone could see, but Zhao Tianlong was very unwilling. If he were to walk down the stage with just a word from Yang Zhan, how could he continue to mingle in the Yingtian courtyard? "Cut the crap. You want me to admit defeat? Impossible." Zhao Tianlong was like a wounded beast staring at Yang Zhan. His battle intent was still as strong as before. "In that case, let's fight." Yang Zhan didn't speak anymore. A person like Zhao Tianlong would only admit defeat after thoroughly defeating him. A few words alone wouldn't be able to scare this fellow. Tyrannical dragon 9 slaughter fist. Zhao Tianlong roared. His fists were like dragons emerging from the sea, smashing towards Yang Zhan. The dragon-shaped fist energy rushed out from Yang Zhan's fist, and the two dragons intertwined together, causing the power it erupted to multiply. Before the fist energy even reached him, Yang Zhan's hair had already been blown away by the fist wind, causing it to flutter behind him. Good. Seeing this, Yang Zhan couldn't help but nod. This Zhao Tianlong was really talented in martial arts. He had actually comprehended some tricks to using his strength. Zhao Tianlong's control over his strength was better than any of the green-robed disciples of the Yingtian sect. This was the source of his confidence. However, he didn't know that because he had cultivated the 9 Heavens Tyrant body art, a major hidden injury had been left in his body. A group of elders had already declared that he would never be able to become an immortal in this lifetime. Zhao Tianlong was a person with great perseverance, but unfortunately, he had crippled himself. Bam! Yang Zhan merely stretched out his right hand and blocked the incoming fist energy. His upper body only swayed slightly from the impact. All the spectators below the stage were dumbfounded. Even the green-robed disciples were staring at Yang Zhan on the stage, as if they were looking at a monster. This fellow someone's voice was trembling. It wasn't that they weren't shocked. This move of Zhao Tianlong's could definitely smash a small mountain. Someone had once seen him use this move to kill a beast king. The beast kings of the Primogenitor mountain range weren't comparable to the beast kings in the training grounds. The beast kings here were powerful existences that could easily kill half-step immortals. How unfathomable! Chapter 37:24. Yang Zhan's technique shocked everyone. Even the 12 elders watching from the sky were moved. This was a rare seedling that only appeared once every 500 years. Even the great elder had the thought of accepting him as a disciple, let alone the other elders. "Then I'll let you witness my true strength." Zhao Tianlong's expression turned incomparably solemn when he saw Yang Zhan easily block the first strike of his tyrant Dragon 9 Death's fist. In the next instant, an even more powerful energy fluctuation erupted from his body. His entire body had turned purplish-black, and there was a layer of faint purple light flowing on his skin that was not covered by his clothes. His muscles were bulging. Zhao Tianlong's entire body seemed to be filled with air as a sonic boom rang out from his body. His entire body suddenly grew a lot taller, as if he had transformed into an incomparably muscular giant. This Yang Zhan raised his head to look at Zhao Tianlong, feeling extremely shocked. Zhao Tianlong's body tempering technique was indeed unique. Unfortunately, it was a flawed body tempering technique. An extremely berserk aura erupted from Zhao Tianlong's body. Everyone below the stage was incomparably shocked. Zhao Tianlong had actually held back. However, Gu Fei shook his head. Zhao Tianlong was exhausting his life force. If he frantically used this body tempering technique, the hidden injuries on his body would only worsen. He was using his life to fight. Even if he could defeat Yang Zhan, he would not be able to live for long. At this moment, Zhao Tianlong completely ignored Yang Zhan's attack as he strode towards Yang Zhan. Humph! Yang Zhan's body jerked as the power of the 5 elements erupted. In the next instant, he threw a punch at the approaching Zhao Tianlong. In that instant, the power of the 5 elements frantically converged on his fist. With the power of the 5 elements combined, the energy fluctuations that erupted from Yang Zhan's fist instantly doubled. His fist moved rapidly in the air, causing faint ripples to appear everywhere it passed. The power of the 5 elements combined, a technique that is close to the Tao. The elders in the sky were shocked by Yang Zhan's punch. This was a battle technique that only an immortal could execute. Although it seemed simple, it contained the profundities of the 5 elements and touched upon the Tao. However, Zhao Tianlong did not dodge or evade Yang Zhan's mighty punch. Instead, his large hand directly grabbed at Yang Zhan's head. This was a completely lose-lose strategy. Bam! Yang Zhan's fist smashed into Zhao Tianlong's chest. In the next instant, Zhao Tianlong's feet left the ground as he was sent flying backwards. Without any suspense, the power behind Yang Zhan's punch was already close to that of an immortal. No matter how strong Zhao Tianlong was, it was impossible for him to block this punch. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Zhao Tianlong directly fell off the stage, his entire body deflating like a deflated balloon. Yang Zhan shook his head and said helplessly, "It's just a matter of one punch. Sai, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have fought with you for so long." At this moment, Zhao Tianlong had already landed on the ground. Staring at Yang Zhan on the stage, he slowly said, "I've lost." Is winning or losing that important? Yang Zhan shrugged. Zhao Tianlong wanted to say something, but his face suddenly flushed red. With a wah, he spat out a mouthful of blood. There seemed to be some clots in the blood. Zhao Tianlong is finished. The elders in the sky shook their heads when they saw this scene. Zhao Tianlong had forcefully used a big move and had already overdrawn his body. Now, he had been punched by Yang Zhan. Adding old wounds to new injuries, it was already amazing that Zhao Tianlong could still stand. "Senior brother," an ordinary-looking disciple in green robes walked up, placed his hand on Zhao Tianlong's shoulder, and left the square with him. This disciple in green robes was actually supporting Zhao Tianlong. It was just that he did it secretly. Gu Fei didn't say anything as he watched Zhao Tianlong's departing figure. However, his intuition told him that this Zhao Tianlong was definitely someone with a story. At this moment, Yang Zhan had defeated Zhao Tianlong with a single punch. This caused all the disciples in green robes and the new disciples to be dumbfounded and in disbelief. One had to know that Zhao Tianlong was known as the #1 existence in Yingtian courtyard below the immortal realm. He was invincible against those below the immortal realm. However, who would have thought that he would be defeated by a new disciple who had yet to acknowledge a master? Those disciples in green robes were naturally unconvinced, but they didn't dare to challenge Yang Zhan on the stage. Within the crowd, Wang Long's expression was somewhat complicated as he looked at Yang Zhan on the stage. This was the importance of standing on the right team. If he had firmly supported Gu Fei that day, then the person standing on the stage right now would be him. If anyone is unconvinced, feel free to come up. Yang Zhan looked at the crowd of cultivators below the stage and arrogantly said. No one spoke. Even Zhao Tianlong had been defeated by Yang Zhan. Who else would dare to court death? As for those white-robed Immortal Realm disciples, they couldn't act. No one is coming up. Doesn't that mean I'm number one? Yang Zhan said with surprise and joy. However, as he thought about it, his forehead began to sweat. This wasn't his true cultivation. If the elders of Yingtian Courtyard were to find out that he was faking it, the consequences would be dire. He wouldn't be able to withstand the fury of the courtyard's elders. As he thought of this, Yang Zhan couldn't help but look at Gu Fei below the stage. At this time, no one spoke. Yang Zhan had single-handedly suppressed the group of Yingtian Courtyard disciples to the point where they didn't even dare to raise their heads. What kind of style was this? The new disciples were incomparably envious. Many of them even viewed Yang Zhan as their idol. He's invincible below the Immortal Realm. Up in the sky, the great elder who rarely spoke suddenly said such a sentence. Invincible below the Immortal Realm. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. This was definitely the highest evaluation. Just at this moment, a crane carrying a white-robed, white-haired old man descended from the sky and arrived in the sky above the square. The arrival of the man and the crane actually gave off a feeling of a spring breeze. The vitality of the world became exuberant. Greetings, Hall Master! Seeing the old man sitting on the back of the crane, the 12 elders sitting on the immortal clouds hurriedly stood up and saluted the old man. Greetings, Master! Greetings, Hall Master! In an instant, all the white-robed disciples of Yingtian Courtyard, regardless of whether they were the Hall Master's disciples, the elders' disciples, the true disciples, or the green-robed disciples, all bowed to the old man on the back of the crane. Hall Master? Seeing this scene, the new disciples on the square were all dumbfounded. Some of them hurriedly followed suit and bowed to the old man in fear. But some of them remained standing. Gu Fei and Yang Zhan didn't bow to the old man in the sky. Gu Fei only bowed to his parents and Master. Other than them, he never bowed to anyone else. HM? Chapter 3725. The Hall Master's arrival shocked everyone in the Yingtian Courtyard. The 12 elders hurriedly stood up and saluted the Hall Master. All the disciples of the Yingtian Courtyard knelt down in front of the Courtyard Master, who was riding on the immortal crane. The new disciples also knelt down in front of them. However, there were two people who stood out because they didn't kneel at all. They were still standing there with their backs ramrod straight. These two people were naturally Gu Fei and Yang Zhan. Are these two guys stupid? Seeing that someone didn't salute the Hall Master in the sky, everyone thought that Gu Fei and Yang Zhan had been scared silly. Only Gu Fei knew that the person who could scare him silly in this world hadn't appeared yet. All right, get up. The Hall Master's voice came down from the sky. His voice was calm and dignified. The 12 elders straightened their bodies. The white-robed and green-robed disciples, as well as the new disciples in the square, hurriedly stood up. In the eyes of these disciples, the Hall Master's words were like an imperial edict. The Hall Master actually came. Everyone had already guessed why the Hall Master had personally come. The second elder was incomparably nervous at this moment. He could ignore the other elders, including the first elder, but the Hall Master was different. This batch of disciples is not bad. Feixiong, after the competition is over, bring that junior brother on the stage to see me. The Hall Master said to Shangguan Feixiong, Yes, master. Shangguan Feixiong hurriedly replied. This, the second elder was dumbfounded. Hall master, you can't do this. The other elders looked at the second elder with schadenfreude. They didn't compete with the second elder for disciples, but when the hall master wanted to take a disciple, no one dared to say anything. Then the hall master rode the immortal crane and soared into the sky. He flew to the sacred mountain in the sky and disappeared. The immortal Tao aura that was filled with vitality also dissipated in the void, as if it had never appeared. The hall master left just like that. Everyone was baffled. There was no need for the hall master to come personally. Couldn't he just send a voice transmission to Shangguan Feixiong? What should we do? Gu Fei wasn't scared out of his wits, but Yang Zhan was completely dumbfounded. Who would dare to refuse the hall master's summons? But once the elder hall master saw through him, wouldn't he be dead for sure? What first place in the competition? What elder's favor? To Yang Zhan, all of this was fart. He hurriedly jumped down from the stage and arrived at Gu Fei's side. Brother Fei, Yang Zhan was truly anxious. When he thought of going to see the hall master, he was so terrified that his legs began to tremble. Come down, I'm here. What are you afraid of? Gu Fei's voice resounded in Yang Zhan's mind. But Brother Fei, Yang Zhan still wanted to say something. All right, let's leave it at that. Perhaps there will be an unexpected surprise when you meet the Academy Master, Gu Fei continued. Sigh, I hope it's not a scare. Yang Zhan said helplessly. At this time, a group of people gradually gathered around Yang Zhan. Boss, are you taking in underlings? A dark-skinned young cultivator came over and said, Scram. Yang Zhan snappily said. The young cultivator hastily shrunk his neck and retreated. Seeing that someone was rebuffed by Yang Zhan, the others naturally did not dare to approach. But at this time, these new disciples were filled with reverence towards Yang Zhan. Even the green-robed disciples were apprehensive towards Yang Zhan, not daring to rashly provoke him. No one would have thought that Yang Zhan would be favored by the hall master. If he could become the hall master's inner disciple, he would definitely reach the heavens in a single bound. Countless low-level disciples of Yingtian Courtyard were envious of Yang Zhan, especially those who knew him. Wang Long was incomparably depressed. After a while, with Shangguan Feixiong presiding over the competition continued. In a short while, the entire square became lively again. Among the new disciples, there were indeed a few outstanding characters. Although they were not as abnormal as Yang Zhan, they still could not be underestimated. After a little more than 2 hours, this unruly competition came to an end. Although this competition seemed very lively, there were very few people who truly attracted attention. Previously, Feng Yu had been defeated by Zhao Tianlong, but as the descendant of the third elder, he could naturally become an elder's inner disciple. The best seedlings had already been reserved by the hall master, so the 12 elders had no interest in the remaining disciples. Among the 12 elders, the 12th elder accepted 3 disciples, and the 11th elder accepted 1 disciple. The other elders simply had no interest in accepting disciples. Junior brother, come with me. At the end of the competition, Shangguan Feixiong came looking for Yang Zhan. Yang Zhan had no choice but to follow behind Shangguan Feixiong and leave the square. Shangguan Feixiong brought Yang Zhan and soared into the sky, flying towards the sacred mountain in the sky. Soon, they arrived at the peak of the sacred mountain and landed on the open space in front of the palace. At this time, Gu Fei, who was on the square, suddenly raised his head and looked towards the sacred mountain in the sky. His gaze seemed to pierce through the void, as if he could see the scene at the peak of the sacred mountain. If I want to play, I'll play big. Gu Fei muttered to himself. He retracted his gaze, and a cold, evil smile appeared on his face. At the peak of the sacred mountain, Shangguan Feixiong brought Yang Zhan directly to the palace in front of them. It was a huge hall, and the old man sitting on the throne in the middle of the hall was the hall master. The red-crowned crane was nowhere to be seen. When Shangguan Feixiong brought Yang Zhan to the door of the hall, the door suddenly opened. Shangguan Feixiong brought Yang Zhan into the hall. Gu Fei did not retract the strand of wool he had planted in Yang Zhan's body, and Yang Zhan's cultivation and battle prowess did not show any signs of diminishing. "Greetings, master." "Greetings, hall master." Shangguan Feixiong and Yang Zhan hurriedly knelt towards the throne. "Rise." The hall master waved his hand and said, "Are you willing to take me as your master?" The hall master looked at Yang Zhan and asked calmly. At this time, there were still 12 elders standing in the hall. Yang Zhan was stunned when he heard this. "Junior brother, are you still not willing?" Shangguan Feixiong hurriedly pulled Yang Zhan back. "He's probably too happy to be stupid. The hall master's disciple has reached the heavens in a single step." The 12 elders whispered, especially the second elder. Now that the hall master had interfered, his plan to take in a disciple would immediately be ruined. He felt extremely depressed. "Junior brother," seeing that Yang Zhan was still hesitating, Shangguan Feixiong was a little unhappy. "The hall master's master has taken a liking to you, and that's your fortune. Yet you're still hesitating? I'm not willing." Yang Zhan suddenly seemed to have changed into a different person. He directly raised his head and looked at the hall master on the throne. "What?" Chapter 37:26. At the peak of the Yingtian sect's 36th monastery's upper courtyard, everyone was petrified, staring dumbfoundedly at Yang Zhan. This fellow was actually unwilling to take the hall master as his master. Had he gone crazy? That was the hall master, the 36th monastery's hall master. Within the entire monastery, he had the highest status, the highest cultivation base, and the highest combat ability. Did I hear wrongly? This little fellow isn't willing to take the hall master as his master? The second elder stared in disbelief at Yang Zhan, who was standing in the main hall. "Second senior apprentice brother, your chance has come." "Ha!" Third elder Feng Feiyang mocked. His eyes flashed with a bright light. What does this little guy want? He actually dared to ignore the hall master's favor? "Junior apprentice brother." You, Shangguan Feixiong, who was standing beside Yang Zhan, was dumbfounded. This was a chance to reach the heavens in a single step. Just how many people had fought so hard to obtain the hall master's attention? It was rare for the hall master to take the initiative to accept a disciple. This was something that hadn't happened in the past 500 years. If it was anyone else, they would probably go crazy with joy. But Yang Zhan had actually refused the hall master. Shangguan Feixiong had an urge to slap him to death. The hall master's other disciples were also in the palace. They were all furiously glaring at Yang Zhan. The fact that the hall master had taken a liking to him was his good fortune, but this fellow didn't know what was good for him. The first elder didn't say anything. He just calmly watched. He was the first elder who was above just one person. It would be impossible for him to not have any ambitions for the hall master's position. However, whether it was in terms of cultivation base or combat ability, the hall master suppressed the first elder. It wasn't impossible for the first elder to stand out, but it would be difficult. At this time, the first elder was also happy to watch a play. It had been a long time since he had seen the hall master suffer. The other elders' expressions all became grave. Just what was going on with this fellow? Could he be a spy from the Burning Heaven sect who had infiltrated the monastery? The Burning Heaven sect was the Yingtian sect's mortal enemy. The Brahma sect's patriarch had fought with the Yingtian sect countless times, with both sides winning and losing. Neither side was able to do anything to the other. But the Burning Heaven sect was a corrupt devil sect, and in order to eradicate the Ingtian sect, they would stop at nothing. For the Burning Heaven sect's people to infiltrate the Ingtian monastery wasn't strange at all. Are you really not willing? The Hall Lord who sat on the throne in the center of the great hall stared down at Yang Zhan. His gaze was incomparably sharp as a powerful immortal might gushed forth from him. Everyone was shocked, and the disciples felt like they were about to suffocate. Master, the disciples looked at the dean on the throne with awe in their eyes. Their master's cultivation was truly unfathomable. Even if they cultivated for another 1,000 years, it would be impossible for them to have such a cultivation. The Academy Master was indeed the Academy Master. Just a strand of his immortal pressure was enough to make everyone in the hall breathless. However, there was one exception, and that person was Yang Zhan. Just as the college master was inadvertently releasing his immortal might, a black-robed youth sitting under a tree in the lower courtyard suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the divine mountain in the sky. Is the show about to begin? The black-clothed young man smiled, then withdrew his gaze, closed his eyes, and continued to sit cross-legged under the tree. At this time, a shocking change occurred in the hall and the sky. At this moment, Yang Zhan seemed to have become a completely different person. He suddenly raised his head to look at the hall master, a cold smile on his face. How dare you? Shangguan Feixiong, who was standing beside Yang Zhan, was instantly enraged. His right hand stretched out, directly pressing down on Yang Zhan's shoulder. At the same time, he sent a kick towards Yang Zhan's calf, wanting to press Yang Zhan to the ground. Shangguan Feixiong was ruthless. He wanted to teach Yang Zhan a lesson. Since Yang Zhan dared to look down on his master, he was already being merciful by not killing Yang Zhan. However, in the next moment, Shangguan Feixiong discovered that he was actually pressing down on a divine mountain. He couldn't even move Yang Zhan, and his kick had already landed on Yang Zhan's calf. Shangguan Feixiong felt as if his kick had landed on a divine steel plate. Not only was he unable to injure Yang Zhan, but the sole of his foot was also in extreme pain. How is this possible? Shangguan Feixiong was shocked to the extreme. Humph! With a wave of his right hand, Shangguan Feixiong, who was still in a state of shock, was directly sent flying out of the great hall, crashing through the doors. The eyes of the disciples in the great hall almost fell to the ground. Shangguan Feixiong was the eldest senior brother of the Ingtian courtyard, and his cultivation was enough to contend against the elders. However, the eldest senior brother of the Ingtian courtyard was actually sent flying by Yang Zhan. At this time, even the 12 elders were shocked. The hall master's eyes lit up like the stars in the sky. Who exactly are you? The hall master stared at Yang Zhan and said in a deep voice. An overwhelming killing intent surged towards Yang Zhan, and the entire great hall immediately turned cold. The 12 elders were on their guard, and powerful immortal Tao auras spread throughout the great hall. Who am I? Yang Zhan tilted his head and thought for a moment, then shrugged his shoulders and said, I'm someone you can't afford to offend. Someone we can't afford to offend. The second elder stared at Yang Zhan with a murderous look. This guy actually dared to play with him. If he didn't kill this guy, how could he appease his anger? All right, if you kneel and beg for mercy, I will spare your lives. Otherwise, I will kill you directly. Yang Zhan said impatiently. Go to hell. The second elder roared, and an immortal light rushed out from his body, turning into a fire lotus, smashing towards Yang Zhanfei in the hall. He had endured for a long time, and finally he couldn't bear it anymore and directly attacked. As soon as the fire lotus appeared, The temperature of the entire hall immediately soared. Everyone could feel the oppressive heat wave, especially those elders and disciples. They felt as though the immortal elemental energy in their body was ignited, and their whole body felt like it was being roasted. Yang Zhan smiled and directly opened his mouth and sucked. The fire lotus was actually swallowed into his stomach in one gulp. What? The second elder was stunned. What was going on with this guy? He actually swallowed his 9 heavens fire lotus? How was this possible? Fire lotus from the heavens burn the sky and boil the sea. The second elder roared and directly rushed towards Yang Zhan. His large sleeves fluttered, and one fire lotus after another rushed out from his body, flying towards Yang Zhan in an overwhelming manner. At this time, the great elder directly waved his sleeves and directly activated the great formation in the great hall, blocking the vast and mighty power of the immortal Tao. Otherwise, the elders and disciples would suffer a calamity. However, a scene that made everyone's eyeballs almost fall to the ground appeared. Yang Zhan directly opened his mouth and sucked again. Countless fire lotuses were actually swallowed into his body, leaving not a single one behind.